Am I live? Am I live? Okay. I can see I am live now. Hey, majamani aje. So, sijui sauti yangu iko sawa ama kuna shida. Viewer number 1, confirm kama unanisikia ama najiongelesha hapa. So mtu anikonfirmie kama sauti inafanya tafadhali. Hapo tu kwa comment sema tu yes ama no. So somebody can confirm please. Chebon ama Mary ama Larry, Enoch. Confirm. Okay, Florence Machengo, sawa. Asante kwa kunikonfirmia eti nasikika. Asante Channel News 9. Elisha Kiplagat Yegon. Thank you. Brennan Nimrod. Thank you Brennan, watching from Facebook. Asante sana. Leo tutadiscuss the swearing in of judges na pia wale ambao wamekuwa omitted kina Judge Odunga, Ngugi, Kiplagat ama anaitwa nani? Kirui ama Kiplagat na wale wengine wote. So welcome all of you, Joel, Nelson, Margaret, Caroline, Brennan, bwana mko wengi. Karibuni. So nawekea hapo link inaitwa share ama invitation link. Nawekea hapo invitation link. Ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa, alafu utaweza kuchangia mada yetu ya leo. So hapo kwa comment section nimeweka link. Ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. Kuna mtu pia ananiambia kwamba Clinton unasemaga tu eti viewer number 1 na hakuna kitu unatupea. So sasa au kusema unataka upewe nini? Unajua maybe unaweza taka kitu sina bana. So lazima useme kwamba mimi nikiwa viewer number 1 naomba nipewe hii na hii. Kama inawezekana utapewa, na kama haiwezekani pia tutasema asante na tusonge mbele. So nimeweka hapo link. Huyo viewer number 1 atakaye click hiyo link wa kwanza, kuna zawadi. So do that. Nimesema mada ya leo ni judges have been sworn in, lakini kuna wale wanalia wanasema tumeachwa nje na hatujui ni kwa nini. So pengine ni haki yao, pengine walifanya kosa, huwezi ukajua, lakini tukidiscuss na tuwekane sawa, nadhani itakuwa vyema. So guys, welcome all of you. Okay, viewer number 1 ndio huyu. Connect your devices na Kiprono, eka earphone, eka kamera. Alafu nitapata jinsi ya kukuweka kwa show, kwa sababu nimeandikiwa hapo chini devices not connected. So Kiprono, do something. Thank you Kaemba ama Haemba. Thank you Ayub Bariu. Thank you. Kuna Nicholas Biwot na Pochinene shwali. Thank you Pochinene. Karibuni sana Larry ODM Mudavadi. Karibuni sana. Larry.
Yes, Jack. How are you?
Larry ni aje?
Niko poa Jack. How are you?
Niko poa hata na mimi.
Yes, are you getting me?
Nakupata bana, lakini itabidi niweke hii.
Yes.
Hebu ongea sasa.
Unanipata?
Nakupata sasa.
Okay, na. Yes.
Okay, asante Larry.
Nimekaribia sasa. Tuendelee.
Okay, Mudavadi ni aje?
Poa sana, labda wewe.
Mimi pia niko poa Musalia. Nilikuwa nategea ukifungua picha nitamuona Musalia bana.
Oh, ma DVD.
Ama hii kitu nilikuwa nataka kuomba Musalia unipe basi bana.
Ma DVD yako chini ya maji bwana, chini ya maji tangu hiyo sherehe ya Madaraka Day ameenda underground. Amerudi drawing board.
Kwa sababu hakupewa nafasi.
But haikuwa mzuri. Western region hatukufurahishwa, sio mzuri. Kumbe baba anatucheza tu, lakini wakati wake utafika. Baba anatucheza kabisa, lakini wakati wake utafika.
Sasa baba angempa Mudavadi nafasi aseme na Wakenya.
Hata ani Mudavadi apunge mkono tu, tena ambie Kalonzo Musyoka, Mudavadi tena Kalonzo apunge mkono, but alichukua hiyo airtime yote Hunya alimpa ani airtime yote Hunya alimpa kusambaza hata kidogo bwana.
Sasa unaonaje juu Mudavadi hakuongea ndipo mkakasirishwa, ama angeongea kila kitu kingekuwa shwari?
Ameleta uhasama bwana. Hii mambo ya kutuchenga watu wa Western, tutajipanga tu, ni sawa tu. Ilikuwa wakati wake, so hatuwezi lamika, ni wakati wake.
Sasa inasemekana wakati wabunge wa Jaluo walipoenda State House kumwona rais,
yes,
walimwomba rais maendeleo, lakini wabunge wa Luhya walipoenda walisema rais, tunaomba Luhya unity, na mlishapewa Luhya unity. So tafadhali zoeni na hiyo Luhya unity tafadhali.
Tunataka unity as a whole country. Hatutaki unity ya vipande nusu mkate ya Central, Nyanza, Rift Valley, but tunataka unity the whole country. Tena maendeleo sasa vile inaendekea sasa, but upande mwingine tunashukuru, unajua tunashukuru maendeleo ni mzuri, tunashukuru, but hii ya kubisect nchi mara ni Nyanza sasa Western na huko Northeastern hata ndio tunahitaji maendeleo. Acha mambo ya Nyanza na Western, Northeastern ndio tunahitaji maendeleo. Kwa ndio kulisaulika kabisa.
Yeah, okay, thank you Mudavadi, thank you. Pengine Musalia amesikia malalamishi yako na next time maybe atapewa nafasi.
Yeah.
Lakini ye maybe anangojea kuwa rais. Nilisikia kwa matanga ya mam aliambiwa
this time
ni wewe. So, anangojea kuwa rais. Okay.
Western ngaje tumegawanyika. Baya Western tumegawanyika.
Okay, Senator Nancy, connect your devices. Siwezi nikakuweka Senator, siwezi nikakuweka kwa show kwa sababu devices not connected. Kiprono, devices not connected. Therefore, I am kicking you. Hey, wait, man, wait. Kiprono, connect your devices. Senator Nancy, connect your devices. Alafu eka earphone, alafu kisha ingia utoe. Ama uconnect kamera. Hasa lazima mic. Yes. So, Senator Nancy ni hivyo. So, Arnold Philip ni aje? Okay, Kasela. Kasela ni aje? Kasela microphone.
Unanisikiza?
Yes.
Yes. Me, I just want to appreciate. Unajua ile uongozi ile tuko nayo. I think now it is a better one. Because people should not complain because it is rotational now. Kila saundi itapata yake.
Hello.
Yes.
Kasela, unatusikiza kweli Kasela?
Na kusikiza vizuri sana. Nilikuwa naona unapiga simu bado.
Oh, sorry for that. Okay. So nilikuwa nasema hivi Kasela, nilikuwa nakuuliza umeshindaje, unashiriki
Nimeshinda salama sana niko. Nimeshinda salama, niko poa kabisa.
Okay, asante sana. Philip Arnold. Asante sana Kasela. Asante sana Kasela. Philip.
Okay.
Yes. Watu wangu ni aje?
Poa sana Philip.
Poa sana kujoin. Leo mnaongelea mada swearing in,
Yeah, thank you.
Naona Kizito ako hapo. Kizito mtu wa Kisumu dala.
Kizito tutamkalia leo, hata amini. Nani?
By the way, hiyo story kuna story ya swearing in leo.
Yeah, tunakuja hapo Arnold. Tunakuja hapo. Hasla. Tafadhali kama huongei unazima mic alafu.
Yes, you have called me. Clinton.
Yes, Hasla ni aje?
Niko salama mimi.
Umeshinda poa?
Mimi na saizi ndio nimefika Kisumu.
Uko Kisumu?
I said the other day I talked nikaambia watu I have information on the ground. Saizi niko Kisumu as we talk now.
Okay, we are coming to you. Utakuwa reporter wetu kutoka Kisumu Hasla. Thank you.
I'll do it. Nimetoka Dunga saizi kula samaki.
Asante Hasla. Na mbona ukai mtu amekula samaki bwana?
My friend, you want me to give you a tip of what is happening around me?
Tuoneshe mfupa.
Right now I'm trying to digest the samaki. I'm swallowing something.
Okay, thank you Hasla. Okay. Hasla, tuarejea kwako.
Thank you.
Lady D, ni aje?
Poa.
Umeshindaje?
Nimeshinda poa. Lady D kutoka Narok.
Nilijua tu. Sasa useme tu mimi ni Lady D Masai kutoka Narok.
Mimi ni Lady D Masai Mkenya kutoka Narok.
Okay. Thank you Lady D.
Kuingia hapa sasa leo
Karibu. Mimi pia naitwa Clinton Mkenya kutoka Mount Kenya. Yeah. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Santos. Ni aje? Santos, achilia mic. Okay, Santos. Okay. Acha nijaribu kuachilia mic yako maybe. Santos, achana na mic. Let me unmute you and you say something. Okay, I can't unmute you because umejimute. So unmute yourself and say something.
Okay. Sasa tumekuwa tu poa. We are ready for any kitu yenye utaweka hapo tutaongea.
Thank you Santos. So welcome guys. Larry ni wewe umeninbox kwa private chat.
Yes. Wewe Gundo.
Umesema wewe kama number 1
link. Anapewa zawadi, so I did that. Why are you not giving me?
So you did this for zawadi. Na wewe si mara si mara yako ya kwanza kuingia kwa show. We ni dynasty wa hii platform.
Sasa tuache hustlers. Kwa hivyo tuache hustlers.
Hii kitu ungeachia hustlers. Maybe kama uko Kenya.
Atoke.
Uko Kenya ODM.
Mimi niko Kenya.
Okay. Maybe kama hautumii wifi utanitumia namba yako ya Safaricom. Nikuweke data bundles ambazo umetumia ukiwatch ama ukiparticipate kwa show. Si hiyo itakuwa sawa. Ama ukitaka mbuzi hiyo itabidi uende Narok kwa kina Ledidi Masai Mkenya. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. So tunaweza tukaanza na tuanza na huyu ODM.
Yes.
Judges wameapishwa lakini kina Nduga ama anaitwa nani? Odunga.
Yeah.
Odunga, Ngugi, wale BBI judges.
Yes.
Wanasema tumeachwa nje. Yeah. So what's your opinion? Wameachwa nje kwa sababu za kisiasa ama they deserve to be left out according to ODM?
Okay, kulingana na mimi Clinton, hiyo ni mandate ya president. Kwa hivyo siwezi pinga uamuzi wa president. President mwenyewe ana advisors wake. I'm very sure haiwezi kuwa political. Yeah.
But Maraga alisema you either appoint 40 or none. Maybe alisema kwamba these 6 judges wako na shida za ufisadi, so I cannot appoint them, but inasemekana kwamba JSC wakisha peana majina, ye kazi yake ni kuappoint, just to confirm. So maybe hana hiyo uwezo wa kusema huyu nitamchukua, huyu nitamwacha. So can you argue from that point also?
Ninaweza sema jambo?
Yes, Ledidi. So.
Yeah, asanti. Mimi kulingana na mimi, president hajacheza kadi zake vizuri, kwa sababu hata kama yeye ako na nguvu, anafaa asikuoneshe ya kwamba anafanya hivyo. Angenyamaza hata hatungejua, lakini vile alivyoongea huko Kisumu inakuja kuthibitisha sasa ya kwamba ako na hiyo ubaya. Alafu kitu ingine, mi naona kama hangefanya hivyo kutoa judges wa 6, kama angekuwa wasisi wote basi, kwa sababu kitambo wawekwe kwa karatasi list, tayari wamepitishiwa kwa hiyo process yote ya DCI hizo zote. So mimi kama ningekuwa advisor wa president, ningemwambia asioneshe ubaya, kwa sababu si unajua hawa judges ndio walikuwa wamesimama kwa bench ya BBI. Sasa sasa inaashiria hata kama pengine ako na reason yake why he did that, but already it's showing something else. We are reading something else which we don't know, but from the point of BBI judges to hiyo kuongea huko kwa Kisumu, sasa unaona tunashikanisha sisi kitu ingine. Hata kama tunataka kumuona yeye ni mzuri, lakini unajua sasa kuna ile kitu unasoma kutoka kwa mtu anamaanisha nini. Sasa hiyo saa hii sijaona mimi vizuri kabisa. Kwanza akitoa BBI, sasa sinaonesha kabisa si nini. Angewacha tu basi, Angewacha wote, angewanini, hata angewaacha tu wakuwe judges wote, kwa sababu sasa process ishafika mwisho. Mi kulingana na vile nilielewa Maraga akituambia, kwa sababu najua sisi ni kuambiwangwa maneno ingine hatuelewi, lakini tunaambiwangwa process inaenda, ikifika kwa president sasa yeye ni kuconfirm tu kama walifanyiwa process mzuri, kama ni nini ana sign ama arudishie basi, lakini ange appoint wengine aache wasita, kulingana na Mkenya kutoka Narok.
Na Mkenya kutoka Narok, niko na swali. Kabla nikuulize swali, Judy Nyairo. Judy, ukitaka kujoin kuna link hapo nimeweka kwa comment section. Ukiclick your link utajikuta uko ndani. So click your link Judy. Sijui una watch hapo Facebook. So click the link hapo Facebook. Alafu itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. Kidogo tu Kasela, kidogo tu. So Lady D, nilikuwa nakuuliza hivi. Wale 36 wangekataa kwenda kuapishwa, waseme you have to include the other. Wale 34 wangekataa kwenda kuapishwa, waseme you have to include our colleagues first. Is when we are coming there. Ulikuwa unaona hiyo ni haki ama wao pia wamebetray wenzao?
Hapana, kwa sababu wao ni waajiriwa. Wao ni waajiriwa wa kotini. Sasa huwezi kwenda huwezi enda kusema ati kwa sababu huyu amepromotiwa. Tutaona tu sio mzuri, but nani huyu anacheza hiyo tunes ni president, na yeye ndiye anawaajiri. Sasa unajua hii si political, hii ni kazi. Kama ingekuwa ni political tungeenda kurusha mawe. Hii sisi wenye tuko nje hatuchezi hiyo mpira, ndio tuna comment, lakini hata sisi hatuna nguvu, siishapita. Lakini kuna ile message president anatupea of which si mzuri, kwa sababu unajua president ni wetu wote, waliomkosea na wasiomkosea. Kama ningekuwa yeye, ningecheza chini ya maji, ningefuta watu chini ya maji, lakini si wazi hivyo ati all of a sudden unafuta mtu yani watu tu akiona, ama prediction ya watu. Unajua sasa watu wana predict president atafanya hivi, na anafanya kweli. President anachukia huyu na inaonesha kweli.
Clinton, can I say something? Clinton?
Yes, Philip.
Yeah, first of all, nashukuru kwa hao watu wameappointiwa. Second of all, hao watu wajavutwa, wajapandishwa tu ngazi, wajapromotiwa to Ledidi. They were not promoted. And then kuna kitu najaribu kushow hapo, kwa sababu we have three arms of government. We have the executive, judiciary and then legislation. So unajua ni vita watu wanapiganaga. So unaona saa zingine legislation part of it, the other arm pia wanajaribu kupiga president, wanajaribu kupiga executive. Is the same way judges also are trying to fight the other side. But you know, kitu bado where the buck stops, it stops with the presidency, the executive. Na unajua sasa tukiangalia vizuri, unapata mtu kama au majudges walikuwa nafaa kuappointiwa, lakini wako appointiwa. Ukiona mtu kama ni Korir na Korir, I think ni Korir na Mchelule, there are some wako na misconducts za corruption na vitu zingine. Unajua watu wakipigana hivi, sasa unajua president pia anakaa chini anaangalia watu mbona wanatupiga hivi na hivi, alafu unajua inabaki ni kama sasa wewe na familia yako tu, kuna wale ma relatives watakuwa nakupiga, alafu ikikuja saa zile kuna keki inakuwa shared among the family members, unapata hao pia wanakuja wanataka hiyo peace, lakini waja contribute chochote. Alafu unapata pia saa zingine wako na hizi ma corruption cases au majudges wa sita, si ati ni coincidental tu ni imefanyika hivyo, but they have cases like jana uliona news, I think ni jana majuzi, I think ni sijui ni Ngugi and Korir ama ni Mchelule. There's one judge hapo alikuwa amegrab piece of land, unaona. So vitu kama hizo unajua zikianza kuingililiwa, president akona right ya kuappoint na pia ya kusema huyu akona corrupt cases na nini haezi wa point. So ni coincidental tu imefanyika ati hao ndio tena walikuja wakachaguliwa the five sitting judges during the BBI case. So it is the backstop with the president. Akiamua ameamua, si ati anataka kwa, unajua kuna kitu inaitwa benevolent dictatorship inaitwa, I think something like that. President anajaribu kuleta hiyo, at least hiyo dictatorship yake, lakini asaidie pia watu, kwa sababu most of those judges, most of them are corrupt, na si ati ni uongo, they are corrupt. Thank you.
Mr. Philip. Philip, yes. I have a question to you.
Okay.
These judges were proposed by, their names were forwarded when Maraga was the Chief Justice. And the president then said that he has refused because some of them have integrity issues.
Yes.
Hakutuambia ni kina nani, si kweli?
Yes.
Then all of a sudden, after BBI judges, let me refer to them like that. BBI judges, after wametoa hiyo ruling yao, na pia after president amewazungumzia huko Kisumu, unakuta kwamba wale ambao walikuwa kwa ile bench ya BBI judges, kwani mwenye aliunda hiyo bench aliona akaunda yao macorrupt wote ndio wasimamie hiyo BBI. Unadhani kuna mtu hapo yuko corrupt lakini anakuwa punished juu ya hiyo BBI judgment? Unaona kuna mtu hapo anasuffer because of the judgment.
Unajua kitu kinafanyika sasa.
Hey, Clinton, sijui ni add the question to what you asked so that ajibu zote kama yangu na yako. Sijui niongezee tu kaswali tu pamoja tu.
Ongeza.
Haya. Sasa Mr. Philip,
yes.
Mimi nitasema watu wote hapo tuangalie, if you thought that African leaders wana shida, sasa umejionea. Si African leaders wana shida, ni sisi. Now, angalia vile law imesema kama mtu ana shida na judge, kuna procedures za kupeleka including Uhuru mwenyewe. Sasa here we are, tuna bwana Philip hapa ambaye ana support illegality. Ana support illegality na anapatiana reasons za kusupport vile anasema. Ni kama leo hii law imesema ukishika mwizi unafaa umpeleke polisi alafu apelekwe kwa koti. Lakini kuna wale huwa wanaenda wanampiga yule mwizi, wanamuua. Sasa ukiangalia watu watakuja wanasema ati kwamba huyu jamaa ni vizuri vile tumempiga mawe tukamuua, waona, even though vile tumefanya ni illegal, waona. Na bado utapata kuna watu kama Philip ambao wata support something like that. Sasa ndio nitasema, if you thought, my fellow Kenyans, if you thought the problem was with the leaders, sasa umejionea kuna mtu ambaye ana break the law tukiona, na kuna watu kama Philip ambao wanamsupport kufanya hivyo. Swali ni kama basi hawa watu walikuwa na shida, mbona hakuwa appoint siku ya Maraga? Maraga alimwambia kitu moja, it is either uappoint wote ama ukose, na mimi sitakuwa ndani ya wewe ukifanya an illegality. Na ndio maana aligojea Maraga aende, Kome aingie, alafu sasa after hapo appoint hawa, kwa sababu Maraga alimwambia kitu moja, kama ni everything to do with the law na wewe ukuja break the law, mimi siko hapo, utaifanya wewe mwenyewe, waona. Sasa ndio mimi niseme Waafrika wenzangu, mmejionea jamaa ameenda pale amefanya makosa, na kuna mtu hapa ambaye anaitwa Philip ambaye ana support hiyo shida. Kama
can I say something?
The problem, then you have seen it for yourself. Asante.
Kasela, relax. He was saying something to Philip. So wait, Philip.
Can I respond?
Yes, Philip.
Unajua, for you to substantiate ati kuna illegality ilifanyika, because you know still the buck stops with the president. Akiamua anataka kuappoint, unajua wale watu walikuwa wanapatiwa promotion, then si kama kuna illegality, then unajua hii system yetu saa hii kuna venye ilianza kukua corrupted. Venye tu constitution ilianza the 2010 tulianza kuona illegality zilifanyika kutoka the year 2013 ukuja baka huku. So unajua hata sasa tukisema ati kuna illegality, yet watu wengi, si hata ni Philip peke yake alisupport, watu wengi sana walisupport hiki kitu baka saa hii imefika hivi. What should remain, you know, that the buck stop with the president, wangepatiana another fork. Unajua alikuwa sema hili kitu, alikuwa sema mbeleni, akasema kuna majudges Maraga alikuwa amewekea difficult situation. Alimwambia kama uwezi appoint wote, because alikuwa amesemaga kuna watu wanafaa kutolewa ama waliniwe wabadilishwe ndio afanye nini, appoint wote, lakini Maraga hakufanya hivyo. So si ati ni illegality, ni back stops with him. If he likes to appoint them, let him appoint them. But ukiangalia,
hebu ni interject hapa, wacha ni interject ndio ni correct tu. The buck does not stop with the president. Kwa hii kesi the buck does not stop with the president, kwa sababu constitution iko clear as a day, the role of the president katika appointing judges. Kwa hivyo usije ukasema ati the buck stops with him. No, it doesn't. Kwa hii kesi it just does not. Ni kama leo hii useme ati appointment ya IG ina stop na preso. It is not. Kwa constitution, enda usome constitution, it does not. Lakini leo hii kama kwako hauna stima na kwangu sina stima na barabara ni mbaya, then we can say the buck stops with the president. Waona? Lakini kifika ni appointment of the judges, the buck does not stop with him. Iko very clear his role yake ni kwenda pale kustamp na kuacha. Kama ana shida ya judge yoyote, kuna late procedures. Ataenda kwa GSC, aende aseme huyu ana shida, alafu wale GSC wataangalia hiyo maneno, alafu wakiona kwa kweli ana shida, bas atamtoa. Lakini si uje useme the buck stops with him, whereas in this case it does not at all. I'm just correcting you on that. Thank you.
Okay. Sasa for me, let me just ask you one question. Madam Koome alikuwa pale, Chief Justice Madam Koome alikuwa pale, na yeye mwenyewe akasaidia kuapisha. Then president alikuwa pale, attorney general alikuwa pale. So hao watu wote wako kwa hiyo line ya nini? So wange advise president basi asiwapishe basi, kama the buck is not stopping with him.
Okay, sijui nijibu. Koome hakuwa pale, alikuwa pale kama a witness. Na ukiangalia ile statement ambao wamesema, alright? Amesema yeye hakuwa na role yoyote, yeye alikuwa pale witness. In fact, hata kama Koome hangekuja, hiyo kitu ingeendelea tu. Waona? Kwa sababu wewe uliona Koome akishika Bible, hukumuona. Uliona akisign pahali, hukumuona. Yeye alikuwa tu ni kama a witness, kama vile AG mwenyewe alikuwa pale. He was just a witness. Na si ati kwa sababu hako pale, kama hangekuwa pale, si ati hiyo occasion haingeendelea, ingeendelea tu, kwa sababu yeye, she has nothing to do with the whole thing. Huyu preso huyu ni kwenda pale kusign na kumaliza. Kama ana shida achukue kesi yote aeke. Na ndivyo nimekuambia, utaangalia uone hapa kuna shida, kwa sababu time ya Maraga mbona haku appoint hao, akagojea Maraga atoke aende. Koome alipoingia immediately ni 1 week, ni 1 week and some days vile ameingia, ndio sasa akaanza kwenda. So you see there is something here. Waona? Na hii italeta shida sana, kwa sababu if we sit back na tuanze kumsupport kama vile wewe unamsupport, supposing kesho a dictator comes, sasa tutafanyaje? Kwa sababu wewe utaanza kusema huyu dictator sijui anaambia majaji sikufanya, alafu tutakukumbusha hivi, tutakukumbusha leo tukakukumbusha nini huyu dictator anaambia judge what to do, na wewe ulikuwa unamsupport, na sasa umsupport kwa sababu vile anaambia majaji wafanye, hufurahi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kufanya hiyo correction tu hapo. Asante.
Anaongea na commute.
Oh, sorry. Can I read for you something here, please? Just a minute. Yeah.
In 1 minute. In 1 minute, Philip. Yeah.
Okay. According to the judiciary, the four did not who are to join the second court did not meet the threshold for appointment. Therefore, their appointment were referred back to judiciary, which means wamerudishwa kwa judiciary, which itaangaliwa hiyo nini yao itaangaliwa, wakikubaliwa maybe wataapishwa. So ni kitu ati hajadua away with it, bado anaweza apishwa bado.
Lakini mbona asiweke tu wazi aseme kwamba shida yao ilikuwa hivi na hivi na hivi, walichukua bribe, wamepatikana na grab land, na tusonge mbele.
Na si nani imekuwa ya Ngugi, kwanza ni Ngugi, I think ni Ngugi ama ni nani, I think ni Justice Ngugi, Joel Ngugi alikuna. Okay.
Asante sana Philip na huyo mwingine sijui jina yake. Sasa mimi naonelea kabisa ni vizuri sisi kama Wakenya tuelewe details zetu za process za constitution yetu na mambo yenye inafanyikanga kwa serikali ambaye tunafaa kuisoma kwa constitution ili tuelewe, ili tusiwe tunasoma tusiwe ati tunadanganywa na vile wao wanafanya, kwa sababu kama vile Orengo alisema a constitutional process, a constitutional amendment can also be unconstitutional, na huyo ni lawyer alikuwa anaongea kumaanisha tunafaa kuelewa hili, tusisupport tu mambo ya hawa viongozi wetu bila kujua constitution ambaye ni yetu, ambaye tumejiundia na tumeipitisha inasema nini kuhusu hiyo jambo. Kwa sababu at the end of the day, when these people, when our leaders are doing the wrong thing, the wrong processes of the constitution, the wrong things like what they have been doing since hii government ianze na other governments, it means some of us have been supporting even without knowing it's going to have an effect on our side as wananchi. So to me, I can only advise all of us that let us not look at this person like now, for example, our president or our deputy president or even our baba. Let us not just look at them like that. Let us look at the effect of the things they do, to the effect it will bring to us as people of Kenya. Instead of saying, I like the way the other person was arguing, and argue kulingana na vile constitution inasema. Hata mimi kama Mkenya kutoka Narok, kuna vitu mingi na ni affect nikiwa huku mashinani, ambaye ni ule mtu president anafanya, ni ule deputy president anafanya, ni ule governor anafanya, lakini ninafaa kujua ya kwamba constitution inasema nini ili tusisupport. Na ndio maana kila wakati recurrent the same leaders who are doing the wrong things will continue, because we are blinding ourselves from tunajiconfuse na mimi am following who and who. So to me, history ya president imeharibu, yani si kitu mzuri kabisa kwa nchi kama, especially kwa wakati huu ambayo tuko na muda mchache sana tukingojea election. Inaanza kutuletea hata madhara kwa mambo mengine.
So do you support BBI?
Yes?
Do you support BBI?
BBI.
Yes.
I haven't even read BBI, so I'm not even supporting BBI. Sijaona kitu inanisaidia nikiwa Loita. Nimesikia ni ma constituencies zinatengenezwa sijui nini, na sijaona kitu ng'ombe ndani yenye inasaidia mtu ako na ng'ombe mwenye inanisaidia kwa boda ya Tanzania na so
Clinton.
Let me say something.
Clinton alididi.
Nako kwa boda ya Tanzania na Kenya.
Dakika moja tu.
The show is for 3 people, Bana Klein. You balance this. The show is for 3 people.
No, only 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds, Nani Kasela.
So, excuse me guys.
Point of order.
Okay.
Kasela to point of order.
Dakika moja alafu wakuulize maswali.
Dakika moja. Sasa kama mimi Mkenya mwenye ako border of Tanzania and Kenya, Loliondo, sijaona kitu BBI imesema itanisaidia. So mimi si kwa ubaya, niko huko mbali sana kwa msituni.
Na Ledidi.
Asante.
Ledidi, in 30 seconds. Unataka maswala yepi ya ng'ombe yawekwe ndani kwa BBI? Ng'ombe ifanyiwe nini kwa BBI?
Kwa mfano, mimi nitakuwa kwanza ninataka barabara ili ng'ombe zangu sifike Mombasa niuze bei ya juu sana. Nataka maziwa yangu ifikie nyinyi Nairobi. Si nyinyi mko Nairobi? Nataka maziwa yangu ifike Kisumu. Na iwezi fika saa hii. Barabara ni mbaya. Na nataka hiyo barabara yangu ikuwe international.
Okay, thank you Ledidi. Nice to have you. So, Philip, nataka Kasela aongee. Ulikuwa na nini Philip?
Nilikuwa nataka kujaribu kusema tu hivi. Sisi kitu natufail zaidi. Kitu natufail zaidi ni institutional. Hizi ma institutions zimeformiwa. They are not active to assist the president in doing those mandates. Unajua kila mtu anachaguliwa saa hii, kila mtu anaangalia tumbo yake. That's why unaona hizi vitu zote zinafanyika. If tungekuwa na serious institutions na zinafanya kazi, unaona kitu kama US tuseme president tuseme kuna watu wameappointiwa na wanafaa kukuwa wanakuwa sworn in, ni process mpaka unapata president mwenyewe ana say ndani yake, yeye ni kama tu figure tu hapo. But tume create institutions na hizi institutions hazitusaidii in any way. Kama sahi, if president alikuwa, hii kitu ilianza last year, if president alikuwa amesema kuna watu baadhi ya wale majudges wamekuwa appointed wako na integrity issues, DCI and the rest could have done the investigations and could have given a report about it, iende kajadiliwe kwa parliament, tuone hata kama ndio wanakuwa degazetted ingekuwa by then. So me what I see here, tunaweza kuwa mimi ni laumu ati mimi na support, unaweza kuwa unasema ati watu wengine wa support kwa sababu ya nyingine, just because of the institutions. If somebody is found with the integrity issues, what is the correct channel to be following? Unafollow tu hizo machannel, alafu unajua siku hizi kila kitu imekuwa compromised Kenya. Unapata judges wamekataliwa, maybe walikuwa wamefavor some other things, ndio maana akakataliwa na president. Maybe kufavor president, na president ndio sasa symbol ya sisi wote. Unaona?
Point of interjection kwa sababu
wait. So 30 seconds Philip.
Mimi hapo wacha tu wacha Kasela pia achangie kidogo, alafu ndio tutasikiza hizo maoni zingine.
Sawa. So Kasela anapochangia naika hii swali. Kuna jamaa anaitwa alikuanga former Meru ama Embu senators. Yeye alikuwa anaitwa nani? Alitolewa kwa KEMSA board wakati wa KEMSA billionaires. Akapewa kazi kwa communication authority. Na wabunge walimpata na hatia. So was that not integrity? Kuna wengine wa kutolewa hapa kupelekwa pale, lakini wengine ukataliwa kabisa. So Kasela,
Yes, thank you, Clem.
You have like 5 minutes, Kasela.
Okay, yes. That one is what I want to request first. Tukiongea pea kila mtu muda ili kila mtu achangie kwa sababu tunangoja tu wengine wanaongea sana. Thank you. So, to my side, what I would want to say is that let Kenyans not approach everything politically. You know, in Kenya, anything that happens, everybody's just seeing that this is politics being played here. First of all, the question of integrity has disturbed Kenya for long. And if the president feels that the person is going to appoint is not worth, let him drop because it's the mandate. Yeye ndiye akona kila kitu hapo ku reject because all records of those people who are ahead there, sisi hatuna, but with him he has all those records. So if he sees that the record that the person is holding or the record that the kind of character the person is having is not worth the post, let him drop him. So if Kenyans feel like what is happening is not right, let them go to court. The court is there to question, lakini president hawezi weka bayana kuwa mimi nimekataa huyu kwa sababu ya hii na hii. That is not his function. Is to check, is this thing I'm going to do is right? Because that will torment him. Even though hata kama anaacha uongozi, si lazima achague tu kila mtu yenye ameletewa. Hata yeye ni mtu kama binadamu kama sisi. So if people feel that what the president did is a fault, let us follow the right channel. Let us not put everything in politics. And I'm seeing people even reject, like Lady here, refusing the BBI, and the BBI is bringing 35% to the counties. Will that will not make the road that you want? Yes. So let us not approach everything with politics. I think if we are sober enough, we will build a good case. Yes.
Wait, Kitch. Okay. Kasela, you have 5 minutes and there are remaining 3.
Yes. So
when you allow them to interfere with your time, then
okay. Thank you. So when the president do something that people feel is bad, ama wanaona kuwa ni mbaya, let them tell us bayana what is the problem directly. Si tunasema president amefanya hivi because of politics or whatever. No, it is a coincidence that those people who are dropped sat in the case of BBI, not that he used the BBI to drop them. That's what the people putting ahead here. And the way he talked at Kisumu, whatever thing. No, don't bring the issue of Kisumu into this. The only thing that made the president to drop, and he never rejected them for all, alirudisha list huko. So it means that there is something he's questioning. Alirudishia wale wa check. Kama watu wako peupe kama pamba watarudi, lakini kama wako dosari pia ni sawa. Thank you.
Kasela, when you analyze the president's speech in Kisumu, referring to the judiciary, on your personal point of view, did you feel that the judiciary was under attack?
To some sides, it was under attack, but not directly to a point of dropping somebody. He said that the judiciary
I have not connected it to the dropping of the judges.
Good.
I've just asked on the speech, did you feel that the judiciary was under attack? Remember, the judiciary is an independent court.
Yes, I know. There are 3 independent arms of government, I know, clearly. So, to my side, I never felt like it was just a comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sijui niulize swali ama.
Thank you, Kasela. Yeah. Kasela amebakisha dakika 2 ya kuulizwa maswali. So,
I'm okay.
Benson na Kitch in that order. Benson na Kitch. So Benson.
Habari zenu.
Nzuri.
Kasela umesema ati it was just a comment before niingie kwa the topic. Ningetaka kukuambia the truth hurts. I have listened to ODM people and they were kind of, nobody is accepting to say no or yes. They will try to turn around the bush. When alifanya huko Kisumu, what he did was worse. And he's the president who talks indirect. Then, and you know, in African, the second term president, they tend to be ignorant, very hard to listen and very hard to make good decisions. He first said he will revisit the judicial wakati wa 2017, and we repeated the election. Now,
excuse me, Benson.
Yeah.
Are you asking Kasela a question, or you are making your point?
Okay, I have answered. I have commented to what he said. Then
ask a question.
No, it wasn't a
You are
question.
giving
I wanted to
explanation.
tell you.
Wait, Kasela. Benson,
Yeah, it wasn't a question. I wanted to upgrade him to analyze and to accept the truth. Yeah.
Wait, Benson. I gave you like 1 minute and Kitch 1 minute to ask him a question because he was remaining with 2 minutes. So Benson, you'll speak your mind after Sam.
Okay. So did you lose my time?
Kitch in 1 minute, please.
Can I ask a question?
Sasa Kasela, mimi nitakuuliza kwa tradition zenyu huwa mnasema the fish starts rotting from where?
The head.
Exactly. Sasa vile umeisema hivyo, nimekuambia na huyu ukitaka haya maneno ambayo unasema kama kule juu kumekuwa rotten ambako sisi tunasherekea huko juu kukue rotten kwa yale maneno wanafanya, alafu nakwambia next general election kuje rotten mwengine mbaya, na tuliacha huyu aseme, alafu huyu akuja atuambie mnaniambia nini? Ile time huyu alikuwa anasema mliongea, si mlimsupport. Sasa mnyamaze, ni watengeneze na ni wachafue sawa sawa. Sasa wewe vile unaona vile huyu Rezo alifanya, unaona ikiwa sawa kweli? Kumbuka kuna laid procedures. Sawa sawa, kuna laid procedures ambazo huyu Rezo angefanya A, B, C and D. All right? Angefanya time ya Maraga akachoose not to. Lakini saa zile huyu Koome amewekwa, that is the time amefanya. Sasa swali ambao mimi nitakuuliza, na umesema vizuri that the fish starts rotting from above there. Hivi vile amefanya, wewe unaonelea kwa macho yako kwamba ni sawa?
From my point of view and from the way you talk, the only thing here is that the president returns the list so that wale watu waangalie vizuri. Si ati alikataa wao wazi usichague. Unaona? And what you are saying is not logical. You unasema ati pale juu tunasherehekea kuwa kumeoza. Wapi? You're not specific. Wapi juu?
Okay. Well, let me be specific basi. Wacha basi nikuwe specific ndio nini ajaze nini langu Haya. Constitution imesema president haezi toa wala kuadd jina la appointment yoyote ambao imetokana kwa GSC. Hawezi. Sawa sawa? That is what the law, that's what the law says. Na ukisikiza mpaka wale wengine walikuwa wanamwambia nini? Huwezi toa na you cannot add. Sawa sawa? Na kama Prezo ana shida, kuna channels. Wewe umesema ati alirudisha majina. Sawa sawa? Lakini nikuulize, mbona hayo majina hangerudisha time ya Maraga akarudisha sasa?
Nikuulize, why do you think hakuichagua wakati wa Maraga? He had a reason. And these people keep on pushing. Hawakuchange list wakaleta hivyo. So what made him stop it during Maraga ndio amefanya. Ulisema the procedures are A, B, C, D. The D's of the A's of the worst things, he has done one of them. Why complain?
Remember vile amefanya, amechukua jina akarudisha. Sawa sawa?
Hajakataa.
Not the way it's supposed to
Get
be.
Me right. Get me right, Kish.
The constitution imesema, Kasela imesema, wacha nikwambie, imesema if you have a problem with any of the judges, unapeleka nini kwa GSC na unawaambia huyu si kurudisha majina, hapana, umewekewa appointment ukaambiwa now appoint these people, lakini useme haya hao waine nimewarudisha huko alafu mjiangalilie huko
Thank you.
Kama una shida, that's the way. So mimi tu hivyo ndivyo nakuuliza.
Thank you.
Wacha kujicontradict. Wacha kujicontradict. Unajua nini? See,
mkono.
Names were forwarded. Ukiona hiyo nyakati yange ya point that time, alikuwa amerudisha, kuna names zile ameona kuna watu wako na integrity issues.
Exactly.
But the judiciary themselves, akina nani hao hao pia top fish huko hivyo, walikuwa insist that
they insisted
watachaguliwa. But president anajua vizuri. So unajua tuko na national integrity national integrity NIS. Au pia wako na jukumu lao la kufanya. Wakipata mtu akona integrity issues, why should you just insist aingie tu pale?
But don't you think the president ni mtu kama wewe? Don't you think president ni mtu kama wewe? And the answer to that is what?
Clinton.
Mimi sichagui, anaweza chagua.
Let's not fight. Let you not fight.
I will mute all of you now because you are shouting.
Kitch is fighting.
Let us be orderly. Let us be orderly.
Yeah.
So after Kasela has dealt with Kitch's question, Ledidi, uko na swali ama nini?
Yes, ni kama.
Iko. Kwanza kwa Kasale. Turudi tu tukue tu normal. Yani hata tusifikirie president. Akiwa baba, na kuna watoto wamepigana huko, kuna issues huko kwa familia. Mtu anamkaka kweli na kusema hivyo, kuchongoa wengine nini vile president waliza. Hata tusifikirie yeye kama president. Yeye ni baba wetu wote, mpaka hao judges wenye walitoa Biblia, walikataa mambo ya Biblia. Unajua hata si kukataa. Unajua hao judges tunafaa kujua si kukataa, walikataa kwa sababu ya dini wao. Ni vile kitu ililetwa kwa kotini, alafu sasa haikupita ile, unajua kuna ile marks inafaa kuwa nayo na haikupita. Ni kulingana na mimi Kasale, ukwe tu mukweli tu, yani kwa normal, usiende huko juu ati kusimama huko. Kasale na Philip hakufanya vizuri kwenda kuongelelea nyumba ingine na ni yake tu bado.
Okay. Umesema vizuri. Kiza Ledidi, umesema vizuri aje. Mwenye anapewa jukumu lako ni baba. Baba anajua kila mtu kwa hiyo nyumba. Shida iko wapi? Aliyefanya hivyo ni baba. Kwa familia yenu mna contradict your father when the father says this. You don't. He has a reason why he's saying that. That's why you say skiza. No, Waswahili usema, Waswahili usema
ulisupport wakati 2017.
Hebu aseme Waswahili usema nini?
Ulisupport nini?
Waswahili usema
wakati 2017 uchaguzi ulirudiwa. Si ulishangilia sana?
Kwa nini?
Nijibu tu kwa baba.
Unajua you are putting politics in what we are not putting politics in. Benson ngoja.
Dictatorship in our president
because
baba ako hapo.
Benson ngoja. Benson ngoja. Just
guys,
let me talk to this lady.
Guys, I'm gonna mute you guys. So let's have some order.
Nimesema nimeambia Ledidi hivi.
Ledidi, you are asking Kasela something. Are you done asking your question?
Yes, I'm done now. He's responding.
So wait for the response.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what I'm telling you. Yeah, thank you. Nimemwambia kuwa Waswahili usema vizuri kuwa anapoona mzee mahali anapoona mzee anapoketi, wewe hata usimame juu ya Mount Kenya huwezi ona. So yeye akikataa hiyo, ndio maana ulimpea jukumu ya kukuwa president wako kama baba venye unasema hivi. So akikataa hao, there is a reason why. Go slowly.
Huo msemo wako ni mkali.
Ni kweli.
Hayuko.
Ni kweli.
Mimi si Mswahili lakini hakuna msemo kama hiyo kata.
Inamaanisha kuwa ni Kiswahili ya ujui. Usiseme kitu hujawahi sikia, usiseme ati haiko. It means that what you've not seen does not exist. Yeah.
Endelea. Usiende kwa misemo ya Kiswahili. Sababu inaonekana inakupiga chenga.
Na la hasha iwezi.
Kitch, hebu mute microphone yako Kitch.
what an old person can see when he's seated, a young person cannot see even if he stands on a higher mountain. Don't you understand that? Hiyo ndio najaribu kukueleza kuwa alichoona yeye kukataa wale watu kuna sababu, na nyinyi mnaenda towards the politics side.
Thank you.
Mpaka mnaleta sijui kurudiwa kwa uchaguzi nini no.
Kasela, wewe na Ledidi ni kama mtaendelea kuvutana na itabidi tusonge mbele, mtavutana huko mbele.
Thank you. Okay,
so thank you guys. Thank you Sam for being patient. Sam, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Yeah.
I hope you can hear me. Well, personally, I think Kenyans are a pitiable lot. They are people who deserve a lot of mercy and sympathy. Because as we watch now, everybody is there bashing the president for the decision he has taken. You keep on saying that the president should fight corruption, should fight these ills that are ailing this country, but when he takes an action against it, we are there trying to fight him. Let me tell you, as Kenyans, we should be ready to support our president if we want him to serve us. Let us support his work and whatever he's doing to assist this country. Recently, we had that BBI ruling, and from the mood, the tone, and the tempo of what the judges were saying, you could see those people were engaged in activism and politics. They were not delivering their work. Now, look at this person called Joel Ngugi. You have seen it aired all over the leading media houses. That person has even grabbed a section of the road near his house. He has grabbed it, and he's being told, release this land, please, because we are going to block the road. It is there. It is very, very clear. Let me ask you today. You are the headmaster of a school. The school rules say that the teachers are supposed to give you a short list of names to appoint school prefects. You have brought the names of the school prefects to be appointed. Then you receive another video. You receive a video of students in that list, some of whom are engaged in orgies of sex. Some of them are thieves. Some of them have been caught taking alcohol. Yet the school rules says that you have to to appoint school prefects from that list. And you have the evidence. These people are crooks. And you know how difficult it is to remove a judge. You have to follow the various processes of forming, I don't know, a tribunal. Those tedious processes that are going to eat into the taxpayers' money. Why do you want the country to go through all those tedious, laborious processes of appointing, of firing and taking away the judges when you know very well these are crooks you have here? I mean, you guys, the president is not just a mere rubber stamp to the process. He's not a mere rubber stamp to the process, the president. Honestly, if it was such a mere useless person in that process of recruiting these judges, then why should we take the names to him? Why can't we let the process be undertaken by the judiciary, the JSC itself?
Point of interjection.
Well,
can I interject?
From the moderator, if you give the permission from the moderator, you can proceed. I have no objection.
Sam, you have 1 minute.
Yes. Now, guys, when it comes to this process, let us support the president at all processes. Let us not try to bring him down. The problem with the Kenyans is that once they hate somebody, they will never see anything good about that person. That's the main problem with this country. Let us learn to be objective in whatever we are doing. Let us be objective. If somebody is doing something good, fine, it is something good. Let us not have crooks, please. You people, you have never had cases in these courts of Kenya. And you saw how corruption can drain your case, and it takes years. Some cases have been taking 40 years. A widow's land was taken away. The children expected that land to assist them. It has taken 40 years for justice to be delivered. And even when the justice is delivered, it's not justice per se. It's erroneous justice because the crooks are favored through these models of corruption. Tell me, if your mother's land is taken, for example, I'm just saying, your dad passes away, your land is taken away by a crook. Then the case drags for 40 years. What will that land assist you with? It shall have destroyed your life completely. Let us not support crooks in the name of corrupt judges. Let me tell you one thing. The word judiciary comes from the word judicious. And judicious simply means wisdom. It means wise. If you do not know the meaning of the word, where that word is derived from the word judicious. You cannot be a crook, you cannot be corrupt, and then you still insist the president to appoint you. In fact, they should be ashamed. They should recuse themselves from that process of being appointed. They should refuse if they were men of integrity and men of value in this society.
All right. Can I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Kitch, in 1 minute. You don't say something. You ask him a question.
A question.
Okay. So I think Sam anasahau kwamba it's as if he's taking the whole thing as personal. People have no problem with the president as a person, okay? People have a problem with the process. Sawa sawa. Please differentiate between ati president and he. It is the process. Now, if we let the president aende pale aseme atapita kona na huku kwengine, I'm telling you, what will we do when a dictator comes and start doing exactly that? Remember, hakusema kwamba hawa ni wezi, hakusema kwamba hawa ni corrupt, alisema wana integrity issues, lakini hajasema hizi integrity issue ni gani. Kitu ya pili, ile kitu ambao wana shida nayo ni moja tu, kwamba one, hakufuata process. When you look at the elections, why was the election nullified? Because it doesn't matter. Si unakumbuka wakisema maneno ya mavote, hawakusema kwamba nani sijui una vote umeshinda, walisema the process was not followed, and that's why they nullified it. So people have no problem with with Prezo. No, they don't have a problem personally with him. They have a problem with the process, the way he did it. Thank you.
Who else has a question?
Me.
Yes,
okay. Do we prosecute a person if he does things contrary to what I am doing? Second question is, if the president didn't appoint those two judges because of integrity issues, why is he still allowing same people to still learn or manage the court issues if they still have integrity issues? The last question is, are you supporting what the president is doing in terms of not following the process or the way constitution is, just because he is singing your song?
Okay. Who else has a question? Sam, wait. You'll answer them at once. Philip Arnold.
Yeah. Mine is to Kitch and Benson. You say that people are following.
Wait, Philip. Benson, what is it?
Okay, I wanted he answer my question, and don't forget, Clinton, I have not submitted my views today.
Yes, you're gonna submit after Sam. I know very well. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Philip. Okay, Lady D. You ask Sam.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I just want to swali imekuwa ni kama comment. Sasa ninashindwa vile nitaweka na sitaki kukosea.
Okay.
Sawa.
Uko na dakika moja ya kufanya hivyo.
Sawa. Nataka tu kumwambia ya kwamba hiyo vile president amefanya, sisi hatujampress. By the hatuna president mwingine, ni yeye tu. Hata akifanya leo makosa na afanya 10 bado tu ni yeye, lakini hizo zote zenye anafanya inatu affect. Kwa hivyo sisi hatumchukii, ni kwamba hatuja na si hata sio hiyo tu ya kufanya judges, ya kukataa judges. Kumbuka alianza, unajua sasa kitu
network ya Umasa imeenda. Tafuta tena. So Sam, okay, before Sam, Philip Arnold, ulikuwa waambie.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Kitch na Benson. Do you know the minimum number of Court of Appeal judges wala wafaa kukua? Hiyo ni one thing. And then the second thing, mkisema manafuata process, hiyo pia president kukosa kurudisha majina zao wengine pia ni process. So wacheni kuaga about your process. Hii mimi na support what Benson is saying. So what Sam is saying, that is another process what the president has done, because Court of Appeal, it should not be less than 12. That is what I know. It should not be less than 12. Our recommendation there were 40. There is no law that says ati wanafaa kukua that number of 40. That was a recommendation.
Excuse me, Philip. All the 40 judges were not for the Court of Appeal. There are so many courts in Kenya. So you are out of order, Mr. Philip.
Yeah.
Philip?
Media nasoma.
Hata kama umesoma, mimi sijasoma, lakini all of them, the 40
okay,
of them
naweza nikakusupport Clinton. Kuna wenye walikuwa wa environment, kuna wenye walikuwa kwa labor, kuna wenye walikuwa kwa Court of Appeal. So they were not all in one basket, brother.
Okay, Philip, maybe hujaniamini. Bernard, were all of them for the Court of Appeal? Explain this point in 1 minute, Bernard.
No, not necessarily, but the Court of Appeal needed some boost after the president and the other judge were promoted. I think the least number for the Court of Appeal should be 15, and after the two were promoted, they remained 13. So we have some for the Court of Appeal and others for other courts to deal with the cases that wherever the judiciary has been complaining that there is a limited staff with much work.
Can I help you? Only 11 were meant to go to Court of Appeal, and the 30 were meant to go to the High Court and labor and whatever. So only 11 of those went to Court of Appeal. But okay, your president has diluted our constitution, guys. This guy
Thank you.
Enough is enough.
Asante.
Sam, you have 2 minutes to respond to all the questions. Sam.
Well, in fact, at first I was off air actually for a few minutes because something had happened, and in fact I never heard what the people had commented about.
I don't also remember the question. Maybe who had a question? Our lady ametoka na maybe alikuwa na swali, so tunamngojea bwana Sam.
Acha jibu Benson.
Oh, Benson ulimuuliza swali.
Yeah.
Someone anaweza kanijibu. Yeah.
3 minutes.
Anasema alikuwa offline. Unaweza muuliza tena maybe.
Okay.
Even what Benson asked, I didn't hear. What they did,
You have a network problem, guys. Who is talking?
Sam
Benson.
anafaa kumjibu Benson.
Sam
anafaa
amehang.
kujibu
Naona
Benson.
unaona venye Sam amehang.
Amehang. Hata amekaa ameenda.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
Senator,
it's my time
Senator.
now. It's my turn.
Senator, just relax after Benson, Senator. Amelia sana, Senator. Yeah.
Yes. I will echo this one. President has diluted our constitution. Now it has turned like a newspaper. Like he can just wake up one day and just amend something. And that is where we are wrong. And he takes things as if he is learning a private farm. You cannot just wake up one day and amend. Okay, now I want to give you signs of a dictatorship or a dictatorial president. A dictator president will start intimidating or use intimidation tones. Secondly, he will politicize civil services to military services. Like now, Kenya Meat Commission. Now I even ask myself, military, they are men and women like us civilian. Are we mad as civilian? Then if the military can run a Kenya Meat Commission, that means military should vote. Like now they are not allowed to vote because they are not supposed to interfere with our work. Sasa military wenye wako huko 200, sio ni raia wangeandikwa. Aya, second thing, the president uses one thing. The third point is the president normally uses government surveillances to punish the opponents. Unatumiwa DCI, unatumiwa okay, like huyu Judge Goge sasa ndio tu amekuwa hana integrity all that time. Nimesikia my brother amesema hapa alikuwa amenyakua barabara, sasa ndio tu imekuwa ya Kenha. Those are the things I normally wonder. The third thing is president normally uses state power to reward corporate backers and punish the opponents. Those are the first signs, symptoms of a dictatorial president, especially the second term president in Africa. And I said here, they intend not to understand us, wanakuwa vichwa ngumu. Now, I am that person who, in BBI, I don't support it fully and I don't reject it fully. It has some things that I feel they are not supposed to be in the system. Some are better. The thing hii kitu wanatumia imekuwa kama chorus, mtapewa 35% ikuje mashinani. It's something that they can do it right now. Venye tu anaamka anafikiria Goge hafai kuwa judge, he can just sleep and wake up and say next year I'll give you 20% budget. Now another thing is, and I want to talk with Sam and Kasela. You guys, I remember when there was a nullification of 2017 election, the joy that was in the other side was too high. That side now, they are singing Blazon. Even they cannot understand when president is threatening, intimidating our judicial process. What if kiatu iende saidira ingine? You know, I normally say politics is a dirty game. Those who never even supported now the constitution that we enjoy, right now, they are the one who is enjoying now this constitution. If you cannot see a dictatorship, wait, let me make a point. If you cannot see a dictatorship in a president because he is supporting you, Mimi, do you know I regret because I woke up 4 times to vote our president, but I never thought one day I would come and feel bitterness because what he is doing is not light. But sikuwa najua, unaona siku hizi saa hii nimekuwa na akili, better I talk the truth because by that time niko naona ako sawa, lakini saa hii naona watu wa ODM wanamsupport. Hii kiatu ikienda na Ruto mtalia. Aya, another thing is
we usitouch Ruto bwana.
Okay.
Ruto. Tuko hapa watu wa Ruto bwana.
Sawa. Hii hasura yake itanimaliza. Okay, now I'm here.
Excuse me guys. Excuse me Benson. Umetumia word nyingine hapo yenye tunataka explanation. Eti saizi imekuwa na akili. What do you mean? Saizi umekuwa na akili. Akili imetoka wapi na kitambo ilikuwa wapi?
Okay, hiyo siku nilikuwa ng'ombe. Unajua, let me tell you guys, right now niko nafuata tu modo wa wito, but it's kind of now you wake up. Look here, Mutembei, and I will tell you the truth. In Mount Kenya right now, we won't have that person. See, today 2000 elders walikuwa wameenda kutoa ile ujinga, not ujinga, sijui nitatumia word gani. The speaker of the National Assembly, he was colonization, yeah. So today, those 2,000 men went there to cleanse the area, because in Mount Kenya we don't want just a person, Kumira will just vote someone because he has a Jubilee tag, he has a UDA tag. We want leadership. We want something tangible so that we can vote for you. And right now, Mount Kenya will go higher because next, tuko kwa serikali, tuangalie sa president. We will choose even independent candidate will be even now. Watachaguliwa sana because what we want is leadership skills. We want to elect leaders, not politicians.
Hiyo ndio maana ya kuwa na akili saa hizi, si ndio?
So I want to clarify here.
Yani Clinton ni kama judge bwana.
It's good.
Relax Benson. Ni maneno yake alisema eti hakuwa na akili, saa hizi amekuwa nayo. Sasa ndio nikasema naomba explanation.
Haya basi.
Okay. Now, lastly, and I want
wait Benson. Moses.
Nitasahau mtu yangu.
Yeah, unaendelea Benson. Kuna venye watu wanakuvamia, so itabidi uvamiwe tu. Moses.
Yeah.
Yes, Clinton.
Benson hakuwa na akili lakini saizi yako nayo.
Utaengage wengine because Benson has been talking forever.
No, he has like 1 minute. I gave him 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let me finish my 1 minute. Yeah. I want to conclude by saying this way. There are times that we learn through experience, and there are times you learn things by yourself. When we were starting this thing, Clinton, you can remember, I tried to vie for an MCA, but what I saw made me now to think, let me first be a businessman. So it's something I'm learning, yeah. So now look here guys.
Mr. Benson, ujue hapa kuna malawyers Ujue huyu Bernard ni malawyer, utasema kitu alafu atakupiga nayo. Chunga bwana.
Hey, my friend, okay, let me conclude this way and say, let's institution. The president was supposed to, because our majority wali select na Maranga, and the president had no contact or good contact with the Maranga because he was saying we lack funds, we lack judges, ndio makesi mingi zimejaa huko juu. Now this guy was too tough to the executive, and after the exit of Maranga, here comes a soft woman. Hatujajua anataka nini, because he could have already started defending the judiciary. Hatujui anataka nini, amekaa tu hapo tu, and the way Wameru ni wakali. I don't know what's wrong. Now here he has done something heraldry, because some courts wanted to go and reject the appointment of this 40. They wanted the list. Then kwa hii list, President should not amend the list that he has already gotten from public or from public service commission. Lakini President ametoa watu kadhaa, ameweka wengine wenye even the judiciary, they never knew of that. But we are here saying, comment our president said today was, hata mimi, I swear to protect the constitution. So I am like you. So when now the president tries to compete with the
point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order. Point of order.
Thank you, Philip. Wait.
Point of order.
Wait.
Clinton. Point of order.
Philip, wait.
Okay.
Thank you, Philip, for waiting. Benson.
Yeah.
Hakuna mtu president ameongeza kwa ile list, so find your facts, right?
No, Abu sahi kuna list yenye alipelekwa na judiciary. Ya kwanza yenye alipewa na Malanga ya kwanza. The 6 wenye wametolewa, the 6 of them. Sahi ameweka 37. So the 3 we know. The other, how wengine walitoka wapi? Nobody is asking this question.
Okay.
There are 37 who have already wamepewa kazi. And they were supposed to be 40. But wenye walikuwa wametolewa kwa list walikuwa 6. Where are the rest? Walitoka wapi?
Thank you, Benson.
Clinton.
Thank you.
Clinton.
Benson.
Clinton,
naomba tusonge Philip.
Dakika moja tu nataka tu correct kitu moja tu Benson amesema hapo.
Okay.
Yeah. Benson,
yes.
First of all, these judges were appointed in 2019. Martha Koome hakukuwa by that time, hakukuwa anaweza appoint mtu. Amekuja saa hii. So yeye apatiwe time, juu wale wengine wamerudishwa, tumpatie time. Wale wamerudishwa ata appoint wengine, wale watakuwa
Philip, time gani? Koome amekuwa kwa system for 30 years. It's only that he was not promoted to the Supreme Court. He was here. And alikuwa tu amekaa hapa juu ya maji. She was in the system.
No, Philip, the CJ does not appoint any judge. Sijui tu Benson Clinton na Bernard, simsaidie huyu Philip. CJ does not appoint anyone. Appoint judge.
Okay.
I hope you get
that. Proposing the names. Proposing the names.
CJ does not propose any name. Mr. Philip.
Thank you, Kid.
Judicial Service Commission.
Ni wa mute sasa jameni. Mtanisamehe. So, Bernard, wewe kama dynasty. So naelewa tu venye maneno huenda. Senator. Have your time, Senator. Ujue nimeruka Ben juu wewe ni Gareth Child peke yako hapa. Ama Ledidi bado yuko? Ledidi ameondoka. Senator Mike. Microphone, Senator.
Mute your mic.
Mweke.
Oh, yeah. Me, I want to have a conversation with my ODM brothers because I'm very disappointed. They used to be the extreme Democrats of Kenya, but now they've turned to support a president who is breaking the law. And, the president made a very peculiar comment in regards to the 2017 nullification of the general election. He actually said that our constitution has been tried to the limit. When the election was nullified in 2013, during Motunga time, Raila Odinga smacked and was very unhappy with Motunga and called judiciary all sorts of names. We fast forward 2017, we have the election nullified. Uhuru and Ruto called judges and the Supreme Court all sorts of names. Now, my question to you guys, who is fooling who? These politicians are fooling us because the politicians only want the judges to make the law when it favors them, but not to follow the constitution. Raila Odinga should have actually told Uhuru, no, you're wrong there. And I'm still waiting to hear him say whether whether High Court was right or not. And I'm still waiting to hear what his outcome is in regards to the president not selecting the 40 judges that were presented to him. He had an opportunity to speak to contribute through the AG when the interviews were being done. All checks and balances should have been done at that point. We know that he has not promoted Justice Odunga and Justice Ngugi to the Court of Appeal because of the sour grapes of the ruling that they made in High Court. I would love to see the 7 judges who've been selected to hear the petition, make a ruling that is not only constitutional, but but has the public interest in mind. When the president stood there telling us that, oh, whose burden of choice are we going to bear? We don't care. We want a country that follows the rule of law. Public interest. He said that the judges had ignored the rule, the majority people, 4 million or whatever number that he used that had supported BBI. No, I'm a Kenyan and I don't support BBI. What about my voice? The judges had my voice. And if the Court of Appeal hears my voice and the ruling is done according to the Constitution, so be it. I was glad today to hear Otiende Amolo speak his mind, because since the ruling, he's terrified by this ODM shenanigan of wanting to remove him from the party. So he's not been able to speak his mind. But today he told us that the president cannot choose who to appoint. But he has not told us what his mind is when it comes to the High Court ruling. ODM guys, my brothers, let's stand for posterity. Let's stand for our constitution. Stop supporting Uhuru when he's wrong. You guys were doing so well before. You used to hold this person into account. We were going somewhere. Now you guys are in an unholy relationship with this president and support him even when he's taking us to the river. Come on, my ODN brothers. We could do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator, for being short and precise.
Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Who wants to go ahead?
Aye.
I have been here.
You don't go ahead. Maybe you ask Nancy a question, then Bernard will say something.
Wacha niendelee.
Bernard, kama utakubali wewe kama Dynasty Moses aongee itakuwa sawa, but kama utakataa ni wewe utaongea kabla ya Moses. Maybe Kasela
Moses. Nakupatia kwa sababu ndio natutoa Egypt.
Bernard is a learned friend. Bernard is a learned friend, kwa hivyo najua atamwachia.
Moses,
yeah.
It seems Kasela wants to ask Nancy something. So Kasela, in 1 minute.
Yes, I want to rectify Nancy. All politicians are fooling us. Let us not be that it is ODM that should make noise. Even his party should say that. Why is it that ODM they always tell Raila to make noise every now and again? Why are they not making noise? Are they not having the rule? The law is on their side. Why is it that blaming the ODM side? Thank you.
Kasela, who is the main opposition in Kenya as we speak?
Kasela, I'm not blaming the ODM side.
You are saying you have blamed.
No. I said we need to have a conversation with our ODM brothers. What I said is not what you're saying.
The law is now harmonizing on the ODM side.
No, the Jubilee people are actually telling the president the truth. Alice Wahome, Moses Kuria, Cindy, Ishungwa, they're Jubilee, but they are poisoning. But your ODM lot are just being quiet and not telling him when he's mutilating our constitution. Why have you changed what you used to stand for? Why are you standing for nonsensical stuff that are happening now? We need Raila to speak because he's always stood for what is right.
It sounds that we are tired of standing for it and you are violating.
No,
Actually,
not that we are
I
violating.
was to vote
Nancy,
Laila if he never joined
you have put your point
this
very well,
government.
and your confession is right. Wahome and the rest are stating their stand, but it's not yielding the same results that Raila gets when he takes his stand. And that is a good acknowledgement. We appreciate.
Enyewe Bernard umeongea ukweli. Hapo umeongea
Yes,
ukweli.
nilikwambia Bernard akiongea tu huwa anaongea kama wanaume 16 combined. I'm telling you. He's a learned friend. Ndio maana na ndio nilikuwa nakuambia Benson ukiongea uchunge kwa sababu Bernard na Clinton ndo watakupiga na majina na
Moderator, let's continue. Achana na story ya Kich.
we Kesela bwana. Basi haya, asante.
You know,
Moses,
if Bernard can just stop being a sycophant, Bernard will be a great person, you know. And if we could have had like 50 of Bernards who are not sycophants, we'll be at a greater place. Bernard just need to leave the dynasties and come join us, because right now as we speak, the power belongs to the people, and the people themselves are the hustlers, you know. So Bernard, you need to consider that. Well, going straight to my point, if there is anybody who really deserves to be impeached right now is the president of Kenya. Right now, there should be emotion going on for impeachment. And Nancy talked about ODM. ODM is not a party these days. I was a member of ODM, but today ODM is like a club. ODM is like a club these days. Go with an envelope, and you will for sure get what you want. You know, ODM is not a party. It doesn't fight for the people that you do.
No,
like
Moses, speak for your party, and since you cease to be a member of ODM, you don't know what goes on in ODM. Please go on with your point.
No,
Bernard, you cannot gag Moses because we can make observation. You make observation about our party. We're not gonna gag you. We are happy to hear what you think too.
In politics,
when it comes to envelopes, no. When it comes to envelope, it's not a party policy.
Bernard, you know, in politics, you need to make your skin thicker. One layer should be ready for criticism, and one should be ready for praises. So if you are an ODM member, don't say like Moses, speak for your party. Yes, I have my party. And as a party member, I have a right to attack the other party when they are not doing their job right. ODM used to fight for the people. Gone are the days that ODM will call for a mega protest and the city of Nairobi will come to a standstill just because of the man that we used to love so much, Raila Odinga, who became a sellout, you know. Yeah, right now they could be coming with a motion to impeach Uhuru Kenyatta. Even the High Court said that the offenses that the president committed against the Constitution was impeachable. And the president was even to be sued as well. And today, he danced in the streets as the best president that Africa has ever, you know.
On the issue of churches, before we go to parties, I would want to hear more about the issue of churches.
What? I can't hear you. Pardon, please.
Excuse me, guys. Moses, are you done talking?
Let's speak not to moderator, please, so that we don't have chaos.
Okay, hold it there, Moses. Richie.
Yeah, Richie saying that before we move to parties and politics, let us hear more about churches, because the constitution here is at stake. The president is not following the constitution of Kenya, and we are not very happy about it. In fact, if things go this way, I'm telling you that if we don't trust the judiciary right now, things are not going to be okay. I think men and women of this Kenya.
You made your point. You are chewing my time. You
I think before we talk about
Richie, can you hear me? Okay, guys, let's have some order.
I was making my point very clear. I think Richie was not...
Wait, Moses. Richie, I can see you on the background. Ni mimi nimekupeleka pale. Richie, ngojea Bernard amalize, amebaki tu na dakika moja. Then you put your point. Ama unaweza interject kama uko na swali. So mimi nimesahau kila kitu Moses amesema kwa sababu uliingilia kati. So you are back on the screen lakini fuata maagizo. Moses.
Okay, I can proceed. Because I was saying I was talking about how the president violated the constitution. And if ODM was a party, they could have been leading a committee or they could have been leading in a motion to impeach this president right now. This is a president that for you to get developments even in your area, you need to go to the State House to have a handshake, which means somebody is not doing their jobs right. You know, we don't need to have handshakes for people to have developments. I don't need to have a good relationship with the president to come and launch projects in my constituency. If I was a member of parliament, means he's not doing his job right. You know, the people from my constituency, they pay taxes, so they deserve it. So I don't even see reasons why he should be praised and held for what happened even this last weekend. No. So I think right now the president is served to be impeached because he's not doing his duties. He's just there swallowing the constitution of Kenya, the economy of Kenya. Every day his tummy keeps on growing and growing and growing as the people of Kenya are shrinking down and down and down. So that's what I have, and I know the dynasties like Bernard are ready to attack me on the spot. You're welcome.
So what's a question to Moses? If you feel you disagree with Moses on something, then this is the time. It seems your point imetuingilia kabisa.
Of course, I do disagree with Moses.
So you disagree by asking a question, Ben.
By asking a question or by making my point?
Okay. In fact, it is your time. Do both. In 5 minutes or 7 minutes will be enough for you.
I will take less than that, I believe. Well, the country right now is in a very trying moment, I could say, and things are not as they used to be. As much as we want to be as constitutional as we want to be, most of our institutions are all termed to be unconstitutional, starting with the judiciary, the parliament, and most of the other government sectors. So if we insist on being as constitutional as everything calls for it, we may as well call off everything else, because the 2/3 gender rule is not in the judiciary, it is not in the parliament, it is not in the Senate. So we should disband the country and go home, probably. But in the same breath, I want to say this way. We will not insist on honoring the constitution in one way, and we are breaking it on the other way. He say, he who comes to ask for justice, he should come with clean hands, okay? So if the judiciary doesn't have the 2/3 gender rule obeyed, okay, then it advises the president to dissolve parliament because it doesn't have 2/3 gender rule. You know, we're in a precarious state. Let us accept it. And then from the famous words of the late Internal Security Minister, George Saitoti, it comes a time when the national interest supersedes individual interest. I think we need to open up and begin to appreciate the fact that when we are in a place that we cannot call ourselves constitutional or we are all unconstitutional, then we need to tread carefully. And I believe that's what the president is trying to do. As much as he would want to uphold the constitution to the letter, we must always accept that the law was not made for, he said man was not made for the law was made for man. In that, if the law is not favoring the life of the man, then the law can be adjusted to sustain the livelihood of the man. Those are not my words. Those are words by the Lord Jesus Christ himself. So when the Sabbath, when people need to die because it's Sabbath, he said, no, we cannot let people die because it's Sabbath. As much as we take the donkey to the river, breaking the law of the Sabbath, he said we can allow the breaking of the law to save lives. And so the country has to move on. And if we wait for everything to be right so that we move on, I don't think we'll be able to move on at all. And that is what the president is urging the judiciary. As much as you want to give your rulings and stake your authority as the custodian of interpreting the constitution and the law, that cannot be done in exclusive of the state of the nation, the state of the people, and the near future that we are anticipating. If we don't get our house in order and we are about to get into a general election, then we are setting ourselves up for trouble ahead. I believe we need to facilitate the moving forward of the country to help assimilate the near changes that we are approaching by all means. Like I've said here before, most of my life I'm in the church world, okay? And in the church world, there are things we have to put on hold just to save the situation. And that includes clear-cut rules that we call them what? The bylaws of relationships. If they are hampering the progress of the organization, we do away with them so that we can progress. So I'm not advocating for the president to break the constitution or violate the constitution. But as where we stand as a nation, nobody can claim to be 100% constitutional in one way or another. And so when we are in a gray area, let's behave grayly for a while until we go black and white. The president is the head of state and the head of government. What does that mean? If he's head of state and head of government, then he's brought a list, and then he's threatened that he has to rubber stamp the list without checking the people on the list. I think we're infringing on the rights of the president and on his capacity to function as a president. There is a law provision that even when the parliament has passed, let's say, an amendment or an act, and they take to him for ascending, if he has issues, he returns it to the parliament so that the parliament makes the adjustment before he can ascend to it. Now, from the history of these 41 judges or so, it is said that he said these names, some names have issues. He took it back, but the JSC returned the same list over and over again. That meaning you have no choice. You have to rubber stamp it the way it is. And our president, being who he is, I believe he chose not to succumb to the pressure from the judiciary, a service commission, not to remove the names that had questionable character. Now, if we are fighting corruption, we shouldn't be insisting that somebody should just pass because he passed the test. There, you can have a smart student in class, he performs very well, but his character is wanting. Are we going to approve everything about the child simply because he's smart, yet his character is wanting? I don't think that is responsible for the leader of the nation to just rubber stamp something because it has passed all the quotas. Who doesn't know what happens? We have things that enter this country using due process, but panya things have taken place along the road so that bad things get into the nation. So who knows who bribed who or who interviewed who so that somebody found his way to the list? Don't just brush off the matter thinking that the president is prejudiced. He is human, he can. But what I'm saying is, if there are questionable issues about these judges, we should not hold brief for them too. Just like we should not hold brief for anybody breaking the constitution. But the president has more information than all of us. We cannot deny that. He has the NSIS giving him information. There are people who are in public office who have been checked to be found how they are. So he's not acting out of just rumors that we read in the newspaper. He's acting on concrete information about what the investigation have shown. Let us appreciate also when the president takes hard decisions, even when they are not favorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Jamaa wetu alikuwa anaitwaje? Ameondoka and he was next in line to speak, maybe. Akirejea. Yeah, Richie. Alikuwa na shida ya network pia na echo. So akirejea apewe nafasi. Sasa nimesahau ni nani next. Simnisaidie. Kama unajua wewe si next,
Maraga.
Anaitwa Maraga, ame confused tu kuandika.
Magala. Good evening all of you.
Good evening.
I'm happy of the discussions we are having. And I wish to also put my input, my opinion also. Number one thing that I find in our country is that the leadership we are having is a reflection of our society, of who we are. So sometimes we ask too much from the little that we have. The people who are happy for the decision that the judiciary has been making of recent times were the people who are crying of the decisions that were being made there before. And I believe right now, even if we are discussing here, next time, depending on our political persuasion, we will also maybe be in opposite direction, because maybe politically we are in another side of the division. Allow me say this: the president is the custodian, is the one that people have vested authority and also the interest of a country. The country is in his hands. Yes, the three arms of government are there. And the question that I really ask myself, were we creating a lame duck president in this constitution? That now you give him a list and tell him, endorse it. That you don't. Why were they? If the law is the law is clear that the 41 judges, the president had no say on them. Why have they not been acting as judges up to now? That when the president has taken a decision, and now we are very unhappy, people are making noise here and there. So I want to feel like one of us say that the president is on an advantage position, unlike me and you, in that he has all the information in this country. Probably, how I wish in our country that one time we supported the leadership that we chose. Remember, these are the leaders we chose. I have seen people also blaming here and there that this has not done this, this has not done this. He has sentenced 34 judges out of 41. Our people as a country, we rarely appreciate first. And all this time we have been quiet, but now he has given us 34 judges. We are not appreciating. We are asking for the 6. We are looking at when there is water in glass. You know, it's either you are looking at whether the glass is half full or half empty. So there is a challenge. So the question is probably that people should be asking, what are these that made him not to ascend to the 6 people that he did not accept? Are you seeing that? Another thing, is it that we want to create politics out of it? That is where there is a problem in our country. Everything is about politics. Politics. It's maybe mimi ni wa UDA, mimi ni wa ODM, mimi ni wa wapi. So up to when will we continue discussing politics in everything? In fact, when we were talking about corruption, I remember there was a time we were talking about corruption. When my man is touched, then I'm on the other divide. I make noise. I look at it and naona ni kama constitutionally president ana power about it. But again, when sio mtu wetu, I tell you, another side is very hard. I feel the president, maybe the question that our leaders should be asking the president, what is this that barred you from accepting these other names? That is my opinion. I don't know whether, allow me to reach at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Magara. Benson, do you have a question? Benson, microphone.
Microphone. Sorry. Magala said, and he posed a question to us, why are we making our president a lame, dark president? I want to ask Magala, have you ever had judicially interfere executive when he is choosing CAS, PS, CAS? No. Mm-hmm. So why, I want you to explain, why did you say if he is not supposed to choose those judges, or when he is not granted that opportunity kuongoza hiyo cheo, why are you saying he is a lame duck president when he is not supposed, or he is not given that mandate? Explain a bit.
Yes, Eva, to put you to nikulete karibu, naomba ukumbuke wakati rais aliappoint huyu kijana wa Haji kama hayo mambo ya inaitwaje, sio DPP, the office of the prosecutor. The president very active wanting to deal with corruption. You seeing that? What has judiciary done? The answer, I believe you know it. Look at the CS you have quoted, the CAS and the summer appointments. In fact, even parastatus recently, judges say that they were illegal. I don't know, kama ni gazeti nilidanganya, lakini nilisoma kwa gazeti. There is a judge who did that. The courts have been an impediment to the fight, especially in corruption. Even when the president wants that we deal with corruption, for example. So in a way, our president, the constitution that we have right now, somehow, to me, I see it that it's making our president lame duck. Imagine the judiciary were not elected. The Chief Justice, who is where Maraga was, from my side, the Speaker of the Parliament, they are on equal footing with the President as the arms of government. 3 independent arms. So who is the boss of who?
Okay. Those 3 arms of the government, they do understand the executive is the top there. The only thing that executive doesn't do is to direct or mandate or impose the election to whether this institution where they will lead. Right now, as we speak, IEBC could be registering the voters. But as we speak, because of all this ignorance of court orders, it is delaying. And right now, even if the Court of Appeal will favor the BBI supporters, those who are not supporting it, they will take it to Supreme Court. So we'll end up having another time. Sahi, IBC could be rolling out voter registration. And when you talk of lame duck president, when the president is given all mandate to control so that he cannot be seen as a lame duck president, whatever mad man takes that position, that's why we limit. That's why we limit not everything goes to executive.
The people who don't have contractual capacity cannot be in public office. A minor, a lunatic, and the old English law. I would not say that one.
But we tend to say leadership is born. So anybody can be a president. Anybody.
Benson.
Thank you, Benson. Tumekusikiza. Magara, in 1 minute, then your time is over.
I want to tell Benson that it is not the president who gave himself the list to assent to. It was the judicial that gave it. It is not the president who goes to the Supreme Court. It is just it is the judicial process. So
okay, Magara, let me ask you this, Magara.
Yes, sir.
Sometime last year, the president said that you cannot be a senator, an MP who does the legislation to fight corruption, and at the same time you represent clients in court. He referred to that as conflict of interest.
Yes.
Now he went to CI and said that amechukua Orengo kama lawyer wake wa BBI. How is this statement?
Remember, when he says that conflict of interest, it was not the law. He was speaking as a leader. The law does not bar that. And they didn't say that senior counsel or lawyers don't do that. As an opinion, as a father speaking to the nation, it is conflict of interest. But it is not enshrined in our constitution. So, does it mean that yeye wakati Olenga ana represent case yenye na support BBI, yeye sio haki, wakati yeye Olenga na support wale wengine ni haki? So it is maybe
alikuwa anamaanisha hivyo kwa sababu alisema wakati Mutula Kilonzo Junior alienda kumpanisha Sonko.
Remember these days, no, with our politicians, no one is hakuna mzuri. Hata Ruto ameongea vibaya kiasi
anafurahi. It's like balance hapa. Clinton, it is the reason about Mutula Kilonzo and the president's remark was because the Senate was to vote about the corruption issues of the governor. And then he is the lawyer of the governor. And that is why he refrained from voting, because that is conflict of interest. When the case is you are directly linked to the case. You cannot stop practicing law simply because you are in parliament or you are in the Senate. That's your business and your life. So in other cases,
according to my level of English, nilisikia akisema that's conflict of interest wakati alikuwa na address hiyo story. Alafu hiyo time pia hatukuwa tunajua Sonko will be impeached. Alikuwa amepelekwa tu kortini kama wapelekavyo magavana wengine. Impeachment imekuja juzi hapa. So anyway, that was just by the way, haikuwa topic yetu ya leo. Kuna watu walibeba mikono hapa chini. Captain Mwambui ama Captain somebody. It seems you have a question. Put your question in 1 minute, Captain.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Clinton. My question goes to Mr. Magara. Mr. Magara, I have two questions. Question ya kwanza, do you know the meaning of independence? That is one question. Number 2, when you are arguing according to the president rejecting the 6 churches, alikuwa na akona constitutional right ya kureject? That is my question. The last one, when you are talking about the president being a lame president, ukumbuke ya kwamba president the previous time alituambia tufanye life auditing. He was just talking but no action. Now answer my questions. Do you know the meaning of independence? Number 2, does the president have the mandatory of rejecting the 6 churches according to the constitution? Thank you.
Okay,
Number
thank
1.
you. Thank you, Captain. Magara, relax. Who else said the question to Magara? Santos, ulikuwa na swali ama nakuonea? Microphone Santos ama Santos.
Sina swali na nataka kutegea Magara nataka kusema nini.
Okay, thank you Santos. Bernard wa huko chini. Ben, uko na swali? Microphone, Ben. Microphone.
Okay. Unanisikia?
Yeah, no, we are not hearing you. Umejitoa Captain. Si Captain. Umejitoa Bernard. So Rudy Bernard, kama uko na swali. So Magara in 1 minute to Captain.
The word independence is very challenging. I'm not saying that I am not answering your question, but the 3 arms of government are not, of course, the word independence there is a challenge there because Kenya as a country is independent. And you can't compare Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania now as the system we are having in governance. But what I see that these arms of government are interdependent, but they have some level of autonomy. And I feel in a way, if the president influences the ruling of in the judiciary, then he has interfered. I don't know, maybe we list the cases whereby the president has influenced the rulings of the court. That is when we can say he has interfered. That is my feeling. I have not seen where the president has interfered with both the judiciary and the legislature. Number 2, on judges, for him to have been given the 41 names, and up to now the names were not active, it means he has a constitutional mandate or input on the decisions on the names that were given by the judiciary, just like the other arm of government called legislature. So therefore, if judiciary was virtually independent totally, then there was no need of him being given those names. Otherwise, we would be having 41 judges. On the issue of lame duck president, I wanted just to express my opinion that as much as we have the 3 arms, the arm of the executive is the only arm of government that has been given by the Kenyans through voting, whereby even if I disagreed with those who were in Jubilee last time, the winner who took over carries the aspirations of every Kenyan. So when you come and tell me that now that Koome now is equal to Uhuru, that now whatever Koome decides or we speak our parliament, that now if Uhuru gives his opinion and says this one I'm not sio vyema, alafu tuseme sasa tuseme wako sawa, then we are making our president be lame duck. He has been silent for some time. People have not been asking what are the reasons. They have been condemning him of why he is not accepting the names. All through. In fact,
Magara.
Mr. Clinton, a minute. In fact, Clinton, before the president assented it, we were not even aware that those names were going to be released. There was nobody protesting for 41 names to be approved. We were silent. But now that he has approved, we are making noise.
Thank you, Magara.
No,
Fighter,
Magara,
fighter,
point
maybe
of
kama kuna
correction.
swali fighter.
Swali fighter. Yeah.
Hello.
Wait,
good
wait,
evening.
Captain.
Please let me ask Magara a question. Mr. Magara, you know when you become too loyal, you mess up yourself. Let me ask you a question. What is the work of JCS?
JSC.
JSC, I mean, not JCS. Just answer me that question.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you. The work of JSC is to appoint and vet the judges. The work of the president in that case is to certify. He's taken those names, they are taken to him that we have done our work. When that is to certify or to assert your stamp. There's nothing for the president. Even this is why they were not appointed all along, because Maraga said 41 or none, because they had done their part. The work for the president was to assert or to stamp. So when he comes with some other people from nowhere, who vetted them? When he removes some of them, what is the reasons of removing them? So we can have so many questions, but let me end here, because it's not my time. Let us not be loyal up to a point whereby we forget ourselves. Someone is doing something that is very wrong, and we are trying to embrace it. My dear friends, we must be sober.
Allow me answer, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
And Magara, I have also a question to you. You are saying that Said Napiga Kelele ju ameappoint 34.
Wait, Angela. Angela, relax. Magara, fighter amekuuliza swali.
Allow me.
Alafu amekwambia na functions wa JSC. Sasa up to this point hujaulizwa swali. So wait for Angela's question.
Don't
Captain. Alafu. So Angela, you may proceed in 1 minute. Put your question. Angela is gone. Okay,
Angela
thank you.
dropped off.
Okay, thank you. So, Magara, in 1 minute, maybe you feel you've been attacked.
First and foremost, when we are giving opinions, it does not mean that we are loyal. Neither when somebody is giving opinion, maybe which are contrary to your opinion, doesn't mean that I'm wrong. We are just giving opinions. And again, if indeed judiciary is independent like Kenya and Uganda, then there was no need of taking that list to the president, to the custodian of my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Magara. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are arguing with Captain Mwendo Safi. Na time yake haijafika. So Captain, maybe in 1 minute kama umeridhika.
Mimi siwezi ridhika na Mr. Magara because he is out of point.
Okay.
He is
okay. So
he is giving opinion and yet he is defending. Differentiate between giving opinion.
You know what, Captain? You know what, Captain? We welcome each and every person's opinion. So huwezi kataa opinion yake, unakataa kwa kuargue na yeye. And your time is coming maybe in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Captain Mwendo Safi. Kama unashuku wewe ndio next, itabidi uongee. Because mimi nimesahau. Ukwe tu. Na Santos ameondoka.
Lakini ametoka.
So, kabla hujaongea Benson, nimeambiwa ni Benson. So kabla hujaongea, Kuna mtazamaji anaitwa Josochi Robert. Josochi Robert, wewe ni mwenzetu, tunakuheshimu, lakini acha matusi. Yeah. Josochi Robert, acha matusi. Ayaga, wewe pia, it's either uingie kwa show ulete maoni ama uache matusi. Hakuna mtu amekuja kwa show eti this guy cannot say anything. So hiyo uwerevu wako leta hapa, tuunganishe na ujinga yetu na tusonge mbele. Lakini huwezi tupa matusi huko kwa comments eti this guy saying nothing. Nitakujibu, lakini nikiendelea kukujibu maybe nitakukosea heshima na wewe. So meanwhile guys, umeambiwa ulale. So guys, mimi yangu ni kuwashukuru bana, kukaa nanyi 2 hours 15 minutes and counting has been very nice to me. Nimesikia maoni yenu so it was nice having you people and I really appreciate.
Kindly give Bro Benson, Captain, a fighter 1 minute waongee at least tuwasikie opinion zao.
Kasela, why are you so loud, Kasela? Si time yako iliisha. So guys, nilikuwa nasema kwamba it was nice debating with you people. I have learned a lot from almost everybody who has talked. Na I really appreciate. Na kwa hivyo nasema kwamba Bernard, kwa sababu unakaa mtu kwa na network, as in wifi yako iko strong. Kama unatumia wifi 2 ya jirani na yako, yako ikipotea jirani ina pick up. So Bernard, we kama Dynasty unaelewa tulipoachia mpaka kesho asubuhi utakuwa unaendesha tu hivyo. Meanwhile guys, thank you very much. Na ningependa kusema kwa niaba ya Mutembei kwenye awamu hii ya kwanza, mimi naitwa Clinton Tieno. So Bernard,
kabla uende, maoni yako?
Maoni yangu kwa mada ya leo. Sasa mimi nilete mada ni ujiulize swali mpaka nijijibu. Okay, now that nimekuwa raia naweza nikasema maoni yangu. Mimi kama Mkenya naweza sema kwamba rais alipoongea pale Kisumu, I felt like he attacked the judiciary. Na sikupendezwa na kila kitu ambacho kimefanyika after ameongea huko Kisumu. I expected all of them to happen. By the time he was attacking the judiciary in Kisumu, he was not aware that he's going to appoint these judges this week. After that speech, akakaa chini na lawyers kina AG. Up to now nilikuwa najua AG wa Kenya ni Githu Muigai. Kumbe kuna mwingine bwana ni mpole hata aongeagi. Kitambo ukiwa Attorney General bwana kina Amos wako, ukifungulia tu hivi radio KBC Kiswahili, unasikia tu mwanasheria mkuu Amos wako. Ndio news ya kwanza. Lakini mwingine ametulia bwana, sijui kaa ako Kenya ama anafanya kazi kutoka wapi. So maybe alikaa chini na AG akaambiwa you seriously attack them. Now find a way of doing away with the attack that you made. And that's why appointing the judges came in. That's according to me. So what he did in Kisumu was not good. And now that he has appointed the judges, nimesikia arguments hapa mkisema kwamba he has the authority our appoint ama awakatae. I also accept. Lakini swali langu pia hapo ni kwamba mbona judge Ngugi na Odunga mimi nawarifa kama BBI judges. I think they are being punished for being BBI judges, according to me, you know. All along these guys were good.
They were rejected before BBI.
Bench of the BBI judges, I think they are just being punished for that. But with time we know the truth. And maybe they are also parents and they are pia ni wa Kenya. I pray that they may get justice. Ama uko na swali kwangu bwana moderator? Ama Ayaga?
No,
Ayaga ako area.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Ayaga utaingia, lakini tulia papo hapo. Tunakukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu na usiku huu tumemakinika kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya nini. That's enough Kiswahili I can speak for now. Now we are moving on our debate Bro
Okay,
Benson.
Ben. Nitakuwa nyuma ya curtain. Nikiona mtu anabisha nitamweka kama angel. Nishamweka.
Sawa.
Ukipeana warning nani nyamaza na hanyamazi, pia nitakusaidia pale kwa kumtoa.
Asante.
So acha nifanye vitu zangu bwana nyuma ya kamera. Thank you very much for your time bwana commentator ama moderator both.
Thank you. And mute your mic so that we don't have trouble with you. Okay. Bro Benson.
Hey, habari ya watu, mko salama? Mimi Clinton ameenda na mnanisikiza?
Go on, you are loud enough.
Okay, Clinton ameenda na kuna mahali ambao ningependa hata tuelezee mzuri kwa sababu on president attacking the judiciary. I think like when president was talking there, I think like he was just talking as a Kenyan who has something good for the country, because like one thing that Clinton, you have to know, president is the symbol of the unity and like he's the father of the nation. So maybe he was not attacking the judiciary, but just giving his view on how like things have been done. Because like if people are just on what president said about the judiciary, but some other things that president said, nobody's talking about them. You know, if we have to talk about, let us look at all the speech that has been made by the president. Let us not just only talk about the judiciary, you know. And now the reason why I think also people are talking that he has attacked the judiciary and the pointing of the judges, and Ngugi and Odunga are falling a victim. I think this Ngugi and Odunga were rejected in the list before. That is something that I would tell you. I had inside story of Odunga and Ngugi, and if you call me Kando, I can give you somebody has like Odunga especially, like there was something on him that like the high profile politicians brought against him. That's something that was there. But Ngugi, I don't know. But for Odunga, for sure, there was something that was there by politicians. Some of the high politicians like had an issue with him. That is something that I really know. So I think let us just analyze all the president's speech and not just only concentrate on the judiciary part of it.
Okay. Benson, kwa sababu when you mention, ngoja nadhani utaniuliza swali but nimekusikia, and maybe I'm also partly convinced that maybe they're corrupt, but who knows? So maybe I only have to accept and move on. So Bernard, allow me to sort out this. Kuna jamaa nimemention anaitwa Robert Josochi. Ananiuliza iko wapi matusi. Robert, kuna mtu umemwambia anaagi za class 8. Hiyo ndio matusi nilikuwa na refer. So kama hiyo kwako si matusi, basi tukutane huko kando. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clinton. You are okay. Benson, before I let you go, I think the elephant in the room here is whether the president has a right to check the names presented to him for ascending before he approves. According to what being said here is that he should just receive the list and then rubber stamp, no question marks.
No.
Is that how a president should function?
No, that's not how it functions, because you know what usually happens, like the JSC will do the interviews and forward the name. And something that you have to know, president has intelligence, you know, and president will act on the intelligence that is given to him, not only from a JSC, because sometimes somebody might pass from the GS in the JSC where they are being interviewed and is brought to the president. Then president will go through the list that he has been given, and if he has intelligence on somebody, president has the right not to. That is something that is there. He has the right. he's been given that power by the Constitution has given him that power. Yeah, he has the right to decline, or he has the right to accept. So that is something that is there. So, and what is there is that, like, I think, like, as Kenyans, one of the things that we should be asking for, we should ask the reason, to inquire what was the reason why president did that, instead of saying the president is biased. Immediately after knowing the reason, now we can conclude and say, oh, maybe president was punishing the judges because they rule against him, or he has something against them. That is something that I might say.
Thank you very much. Let's hear Angel, how are you? Karibu Kenya, uko na swali? Uliza.
Yes, I'm having a question to Benson. If you are saying that Odunga was corrupt somewhere, why did it just happen after them failing the BBI? Why could it have happened before?
I can answer you. Let me tell you. You see, you know, the judges that these judges, it did not start like today. This is not something that happened immediately. These judges were there before the BBI. Before even the BBI came into effect. Yeah. So it's just like we Kenyans, we are very curious that it happened like when BBI, the ruling was made. But like, for sure, I can tell you, I do have an inside story. Like, I heard it from one of the high politicians about Mr. Odunga. That is something for sure I know about. There was a case that I don't know what happened, but I cannot mention it. But I do have that kind of information. So it just happened, but that this is something that Maraga has been fighting for the longest time. It's not something from yesterday. This is something that has been there for, I think it's 2019.
Yes, from 2019.
2019. It's not like something that happened 2020, 2019. So it was there.
Okay, Angel, are you satisfied?
I'm not satisfied with his answer, because Odunga is the not only person who is corrupt in Kenya. We have so many leaders who are corrupt. So you cannot tell me that I can't accept, but let it just end there. But
Angel, not all corrupt leaders are asking for the high office.
Angel, let me
yes, but he's not the only charge who has under corruption cases. Even anyway, I can't mention it here, but let it be there like that. But
and this is something that I'm telling you. Even the information that I had, yeah, I don't know whether it is true or false, but it's one of a very high politician who has like something against him. That's something that I really know.
Sawa. Thank you, Benson, for your
you
input.
Could have told me that, Benson. You could have convinced me with the same with I say that you had it from one of the charges, not politicians.
So what usually happens, Angela, is like when these people are vetted, one thing that usually happens, you don't know who brings like accusation. The person who is accusing you, you don't know his name. They will just like say, okay, so and so. So from there, and as I said earlier, president usually have intelligence, that he has intelligence on everybody. Like president has intelligence and information on everybody. So maybe president has intelligence on him, you know. So I don't think like a president can just decide not to kind of like to say, okay, you're not qualified. He has to have a reason for it. And I know he has intelligence, you know. So maybe president was acting on intelligence from his intelligence community. So that's something that is there.
Okay, thank you. I think that that settles that. Let's move on. Ayaga, how are you? You're welcome. You have 3 minutes to give your submission.
Thank you very much. Mnanipata?
Yeah, we get you clearly. Apologies, my camera has some issues, so you will bear with me until I fix it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I go ahead? Ni mimi nafaa kuongea?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Endelea tafadhali, kwa dakika zako sasa imebaki 2:30.
Okay, thank you. Kitu nataka kusema like the problems we are facing in Kenya today, most of them were started when Kenyatta was the president, the first president we have after Kenya attained independence. Same to judiciary. The problem we are facing in judiciary today is the problem that started with Willie Mutunga when he was Chief Justice. Because Willie Mutunga was the first Chief Justice, immediately we have the new constitution. And when Willie Mutunga was there, alianza vuguvugu. Kuna vuguvugu Willie Mutunga alianza kwa kotini in the judiciary system. Kuna vuguvugu hapo which its purpose is to wrestle power from politicians. So what they are doing is very simple thing. They always try to prove politicians that the judges and the courts and the judiciary, entire judiciary is right. And the message is doing well. When he left, Maraga came and Maraga joined that bandwagon. When you had the president saying in Kisumu, our constitution has been tested to the limit. Because, you know, if a high court can overrule a presidential election, so there is nothing. They can rule in anything. You know, maybe some people took it as a very big deal. What president is referring to us, at this guy, they have reached the limit. They can do anything. For now, we have to accept that we are in an era in Kenya where we will behave like Israelis when they were being ruled by judges. They had kings, but the judges were more powerful. That what judges said is correct, is what we are coming to today in Kenya. Some people are activists, and some activists and some lawyers and some judges have joined the vuguvugu of Willie Mutunga by wrestling power from politicians. So what they are doing is to downplay that politicians are wrong and we are right. And that is the war between the judiciary now and the executive and perhaps the parliament and perhaps the opposition. Because opposition are politicians. You know, in politics, they can differ. But when their interests collide together, they will fight you unilaterally. They will fight you united. That's why ikikuja kwa mishahara ya wabunge huwa hakuna Jubilee, hakuna tangatanga na hakuna other things. But if you come to issues of Kenyans, very serious issues, they fought. They are divided. Why? Now politicians are now at loggerhead with judiciary because there are crops of judiciary. They are forming something I can call the vuguvugu. It is like a formation that trying to wrestle power from politicians. So they are making rulings that actually even hata kama ni wewe ungekuwa rais leo, these guys are making rulings that it is very hard to develop each and every discussion, because every injunction kwa every development. Sahii hata tukijenga hii railway, kuna watu walinyang'anya, walichukua shamba mahali railway inafaa kupita. The government is ready to compensate them. They go to court and court say no, this railway should stop and isipite hapa. How can we develop our country when we follow every rule, every injunction by a high court? And the majority of these people are in high court or Odunga, Joel Ngugi are the members of this vugu, and they always work for the opposition. We cannot lie about that. They always work for position. Everybody knows that. I remember when Nduali was a minister, was a majority leader. There is a time he mentioned and even wanted to discuss Odunga in parliament, because today he's in Tangatanga and he's thinking the same Odunga, if Ruto becomes president, the same Odunga will make any injunction for that government from development, from any progress in this country. We don't want a situation where we will have a thinking that the judges are the right people. And if not judge, we cannot have a development. If not judges, we cannot have a road. A road cannot pass where it belongs. Inafaa ipite kwa sababu kuna grabbers wameenda pale. Barabara government wanasema tunataka ipite hapa. They go to court, they say stop. How will people make? That's why that's why the president said, for those who are castigating the speech of the president, who is carrying the burden? So who is carrying the burden? It is us. When they are making a necessary injunction, we cannot build a school. Somebody will go to court, say, no, the land is belongs to me, stop it. And it is stopped. We cannot obey all court orders. We cannot. Even me, if I was a president today, I cannot. Kenya Meat Commission.
Ayaga, come small. We are supposed to obey all court orders.
Then give me 1 minute. You are not allowed, you should not obey all court orders. Look at what Kenya Meat today is doing. Kenya Meat Commission today wananunua ng'ombe, hizo ng'ombe watu wanalipwa. Wakati ilikuwa kwa raia, because a certain raia ameenda kukota, corrupt raia mwenye amepata pesa na wizi ameenda kotini kuitisha injunction hiyo kitu isichukuliwe na wanajeshi. Saa hii watu wanalipwa. Wale watu wanasema huwa wanatetea mahustlers, they cannot tell you that the hustlers are the people who are selling the cows and they are being paid. They are being paid. But kitambo wangengoja mpaka kitu kama 6 to 5 years, 5 to 6 months ndio wapate pesa zao za supplies. Those guys are now not complaining. Who are complaining? The corrupt people who are going to court because they have money. They lure those high court judges to give unnecessary injunction. My friend, that's why we need ombudsman. That's why we need ombudsman, because some of these judges are pretending to be angels, yet they're evil. I can wonder how.
Okay. Thank you. Ayaga, your time is up. You will get another chance to continue from where you left. Let's have everybody give their contribution. Please, your minute is over. Just hold on. I'll give you another time. I beg.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Can we hear from Wekesa?
Wacha endelea kwa tani yangu. My network yangu inasumbua. Ayaga endelea kwa tani yangu.
Thank you very much.
Angel, you are taking over my seat. You are threatening my capacity. Relax. You have donated your time to Ayaga, but it was not your turn. So Ayaga will wait. When it is your turn, he will do double. Thank you. Wekesa, please.
Even in parliament.
You donate when it's your turn.
Okay.
Wekesa, unmute your mic, please.
Mute.
Unmute before you speak, so we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi guys. I joined the discussion.
Hello,
but, yeah, I've heard what you are discussing. It's a good conversation. I just want to add my own opinion, and I say what is going on between the judiciary and the executive is a good conversation. You know, there's no way a nation will grow in ignorance. We must know exactly, if we have to test the limits, then we will understand exactly which each place each leg should stand. If we have 3 legs too, we have to test and see whether all the legs are balancing. And as growing democracy, I think it's very important to understand that you see, most of us have been living in ignorance, where we used to have this omnipotent imperial presidency, and so we have tried to fight about imperial presidency and reduce the powers, and now we are okay. Everybody is okay to talk about presidency. Everybody can abuse the president without anything happening. But there's an area like we haven't touched, and that is the judiciary. And today I was making a joke with my friends that is it true? Is it because we call our judges my lords, such that they are untouchable, that you can't criticize the judiciary because they are our lords? What I mean is, if judiciary makes mistakes just as executive makes mistakes, just as parliament makes mistakes. And so it's very important for us Kenyans to be just objective when we are criticizing all these arms of government, without necessarily looking like it's one arm of government. Is okay to criticize the president, is okay to abuse. In fact, if you go to the page of State House, they are all abuses about the president, and everybody feels it's okay and there's nothing wrong. But just one criticism toward the judiciary and everybody comes guns blazing, like you have done the abomination. Sorry to call that. But for me, it's healthy, because not all this, most of us live in phantom, and we don't know what goes behind the corridors of justice. And sometimes the thing, and what the president sometimes is seeing is not what we are seeing. Like one of the contributors said that he has intelligence. Yes, so for us, we need to debate this soberly and ask ourselves, what is it that the president is seeing in these charges that he's refusing? Maybe if we seek for that information, it will be more important than just dismissing him and or looking it from a political angle. Most of us are talking it's because of BBI or whatsoever. Far from me, this thing happened before BBI began. He had challenges with approving that list. So there is information that for us as citizens, we need to demand that maybe the president is high time he makes it open. What are the issues? What are the underlying issues, and how can they be sorted? Now, the next issue I want to talk about is about some people say that the president is just a conveyor belt. As long as the JSC has made its decision, kazi yake ni kuweka signature. My friend, my signature is very important. I just don't append a signature on anything. I'm not there just, you don't close your eyes and append a signature on something. The fact that you are asked to consent on something means you have the power to accept or refuse. And that's why you put your signature. Otherwise, it would be even in the wisdom of the independence of judiciary, as some are saying, those charges should have been signed off by the CJ himself, if that was the case. But because in the makers of the constitution, in their wisdom, saw that government is one. Yes, we have 3 arms of government, but government is one, and the head of government is the president. And so there is a way the 3 arms must be aligned together so that they can function. just taking like your body has different parts, but for you to move from one place to another, you have to coordinate, and that is the wisdom behind the constitution, where all other things are signed by the president, such that there is coordination. And if they disagree, they have to disagree to agree. Until they agree on something, they will only move in one direction. And that wisdom also comes from the good book. It says that two cannot move unless they agree. So the struggle we are having back forth, it's healthy for our democracy. So don't think that our nation will one day just grow and have a very good judiciary and a very good executive and a very good parliament without all this back and forth. So we just need to be sober and say, this is the situation we are in. There are areas as a country we have not grown. There are things we have not developed to handle. Like some of us maybe have not been exposed where the exchanges between the judiciary and the executive. It's a learning period. Let's take it positively, and let's see also the executive shedding some of these parochial perceptions that they are unattachable. So when the judges like Justice Ngugi talks about the way he addressed the president, you see most of us look like, oh, this was in America, they talk about Mr. President and there's nothing wrong. But in Kenya, in Africa, we have that imperial way of looking at presidency. And also now at the churches, we are having that issue. So my view is that it's a healthy debate. There's nothing wrong that has happened. And even the president also he's also maybe testing his powers, because I've been given the power to sign for the appointments. If I reject, what happens? Maybe the constitution is not clear, and perhaps those are some of the things they want to be elaborated. Maybe in the constitutional dispensation we are anticipating, they say some of these gray areas needs to be ironed out. Maybe he sees there is area where the executive feels, okay, they are not clear. And some of these things you test and see. You test the limits and see whether there is a way out, or there's a law we can create that brings clarity in our process, so that we don't just move back and forth. I think that's my contribution for now. I haven't been in the discussion for long, so I don't know exactly what you guys have been discussing.
Okay, thank you very much, Wekesa. Anybody with a question for Wekesa? Okay, if there's no question, we move forward. The Jex has not said anything.
Or I
Jex,
was not
karibu.
audible.
No, umeelewekwa vizuri kabisa.
Hi everybody. Hello. Am I
Hello,
audible now?
karibu. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you, sir. Now, I think I'll pick it from where Wekesa left, and mine will be a different chain of thought. One, the Englishman say that justice delayed is justice denied. Why wait 2 years to appoint judges now? You see, the cases have piled up in court. There is a lot that comes to the court, and nobody has raised a question. Why should we have had to wait this long? You see, by the end of the day, it is us, the common mwananchi, who suffers because of the injustices brought to us, because of someone's feeling that I am beyond any reproach, I'm beyond anyone saying anything against me. You see, the president, for one reason or another, he has violated the law in several ways. One, he cannot explain why he waited for 2 years. Not that a fresh process was started. No, it's the same list that he chose 34. The other thing he did, he picked from the 40 the names that maybe he felt these ones maybe are not a threat to him. But by the end of the day, these judges come to play a different role. They help the mwananchi who goes to court seeking for justice. They go to court not to look for anything, they go to look for justice. So, ladies and gentlemen, I beseech you to look at it from a holistic point of view. We may be here praising our president, some who maybe support BBI and the likes, others who oppose it may be here criticizing him. But by the end of the day, truth be told, we cannot have someone who does things whenever he feels like it. Let me even ask you, why have we not appointed the IEBC commissioners 3 years after they tendered their resignations? The president had to wait for 3 years. Now, when it is almost 9, it's when he's now forming a commission. This ought to have happened like yesterday. It is taking too long for him to do the right thing, and when it takes too long, it now brings issues later on. The other thing, if I may ask all of us, apart from just supporting blindly, we need to ask ourselves some pertinent questions. When he refuses to appoint these judges and then appoints them when maybe after Maraga is gone, does he just want to show Maraga, I can do things not because you say so, but because I say so? Even when he says that the constitution has been tested to the limit, what is the limit that was set? The other thing, is he just saying that this limit is his? Is he saying that you have tested the constitution beyond my limit? It's like he's putting himself as if he's the one being offended. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with this, that the Constitution does not exist in anyone's inconvenience. The next president will come and find this constitution. The next leaders will come and find this constitution. If we create a culture of not obeying court laws and court orders, as Ayaga was saying, we are not building a nation. We are building a sense of impunity. This is how people will begin breaking the law, simply by saying we do not trust the court processes. We do not trust Judge so and so. What will happen if tomorrow morning, Bernard, you are presented before Judge Odunga and you say, if the president cannot respect you, if the president does not value you, why should I trust your judgment? So we are creating a perception to the general public against our judges. These are the people we run to when there are issues. These are the people, when we have issues, we go and raise it to them. Number two, the judges interpret the law. They don't formulate their own policies, neither do they formulate their own constitution. They interpret the law and they follow it to the latter. We just need to hold them to accountable that whatever judgment they do it using the constitution, they do it using the law. But when we sit here and criticize these judges, tomorrow Ayaga will be in issues. He would want to go and find justice. You will not go to the police. The police are only law enforcers. You'd want to go to someone who will interpret the law for you and give you the accorded justice. If we cannot trust our judges, if we criticize and bash them in public, who will they run to? Simba akiteswa, who will that lion go to? You see, the executive will claim that it's being Ayaga placed it like this, that the judges are marshalling for power from the MPs and all. But my thinking is different from that. By the end of the day, when the MPs break the law, when they rob us, when they are corrupt, we run to these judges for justice. Let's not go to them when it favors us. And when it does not favor us, we are here bashing them around. You see, by the end of the day, tomorrow it will be a different president. Why did all this happen during Kibaki's time? Because Kibaki uphold the constitution. He swore to serve. He upheld everything he stood for. And we cannot almost cite so much that he did against the judges and judiciary. The reason as to why this is coming over and over again, we have a president who has not only violated one, he has violated so many instances. We can go from Nairobi to Kisumu and still count the number of times he has refused to obey. A disobedient person, even if he wants to obey, to praise anything he has done for us, we cannot forget the fact he disobeys. And that makes me think he's a person who behaves as if he's above the law. You know what? This is what was said, that he can be prosecuted from a personal level, because he swore, he took an oath of office by saying, I will protect and serve the constitution. He did not come with his own reading. He did not draft his own swearing speech. He read what was written. He chose to uphold the constitution. Now he cannot come and lecture us and tell us, you see what? this constitution has flaws. This constitution is having issues. I need to change. I need to do ABCD. That's how ABCD comes into be. So by the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we need to have people who stand for this institution. If we cannot stand for IBC, if we cannot stand for the judges, if we cannot stand, who will stand for them? Because it is you who vote. It is you who chose this 2010 constitution. You woke up very early in the morning. If it is being massacred, it is under your watch. It is you, the voter. It is you, the individual, who needs to raise your voice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question to you. A question to you. Does it mean you want to mean to say that the president should just receive a paper from Maraga and assent to it, no questioning, so that he's an obedient president?
Let me answer you. These people are not just picked from the streets. A process was carried out. A vetting process was carried out. By the end of the day, even the secretaries, the cabinet secretaries, they undergone what we call a vetting process. These judges are not picked from the dusters. These judges were picked from the act of service. Why does Comex qualify? Let me finish the first answer.
No, he's not answering the question.
Another
He's not
minute to
answering
answer
the
a simple
question.
question. Hold on.
I have a question.
The vetting
He's
process,
not answering the
okay?
question.
Is it above board? That something has passed through the sieve, does it mean that it's free of poison?
Bernard, can I just let me answer Bernard, please. Bernard, I need to answer you.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Bernard, I want to take you in a very simple stage procedure. This is the procedure. The JSC
Bro Benson,
comprises of who? JSC comprises of Chief Justice, one Supreme Court judge, Court judge, Attorney General, two lawyers who are a woman and a man who are about 15 years in the practice.
Just
Two people from
your mic, please.
Sorry. Two people, a woman and a man from the public who are appointed by the president, vetted in parliament. One woman and a man who is from the public commission, public service commission. In one way or the other, what I'm saying, the last one is the chief registrar secretary. These people, they are 11 in number, and the president is represented in full because of the attorney general is there. He appoints two people there. The chief justice is there. So who is this who went now against all these people who were sitting down and appointed these people, vetted them, all of them together, and now went to him to tell him now this one is the best one. Even the attorney general, who is the advisor of the president, he is in that JSC commission. So in other words, he has nothing to do with that list because he has been fully represented in that list of the voters. The one
thing called new evidence. New evidence. If new evidence is given after the case has been ruled, will we not revisit the case because it has passed?
Mr. Bernard, in court, there is time for evidence. All evidence are given at a specific period of time. Then when you go, you cannot just bring new evidence when the case has been made or judgment has been done.
Bernard, I hadn't finished, but it's okay if you decide not to give me more time.
Let's have order. Jex, you had your 5 minutes and you went even to 7. I was lenient.
Lakini ingekuwa karatasi ya loan tungesign tu.
Hey, Clinton. Karatasi ya loan tunasign mara moja kwa sababu miradi inangoja.
A question to Jake.
A question to Jake. Okay, Philip, go ahead.
Jakes, kuna kuwaga na freedom of speech. That is one thing. We can criticize anybody the way we want. Despite isikuwe ni propaganda na isikuwe ni incitement. We can criticize the way. Hiyo ni freedom of speech. The second thing, do you want the president to just, even if umempatia barua na aone there is integrity issue, unataka tu appoint tu?
Additional question to Jake.
Can I respond then you come
Somebody
back?
has additional question.
Another question to add on that.
Magara, you have an additional question.
Magara,
Okay,
can I
ask so
respond
that
to
Jake
that?
can answer both.
Yeah, so that
Magara,
we don't keep question. Number one, Jake has said that why approve now. So the question I will ask him on that, the first question, should he have left it not to approve then? Is there, yeah, angeacha tu basi ika hivyo. Number two, presidency. Is presidency only Uhuru? Or presidency is an office? President, is it Uhuru as a person or is more than Uhuru? Thank you.
Jake, ukimaliza
Okay. Any other question to Jake that he can answer all of them?
I will. I have. Let me say something.
Hold on, Jake.
Just a moment, Bernard. Just a moment. I have nowhere to write these questions, so I can only respond to few at a time. Because by the end of the day, actually, I've even forgotten what Arnold has asked.
Yangu imekuwa ni freedom of speech. Everybody
Okay.
has a right of freedom of speech. We can criticize the way you want. This way isikuwe ni propaganda na isikuwe ni incitement. Number two, imekuwa ni akipatiwa hata barua ya hizi barua naambiwe appoint mtu napate mtu ako corrupt. Should we just go on and appoint them even if they are corrupt?
Okay. Sawa. Now, let me say this. Not that I have any intelligence or anything, but my position is this, and I think I have not raised any propaganda with my chain of thought. And this is what I said. I said, number one, the president does not just act blindly. There was a process tentative to what happened to even get the 34. They did not just show up. Someone sat down, a commission sat down, perused through these judges, and above all, accorded them their due honor to be promoted. Actually, to be promoted. Actually, it is in the constitution to be promoted in your chain of work. So let me remind you, Mr. Korir, it is not in the constitution that the president has the right to cherry pick something that has already been processed from a different body. That is to say that we have a president who can interfere with IEBC. We have a president who can interfere with justice. We have a president who can interfere with the legislature at the free will of his own discretion. I want to remind you and ask you, what makes the government gazette work so fast when it favors the government, but when it has issues, it takes delay, it takes longer than expected? What makes it different that now that it is not working on his behalf, it is not working to favor the government, it takes longer? Why wait for 2 years? Let me ask you, Philip, as I answer your question, does it mean in the 2 years more investigations were carried out? And if so, and if these people are found culpable, why were they not removed? I know Ayaga wants to cut in, but let me finish. This is what I want to say. If these judges have issues, they should not even be in office. If we are a country that loves the rule of law, they should step down even from the capacity they are serving. Why wait? Why retain them in their positions? Is it that promoting them makes them more sicker or more prone to be corruptive? Corruption is the issue. Is it that promoting them makes them to be ruthless judges if that is so? Because they still serve at the High Court. I want you to remember most of these cases begin at the High Court. So what prevents Justice Odunga to revenge tomorrow? What makes you trust that he will not have his day? Because by the end of the day, today we might be cheering. Tomorrow there will be an issue that will need the High Court. What makes you think he will be impartial. We have a president who has not considered all options. He said, let me finish. Let me finish.
Are we having a supremacy battle between the executive and the judiciary? And I'm bringing that question in the light that you said there is nothing like that from Ayaga's submission. So why are you confirming?
I'm simply saying like this. By the end of the day, everyone has a way of having his own day. Why? Because when it came to nullification of the presidential election in 2017, these were the famous phrases I can quote from what the president said. He said, "We shall revisit." And in his tenure, he has denied enough funds to the courts. He has almost choked the institution called judiciary by denying judges, by denying funds. Yet we are here. We just want to continue blaming the victim. It is like, for example, when someone has been hurt, instead of correcting the wound and helping the person heal from the injuries, we condemn the person and blame him for being in that place in the at the first place. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to beseech you not just to look at the president and what he did good, because Ayaga the other day was telling us, if I can remember correctly, it is not a favor when he does development. So creating his speech, praising and busting his own bubble, telling us this is what I have done for you, this is what I have been able to do different from the 3 other presidents. You see, by the end of the day, we did not elect him to go just sit. We did not elect him to be a face figure. We elected him to work. And whatever he's doing, he's just delivering to the promises, to the manifesto. And above all, he's actualizing what he... There's an echo from Captain.
Okay, okay, there's an echo from somewhere and you're going too far. I mean, you're taking too much time. Get to the point.
Bernard, can I
we
ask
move on,
Jake's
please.
question? One question?
No, there was a question from Agara.
Okay.
I have not answered.
Just a supplementary question, please.
Okay, supplementary. Okay, question, Bro Benson, Wekesa, and Ayaga. Jake's note down your questions, please.
Okay, my first question to Jake says, he said that the president must hold, be faithful for the constitution. And at the same spirit, because if the president feels in his own right, based on intelligence that he has, denying these judges, the 6 judges, as one of the way of his being faithful to the constitution, because one of the things that you have to know, president is a symbol of unity. Yeah. And if president feels that these 6 judges, if he feels based on the intelligence that he has, that these judges are not qualified to be based on the evidence that he has, that I think that one is him being faithful to the constitution.
Even before you go on, Benson, let me say this. You see, the question here, are they fit for office? The question here is, the issue was to promote them to the next office. So if there is a challenge in the current office, the best thing to do is to remove them from office, because by the end of the day, whatever we are doing, we are entertaining. If maybe they are corrupt, we are entertaining corruption. If maybe they are wicked, we are entertaining wickedness. So by the end of the, whatever the intelligence, it means the status quo remain. So they have more room to continue doing what they were doing before. Denying them the right of promotion does not hinder them from not performing their duties.
And at the same time, do you know that after appointing the judges, president cannot just decide to sack a judge? There's a process that it has to follow.
The same process that was taken for these judges to be promoted. So if we cannot trust the process of promotion, so what makes you think we can trust the process of demotion or even expulsion? So by the end of the day, we just need to have clear processes.
So Jake, does it make promotion a do or die issue?
Jake, let's take, for example, if JSC decided to launch a process of demoting a judge, then immediately after declaring that this judge is not fit to hold the office, then they bring the papers to the president, and maybe president sign it to be demoted. He's following the due process. So the president cannot just decide and say, okay, so and so you're sacked today. The JSC has to do the process, and which means the JSC failed because they did not give full information. Just, as much as we might blame the president, I'm not fighting for president. As much as we might blame the president, at some point, judiciary has really failed us. Not only in the past of the president. Let's take, for example, in corruption cases, some of the bails they're giving is not even helping a Kenyan man, So let us be like, same time blaming the president, same time blaming these judges. That's how we are going to make our country great. We cannot
I
base
am.
it on the other side.
Let me say this. I am in no way supporting any institution. I'm just here saying, by the end of the day, let's allow our institutions to work. Let us show that we believe in our institutions. You see, it is what you have heard from the executive. We have not heard from the end of the judiciary. We have not heard why is the executive, because by the end of the day, we can quote and cite instances where the judiciary has been played fall, and that's why maybe we are here blaming the victim while the real culprit is out there running high and dry. We might praise whatever he's doing, but if it is outside the law, that person is a law breaker. There is no shortcut to, or there is no wording that can praise a law breaker. You see, it's like this. Mob justice, it is instant justice to someone who has maybe committed an offense. People can even lynch the person and destroy and kill and even burn property because someone has done ABCD. But mob justice is not the correct justice, because everyone is entitled to fair process. Everyone is entitled to the due law, to due law. So we cannot here cite things that are not that are outside the law and almost make them, it is constitutionalizing something that is unconstitutional.
So
if Otiende Amolo agrees with me,
Bro Benson, hold on. Jakes, hold on. Order, please. Let's have Magara.
I wish
A question, I believe.
I wish to put this to a point of information. I wish to put this across. Presidency is not only Uhuru. Just like parliament is not made of material alone. In fact, even Koome, the Chief Justice, when he was appointed by the panel, the name was
your mic is on.
The name of Koome was forwarded to Parliament. It never went there for understanding. It went there for approval. They accepted. They had a right of. Somebody could have come from somewhere else, even a person with a petition to the Parliament to disapprove the name of Koome. But that is why that process is there. Even in presidency, one problem that I find we are having is that we are talking of presidency as Uhuru as a person. That president's office of the presidency is funded by the taxpayer with very many minds, very many advisors there. So 11 people sitting and giving names is okay through the qualification process. But then the other office, that's where there is checks and balances. There are checks and balances. Even in promotions, whichever area in our country, they are never always that it is just a yes. Names can be passed, but at the end, there is where the buck stops. Where does the buck stop with in our country? When there is corruption, we always blame who? The president. When there is a crime, we always blame the president. The buck always stops at the presidency's door. So when we come here, I remember Kibaki was not a President Kibaki was not a popular president when he was leaving office. I remember left, right, people were calling Kibaki names as how the government has failed. And I'm happy after he has gone, where we could see the evidence of his presidency. I want to believe that Uhuru's presidency will not be seen after next year. Luckily, we have him for a shorter time. After next year, we will see why these decisions were being taken. I remember somebody, the governor of Machakos, Mutua, wanted to start a city. allow me. Wanted to start something like a city in his Machakos, but do you know what happened? The cases were all over until he has achieved nothing. Right now, as we are talking, there is somebody, a certain company called the Visky, by a certain Muindi Neru, who wanted to take over Mumias. Are you seeing that? But there is a lot going on through the courts, through whatever, and now he has withdrawn from coming to help the Kenyans. Sometimes, let us ask, why is this happening? Let us look for answers, not like Uhuru is wrong. Uhuru is not the person. It is the presidency. He's acting on the law. He's acting on advice, not on him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Magara. Ayaga, your question?
No. I have a point of correction.
Mm-hmm. Go on with your point of correction.
My friend Joram Jakes, President Mwai Kibaki worked under the independent constitution, not new constitution. The first president we have under the new constitution is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. None has worked after him or before him. Number two, the judges, Maraga, the difference between Maraga and now Martha Koome, with the appointment of these judges, Maraga had a condition. What we are using today is a pure presidential system, where president is the head of state and government, which means president is the head of everything. Yeah? So you cannot go and tell your boss, I want you to do this, or else this will happen. Maraga was not using persuasion. So if this lady uses a persuasion, at least we have a few judges now at the appellate court that can handle some of the backlog that are there. Let us appreciate for the say. Lastly, the problem we have today are some of let us say, like the judges themselves, they cause those problems. Like Magara was talking about Konza City. You know why Konza City has not been built? It was to create jobs and everything, but the injunctions at the court that I was talking about. We have Tatu City. Nothing is going on there because some few corrupt people went to court and stopped everything. Look at how many jobs are lost and everything. Number three is Amachakos, which Magara actually are lamenting on. Court stop everything. My friend, we must start asking ourselves, are judges wrestling power from politicians? And if they are wrestling power, what is their functions in the constitution is interpretation of the law, not implementing the law. They will interpret and end it there. If that affects millions of Kenyans, it is none of their business. If it doesn't affect the millions of Kenya, is none of their business. So interpretation of the law, we must actually investigate what is going on. Because in the real sense, as a human being, let us take now a natural law, you are making a ruling like Konza City or Tetu City or Machako City that was to create like 5 or 3 million jobs for Kenyans. You are sitting somewhere, you alone as a human being, reasonable human being, and you are stopping such. And it is the same Kenyans who are asking jobs. That is what I was talking about. We have come to a point where we are being ruled by judges. A judge can decide either you have a road in the village, or a university will be built in your village, or a dam can be constructed in your village or not. The judges now will be determined if you can go to school or not going to school by providing shule pale mahali umetoka. Let us rethink. And when these such discussions, we should have them with a lot of seriousness. Joy Ngugi mwenye amevunja manyumba ya watu hapa juzi, kwa sababu it is their company, is associate of that company and is a judge. Now, what are the Kariobangi people who are their houses were demolished the other day, and the people who are their houses were demolished in Ruai? If he is the judge and as a resident of such places, ameenda kwake, which kind of ruling is that guy going to make? Sasa yeye yake ataweka kando aseme hao watu wamevunjiwa nyumba kwa makosa, ama yeye atasema yeye alivunja nyumba ya wale kimaksudi, yeye ndiye ako na makosa? Those are the conflict of interest we are talking about, and the president is not mad. If Martha Koome has persuaded president up to a point, amekubali ku point 34, let us accept and let us agree. We should not behave like Maraga. Maraga was the best judge ever. But there is that movement. Ya Willy Mutunga is going around the judges. That swept his brain away, and he's making an invention that are not even.
Hold on, Ayaga. Jex, he has an issue.
Jex,
Most of the things.
Jex, you have a problem with me?
Yes, I do. One, most of what you're saying, I think I've heard them from a different quarter, and it was more of a, I would call it gutter press from one and only Mutai Nguni. And those are not verifiable sources. Those are not sources I may engage my brains to. Now, you misinformed the nation by saying that the president that we have currently is different from the one that we had in the previous regime because of the constitution. The question at hand here is the judges, and as I remember correctly, we had a court, and the court had judges, and these are the judges who served then. Martha Koome gave her experiences and her over 20 years in the service, and the service, if you go to, if you take away 20 years, that goes back to way in the regime of Kibaki and whoever. So by the end of the day, it is not correct to say that they came during Uhuru. And in any case, Uhuru only found the shake your head, tell me, didn't we have judges? We had so many cases, the Anglo leasing, it was even aired where we would see judges presiding over, and unless you tell me there were no judges. These judges were not invented in this new constitution. So I think that is the correct order, and we are discussing these judges, the quality.
Jex,
Yes,
you are getting me lost. You are getting me lost. Was
Ayaga
the point
said,
about judges coming in existence, or Kibaki's obedience to the constitution as
No.
opposed
I've
to
said,
Uhuru's disobedience to the constitution?
I've said, and I say it correctly, is that these judges have been there. Ayaga was purporting a picture that the emergence of these judges is with Uhuru, and the courts are now there because of the new constitution. I was just reminding him that even in the previous
No. Where
constitution.
you got that one, I don't know. Ayaga, can you defend yourself on this one?
Let me, if I can be able to, let me do this for you, Ayaga. Let me
Please.
re-record you your
You
last
have 1
statement.
minute. We need
Just
to
one
hear
moment.
from
One
Fighter.
moment.
We need to
Just
hear
a
from
moment.
Fighter.
Yes.
Yes.
Just one moment, Ayaga. I can go back and short clip your video and send you by a private chat if you want me to do that. That's what you have said. I can do that. So it's something I can prove. I'm that confident.
Jex, don't make your own case, have a judgment. Those are the problems we are talking about. You ask a question and then you answer yourself. What I said is Kibaki worked under a different constitution as Uhuru. Uhuru, the constitution we promulgated in 2010, Uhuru is the first president under this new constitution. And let me tell you one thing, we have the police, which we had from the new constitution, the older one, we call it independent constitution, are the same police we have today. Our problem is only one. You only act on the current law. Uhuru is acting on current law, where he has to balance even the natural resources between the national government and county government. Did Kibaki has county government? Kibaki was working under independent constitution. So you cannot compare Kibaki with Uhuru in terms of constitutionality and constitutionalism. Those guys work under two different laws. If I work today in a law which says, if you accuse me, I kill you, and you work in a law tomorrow that say, if you accuse me, I take you to court, those are two different laws. My friend, I'm not confusing anybody, and I'm not making any mistake. Kibaki worked under independent constitution, which started in 1963, ran up to 2013. From 2013, Uhuru, under the new constitution, was elected as well as all the governors, the senators, the MCAs, and women reps, the people we lacked from the other constitution. But the public service like judges remains the same. What they should do is also change their mind now. The law we are using is a different law. We have the police. We have not import police from Uganda. We say the same police we have in independent law. We are the same police we have today. Judges and everybody. So what?
Thank you, Ayaga. Your point is made. Hold on. Your point is made. Let's make progress. Ngoja Ayaga, subiri kwanza tafadhali, tupatie wengine nafasi ya kuongea. Wekesa, you have a question to Jex. Please pose your question and then we move on. Wekesa, unmute your mic.
Okay. My question to Jex was, okay, he was insinuating that during the time of Kibaki, the judges were not being criticized the same as in the regime of Uhuru Kenyatta. Sometimes we make very funny comparisons, just as comparing maybe how many roads Kibaki did and Uhuru did, knowing that we are living in different dispensation. We are living in a digital era where information flows right, center, and at the time of Kibaki, maybe some of us even were not online, so we could not even know what was going on. So one of the things we make mistakes in comparing things that are uncomparable. Again, when you look at Kibaki, it had everything to do with his personality. I think let's separate. People have different personalities. They are outspoken people and they are just quiet people. In fact, people sometimes used to wonder, in fact, they used to make this joke that, is Kibaki silent because he's wise or he has nothing to tell us? It's like they don't know. Something happens and it's just like Kibaki cannot comment and he just goes quiet. So even during the era of Kibaki, people criticize him for his quietness. So when you speak, people will criticize you. When you keep quiet, people will criticize you. And what I'm seeing is only that criticism goes to the executive and not judiciary. And we are very angry because we are not used to criticizing the judiciary. But I'm telling you, out of this criticism, judiciary itself grows. It builds its own policies on how to manage its own affairs and comes out as a strong judiciary. So let everybody be criticized, so long as we do it objectively. But when we create a phantom, we create a zone and we say that is a no-go zone, that's where we create parochial leadership and we fail to succeed as a nation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that was a statement, not a question, was it? Okay, let's hear from Fighter, please. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much Bwana Bernard kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Hata mimi niweze kuchangia kidogo, ingawa nimeingia kidogo, lakini wacha nichangie hapa. My friends, I just want to be very brief in one way or the other so that we can move on. Tunafaa tuangalie mambo. There is something which Jake said here. You know, if Odunga and the friends are not fit for promotion, for whatever reason, we must agree that they are not fit for the position which they are serving in as of this time. So the best thing could be to be removed. Number two, I want to say something here, which okay, when I start from the debate, I strongly condemn the utterances of the president in Kisumu. The words which he said, yale mambo ambayo alizungumzia pale ni kama he was not guided. He was by his people who guide him on what to speak, because whenever the case has gone to court, he has some representatives there in court who are going to represent, or who are going to give the views of what he thinks. So he could not be speaking of it there. So in one way or the other, tomorrow, if those judges who are sitting to divine or to come up with the conclusion or the verdict about the BBI, say maybe the charges in the High Court were wrong, people out there will be saying they were coerced by the president, the way he spoke about it or whatever it is. So if they say no, they still insist that the law was the BBI must be stopped in one way or the other. Those who are the promoters will also say they are doing it because they are going against the president. So the reason as why I'm saying this is this. You know, Kibaki, we allowed him so much of what he did because Kibaki gave some institutions whatever responsibilities they were to do, they did it, and that's all. He could not interfere with any institution. So we cannot say that Uhuru is in the different constitution, now is allowed to, instead of performing his duties, like appointing the judges who have been appointed or presented to him by the complete panel of JSC to him, then he fails to approve them. Then someone comes here and tells us that because Maraga was not persuasive, so that's why he could not. Do we have to persuade him to perform his duties? I want one of you, if we were to argue on this basis, that one of us here has gone to the Constitution, as in what does it say? What is the work of the president after he has been given the names of the people who have been set aside by JSC to him? What is his work? If we could have had that definition, what the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution says about that, then we could be having the way forward. Now we are just arguing a layman's argument, whereby we don't have what the law says about the president to do what after the names has been sent to him. Because this is why I had to go and confirm who sits.
Fighter. The information at hand is the president.
Can I ask you one question?
Hold on, Wekesa. The president is to approve the names when they are given to him, but not without raising questions if there are questions. So from the history of these 41 judges is that the president cited out some names and returned the list to Maraga. Then Maraga said, approve it all or none. So the struggle, the power struggle started then, where one arm of the government is saying, take it or leave it. And the other one says, these 6 people that have question mark, they must be rechecked. So that is where the struggle begins.
Mr. Bernard, I understand you and I hear you very well. What I'm saying here is this. The institution which is giving him the names has all the representatives to vet and do all that is required for these people for him to appoint. Remember, I told you in that list, the Attorney General, who is the advisor of the president, is one of the JSC member in that committee. The president himself appoints. Now, what I would stick on this is this: what is the president supposed to do is to approve, not to vet again. That's what the law says. That's what the constitution says. It doesn't say that they have to go
by force and is not compulsory. The approval is subject to compliance. Compliance in the sense that if I am to sign your check and the figures that I'm supposed to approve, I have questions about it. It is wrong for me to sign that check because the company will be paying more than it is supposed to pay. So the president, as the custodian of the government and the institutions, he needs to safeguard the country. So if the president gets a leakage that these 6 people have been approved, but they have these questions, then he returns it to the JSC to check them out. If the JSC refuses to check them out, then it means it's also compromised. So the president has a right to stick out some grounds, even if that will implicate him as unconstitutional.
Okay. Now, another thing which I was going to say, we can say it in another way.
Just hold on. In line. A question from Wekesa, then you can continue.
Yes, Wekesa.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, Faida, that you said the president needs just to approve everything without checking through it, isn't it? You see, you can approve or disapprove. It's two ways. It's not one open. It's open-ended. It's not a closed. And then the other question is, why is it that we are only talking on this issue when we are focusing on the JSC? The same thing happens to Parliament. Parliament vets and proposes even names extra, and they take to the president to approve. Sometimes the president rejects and returns to the Parliament. They do, and then they bring back. Parliament is also an independent arm of government. Even IBC, we have set up a commission that will do the nini. They will bring more than even 3 names. The president will pick one name. So is JSC so special that whatever it takes to the president has to be approved? Indeed, no amendments, nothing should be done about it.
According to me, this is an independent institution in this way. This in JSC has involved almost every person who is supposed, even the advisor to the president, who talks to the president, tells him this is right, this is wrong. This is why when I had to go to check who sits on this JSC commission, I realized that people who are sitting there, they are the ones who are supposed to give the president the information. Okay, of course, if he sees there's something wrong, and then he brings to the people, including the Attorney General, that this thing is wrong. Then they go and come back with it to him. So now my question stops at where the purpose of it to be taken to him
The
was
same
not to
thing happens to parliament, my brother. My brother, in parliament,
let
we
us.
have a majority leader.
We still
In
don't have
parliament, we
the.
have a majority leader representing the president's party. Everything that happens in parliament is the president communicates to parliament through his majority leader. But even after the process of parliament, they have to take the names to him. He will approve or disapprove. So every arm he's represented. It's not only in JSC. So it doesn't have to look special for JSC.
So
The
I want
government
to
is represented in
ask
all
a
arms.
question, Bwana Wekesa. Question, another question comes here. I understand that there are 3 other judges who have been inserted in that list to make it around 7 or something, as I can hear, who are not vetted. So, in your own knowledge, where did this one came from?
No.
We can't confirm that,
That
except
one
you
is
give us
propaganda. 34.
the list of the 3. Bro Benson, do you have any idea? We have 3 strange judges.
Let me ask Fighter.
Because me, I watched.
Oh, so sorry.
Hold on,
I watched
Wekesa.
the whole swearing in. They were 34.
They were 34.
Okay.
Ben.
Yes.
I just have a question for Wekesa. Wekesa, out of the judges that you feel are there, who of these judges you feel they were fixed? Do you know their names?
Is it Wekesa or the Fighter?
No, the Fighter, not Wekesa, sorry. Fighter. These judges who are fixed, do you know their names?
All right. What I said, listen to me 1 minute. There is this, I was watching something, a lady who is in JSC yesterday, who said, who they forwarded the names, but she said, I have not seen the names. I cannot approve and say I have seen the names. But she said clearly that there are 3 people whose names were not there in their list, but now they appear in that name. And of course, even her, she was asked about the names, but she didn't want to disclose, but she says there are 3 names. Now, I don't want to call that bad and saying, I know who it is. But what you have to know is, if it's there, today they were sworn. I saw something, I don't know how many of them were sworn, according to the, because I have not watched and I have not read anywhere. But maybe you guys, you have an information that how many of them were sworn in. So I was asking you a question. The ones who are added on top of the 34 to make it 37, who vetted them? But let us not on that, because maybe you have no idea also, like us, I don't have.
Speculative and probably rumor. So let's confirm that first before we can talk about it. But according to Wekesa, who watched the whole thing, he says there were 34. Jex, can you confirm that?
34, and yeah, you can check even all the media houses. They quote it's 34, 6 were rejected. So the contention is between the 6 and the 6. The names were listed there. Of course, the 2 who are in the BBI saga. So that is where the heat came from. But nobody has come up. This is the first allegation of meeting that there were new names. Nobody, because all the names are listed there, and okay, they were 41. The 6 minus 6, how many do they make?
They do.
40 minus
okay.
what?
Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, we
remember, out of those, there's the one who died before the list came out.
Yeah, only one who passed on.
Okay.
So the remaining were 34.
Let's verify whatever it is. If you can't confirm it now, we leave it hanging. We'll pick it up in the next debate. The day is far gone, and we have people in the backyard who want to join, and Clinton is like he's gone. I don't know, Jakes, do you have access to the back office? If you can add people, please add those guys that need to come in. Okay. The rest of us should continue debating and.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Bernard,
let me
just go on.
finish, Bernard. Mr. Bernard, let me finish what I was saying. What he is trying to do. Allow me to finish up. Can you hear me? Hello.
Just go on, Bernard. I think Bernard has an issue of network.
All right. I was trying to follow something here. We have been saying, lauding and saying, the president is the symbol of national unity. We cannot say this in a certain occasion, that the president is the symbol of national unity. In other occasions, when he performs what we call it tribalism and all those things, which we more often ask ourselves, whether is this what the symbol of national unity means? One, the other time we went he called some guys to Kasarani. The same president was speaking in Kikuyu in Kasarani. A few days ago, he called some MCAs to Shagana. The same national symbol of national unity was speaking in Kikuyu and saying some bitter words. So we should not forget that the president, whom we are saying who is supposed to be the symbol of national unity, has for sure gone against, he has gone against the constitution, which is so in to be that he will uphold the constitution. He has done some things which sometimes we ask ourselves whether is he a symbol of national unity, which he is supposed to be. So in this regard of Benson, yeah, okay. Looking at the facts, let us not say Maraga, when he nullified the elections of 2017, he was okay. And at this time, when he's saying is 840 charges or none, then now it becomes that he's being a dictator or is being unpersuasive. It's becoming difficult. That's why the president could not do his duties or perform his duties. The problem that we have here is that Kome, who has come in, and because we know very well how Kome come in, managed to go through, he is now the one which he thinks he can manipulate in whichever way he wants. So he's trying to do things, because if it was in one way or the other, if it was Maraga, he could not be doing what he's doing. So let us give Kome a chance and see. Right now we can't blame Kome that because he has not done anything, he has not said anything, and he has not performed, so that we can say maybe she's being told what to do or she's independent. But the truth is, as Kenyans, we have eyes. Wherever we are, in as much as we are not living at home, and we are watching closely to our country, because we are looking forward to a better country, so that we can be able one day to come back home and celebrate being free as Kenyans. So we cannot sit back, as before you talk, I can hear you are up there. We cannot sit back and see him doing things the wrong way and say, no, he's the president. He is not above the law. He must do the things the right way. Like a very small thing in Kisumu, he broke the protocol of the chain of protocol, how things are supposed to be done. We are seeing, and because he wants to make some mistakes intentionally, we cannot say we are not seeing. That's my take anyway. Unmute, my brother.
Let me just talk about Kisumu. This is the second time you're talking about Kisumu, about president. Like, I'm not supporting the president. That is something that I usually say. But like, there's sometimes as a Kenyan, like there's things that I do appreciate so much. When you look at the speech of the president, there's some place in the entire speech that the president was just talking as a Kenyan, because you know very well. Yeah, like there are some issues that has really happened in Kenya. Yeah.
And so please give me a second here before you continue. You must know that the president ceases to be a Kenyan when he takes that office. He ceases to be to talk as a Kenyan. On personal grounds, he speaks as a president of the Republic of Kenya. I'm sorry to say he ceases to be a Kenyan. He is a Kenyan, but he speaks as a president of Kenya, not as a Kenyan.
Okay, let me just ask you again. You know, let us take about the legal issue and just come home. That we want to talk, as we call them, like people with no professional, or like without law profession. We just want to talk as like members. One, when the president was speaking as a person about like about the speech whereby like he talked about the judges who did the BBI. First, one thing that I agree with was like he was not supposed to do that in his capacity as a president. Or again, he was not supposed to do that, being that that thing was already in court. He should not prosecute it in the public opinion. That is one. But come back as a Kenyan, forget about the presidency now, as a Kenyan, because president also has people who are following him, right? And people who believed in that BBI. Maybe he was speaking on their behalf. You know, that's something that we also have to accept, you know, because one of the things that president also feels as a person, because he feels like as a nation, he has the intelligence, and he feel like if we do this, maybe our country can gain peace. You know, I'm not saying that it was right, but just think as you know, that's one. Another thing also, like you talk about breaking the protocol. That one was bad, and something that you need to know. It's one. Kisumu people are very good people, and Kisumu people at the same time, they're very bad people. And I tell you, when Raila refuses to talk in Kisumu, that could have been something else. They could have walked out of the stadium. That is something that is known. And where the problem came in, the problem did not come in with the president. The person that should be blamed should be Anyang' Nyong'o. You know, what Nyong'o could have done, Nyong'o could have invited the prime minister, the former prime minister, then in turn invite the DP. Because even DP could not break the protocol to call Raila to speak, because like it's usually the DP then the president. So the protocol was not within the presidency. The protocol started within the governorship. That's where the protocol was. Nyong'o could have invited the Raila, then invited the DP in turn invite the president. So see, so let us just think of it that way. So the thing was so messy, because like DP, there was no way in which DP could invite Raila to come and speak, then invite the president, you know. And there I cannot blame DP for DP doing that, you know. So Nyong'o could have done something, like Nyong'o could have invited the Raila, then Raila invites the DP, yeah, or Raila invites the DP, then DP invites the president. Because that could have been chaos in Kisumu, you know.
Yeah, you've said it.
Yeah.
This is a protocol that is written. It's not even, it's something which was done intentionally. It's not something that just happened. You know, some of these things you don't just you know that you can just ignore on the bypass and say this one, like you have said, Ruto, the DP cannot speak and then call Raila.
No,
he must go to the president. So this thing was done intentionally, but the reason as to why it was done, they all know. So you know, when you do good things, obviously people will never see the good things that you have done. Someone say that there was so much which the president spoke about in that meeting or that Madaraka Day. Yes, he spoke about so much, but the slightest mistakes which is done, that's what people say, and that's why we are talking about it now here. So it doesn't reflect good, okay, to some of us when we were looking for a one Kenya, a united Kenya. Even the BBI that we keep on saying here, even if I'm not one for the BBI was meant to bring Kenya together. But in return, BBI has made Kenya something different. So let's just imagine today if we go to elections with this Kenya, this electoral commission which we have, and we are going to elections with the same electoral commission, IEBC. What will happen? The fights which we see in minor some wherever constituency, wherever in the parliamentary seats. How will it happen if we are in the general elections as we are today? What will happen? We will be more than 207.
Let me tell
Why
you.
is this mentality of saying this is my
Can I
region?
respond to protocol?
Let
Can
me.
Can I
let me
respond
finish.
to protocol? Because now I see you are bringing many other issues. Can I respond to protocol?
Yes.
Yeah, you talked about the protocol in and it was breached, isn't it? But President did it deliberately. He asked even permission that I'm going to breach the protocol because of the issues that one is because of the historic moment that he was not just in Kisumu because this is another Madaraka Day. But President has been deliberate even when he began the BBI. We are talking about BBI, the document that is in the court, but there is also the BBI and handshake, the process that has been instilled in Kenyans. And one of the things, even what Kenyans were happy is like Ruto went to Nyanza, Kondele, and the place, the people he talked about, militia on CNN, and he was received and they clapped for him. So we can condemn BBI in terms of paperwork because we don't want, but practically we have broken the boundaries. Even nowadays, me, I didn't vote for Uhuru, but I'm very happy with him because we broke that rank and we have to work together. We have to see what BBI has achieved. So in terms of protocol, before I forget, protocol. Protocol is not in the constitution that each person must speak after this, but it is in our own culture and professional ethics that we do this and that. And ideally, when you look at protocol, most people follow it in different ways because protocol is something dynamic. It's not cast in stone. That's why you will see somebody come and start with the president, goes to prime minister, and then he goes to vice president. Another one starts with the president, former president, first lady, like that. Depending on how they rate the value and the importance of those positions. Now, coming to my point, depending on the occasion, protocols change. That's why you realize that when even a governor is hosting an event, his ranking in the protocols goes higher. So this being an event that it was historic according to the president himself, and he in his speech he was going to outline the historic importance of that event, how he has restored Nyanza, and part of the areas that are looked marginalized, they have been brought to government and are feeling part of Kenya. He saw that the person that embodies what he was going to speak is none other than his brother Raila Amolo Odinga. And for that event alone, the protocol was to be breached. The same way when he was launching the new currency. You remember after he had done his speech, he invited the governor of Central Bank to do it. Yeah, so sometimes protocol is dynamic based on the interest, based on the occasion and what is going on.
Wekesa, are you done?
Yes, I think I'm done with the protocol.
I think like we as Kenya, we should not be very rigid. At least we should have some flexibility. I don't think it was a wrong thing, but like again, based on the situation in Kisumu, Raila could have not gone without talking. That could have been history is known. And like something you've just reminded me about what DP said about Kisumu guys. I know of Kimani Chungwa, call them cows. And this is I'm a one resident of Kisumu, and I tell you, like the people from the lakeside, they are very loving people, and they are easily forgiving. They can forgive you, but at the same time, the way they forgive you is the same pressure they hate you at the same time, you know. So I think like Kimani Chungwa should at one point like apologize to the people of the lake, and you know.
But Benson, Kimani Ichung'wah never called the people from the lake cows. The one who calls themselves cows is this guy called this Oria. What was the name of this? How do we call him? This one from Hussein, yeah? Someone who is this?
Junet Mohammed.
Mohammed. He's the one who said about the cows. He said they follow Raila because like cows. No, you don't hide behind your fingers.
No.
He said they follow Raila like cows. Kimani Ichung'wah was following that one. We follow Raila like cows because we fear the consequences. He said those things. So Kimani Ichung'wah was talking about based on that. He has never called anyone a cow.
That's you see, like you know, I can take you back. I can take you back immediately, even after the election. There was an interview that was supposed to be done, Dibala Inea on NTV, Otienda Molo, and like Otienda Molo walked out of the interview. You know.
Hey, Robinson.
Yeah.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Let me interject you a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you are misleading the people a little bit, you have to get in. You are a very, very smart person whom I know she'll be thinking in the right way. You are misleading the viewers. I saw a comment there that Raila talked to the people and that's why DP was welcome. No, nothing like that. The people from Kisumu welcomed William Ruto because Ruto speaks their tune. He speaks what the border wants to hear. He speaks what the Mamambogas want to hear. That's why he was welcome. You know, the current political temperature in our country that is being spearheaded by Uhuru and Raila. They don't speak really what really inspire with the thoughts of our people. So Ruto is speaking that tune. That's why the man, hold on. That's why the man is gaining popularity all over the country. And today, if elections are held, free and fair elections, Ruto will win at as early as 8 in the morning.
Okay.
I'm from Nyanza, and I'm a strong person from Kisumu.
Okay, so
and I'm saying that.
now you're misquoting me. I did not talk about the Ruto reception. I said this. I was talking about protocol, and I said, like, if Raila could have not talked that day, people could have walked out of stadium. That's what I said. I did not.
And it's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. On that,
it's a fact all over.
On that, I agree with you. I did
not talk about the Ruto reception. And the Ruto reception, I said, like, the people from the lake, they are very loving people.
True.
They are very loving. They are very forgiving people. And
True.
the equal measure they love you is the equal measure they will hate you. That's what I say. I did not say about, that's what I say.
Yeah, and you can also measure the protocol in politician speech. When they are in Nyanza, they know how they address. When they are in Rift Valley, they know how they address. Yes.
Wekesa. About in 2017, when William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta went to campaign in Kisumu, Ruto was booed. They even heckled him. They were like, we don't want to hear from you. So if you compare the Kisumu of that 2017 and the reception that Ruto received...
And that's why we are saying BBI has done a lot, and you should appreciate that BBI is
That's not about BBI.
It is BBI. BBI is breaking the boundaries. That is what we are saying.
Let me tell you about Mr. Wekesa.
Or we can put it in your language.
Yeah.
We may not use the BBI. We just put it in a different language.
But my brother, let me tell you this. In each and every country, we don't need this BBI nonsense for a country to move forward. You know, we just need look, for example, the US today. The other time there was chaos in the Capitol, Trump telling his supporters he won the elections, blah, blah, blah. The same thing that was going on in Kenya with Raila even going to take an oath, which I was really supporting. You know, I was a staunch supporter of Raila Odunga. So You want to tell me in America today for Biden to go to
When
hold on, for Biden to go to the states that voted for Trump, he needs to have a handshake with Trump. Then he needs to go and launch projects in these states. No, like,
every country has its unique challenges, my friend.
but yeah, has
And
unique
America
challenges.
is
But
200 and what years? 70 years
no,
old.
it's not about. So
Independence.
Mwekesa,
So
America
our democracy is not at the same level. So we will not just compare ourselves blindly. We must just address our challenges. The same way
Mr.
Uhuru
Wekesa,
caused to Nyans. The
Mr.
same way you
Wekesa,
have said Ruto identified the challenges of Kenya. There we agree with you. He identified the challenges
Moses,
of Kenya.
let me
And
tell
that's why maybe he's coming up with wheelbarrow, which has never happened in America or anywhere else.
you. Moses,
So you
let me say
cannot.
something. Let me say
Yes.
something.
Wekesa,
Our
Every
BPI is
time,
unique as
hey,
just as your wheelbarrow
Mr.
project is
Wekesa,
unique to Kenya.
oh,
Mr.
Moses,
Wekesa,
Moses, before you
every
correct
time,
Mr. Wekesa,
Can
now
let
you
me say
guys,
something.
let's give
Every
one
time I
person to talk,
come,
because
every
when
time I
everybody
come,
talks, it doesn't work.
Moses,
yes.
let me tell you something that you are not. You compared about Joe Biden going to the states that were won by Trump, so you should have handshake with Trump. And right now, what is happening is right now, I think if you read the news, when you look at the states that are dominantly by Republican states, what are the state representatives are doing now? They are creating laws that, like, people are complaining that they are denying the voters' rights is being infringed, right? When you go, like right now, like you can find some states they're doing the audit of the votes and they're passing laws. The other time they did it in Georgia, right? And
True.
Texas, they're doing the same thing. Like most of the Republican states, they're doing that. And like the people who are going mostly to be affected by this vote are like the people of color. That's what I had, you know. So sometimes it's not about shaking hands, but sometimes like the things that you do makes it very hard for these people to have like space to vote or like to have a right in the voting. So Moses, think about that, brother.
Yes, Bro Benson, you have said it clearly. First, before I report to you, let me answer Kizito. Kizito, you know, Kizito has like 10 names. Kizito has like 10 names. Today is Kizito Patrick. Tomorrow it is Nyaboro somebody. The following day is somebody else. So Kizito, you need to have your stance with your name. Then we can know who we are responding to. You know, if something is wrong, we have to speak it, you know. Because this is also a great platform to reach to the people. And then responding to Bro Benson, you have said a very great point about the state of Georgia. But you know, the other time, Biden has already come up with a platform. He appointed actually Kamala Harris, who will be leading ways to see how they can curb this. But that doesn't mean they will be headed on a handshake way. You know, they will be solving these problems. And then also, Wekesa mentioned that America is like 200 years old, but we are not different from them in Kenya. Kenya is a country, and Kenya has people, and that does not make us less important than the American people. You know, like the other time I heard Kipchumba Murkomen also crying that president has abandoned the projects in Rift Valley, and the president himself told the people of our MPs from Luo Nyanza when they went to the state house that you guys need to take the advantage of my friendship with my brother Raila Odinga, so that we can, you know, that president is not doing his job. So for you to get a project brought to your area, you must have good relationship with the president so that he can come and launch them. No, the people of the Republic of Kenya pays taxes to our national government, and they deserve to have development like any other party. They don't need to have a relationship with the president, because this president is your president whether you voted for him or not. But when the president is doing something contrary to his duties, we need to say like it is. And that's what I
I
just
have a
want.
question to you. I have a question to you.
Yeah.
I think what your perspective is right, but your team seems to be speaking from both sides of the mouth, because they are the ones trying to tell the president that we voted for you, and it's like we need the first priority. And they are
No,
painting this picture
Wekesa,
to show that the
Wekesa.
president must start with the Jubilee zones, develop them before he
No,
goes to this handshake brothers
you are
thing.
taking me wrong,
And the,
Wekesa. This is the thing. Kipchumba quoted the president telling the
yes.
Luanyanza MPs that you guys need to take advantage of me. Because right now the president has sidelined William Ruto, meaning that the people of Rift Valley won't be getting any project agendas going on. That was his
Not
worry. He was
really.
saying that for you to get developments bring to your area, you must have a relationship with the president. And that is wrong. Because,
Yeah, and this
you
was the
know,
answer
let me
to
tell you one thing
Kipchumba.
too. It is
Yes.
the same people, the same ODM members who
Yes.
were singing like in 2013 when the president was having delegations every day in the White House. They were complaining that the president was misusing the office and the office was not meant to campaign. And the same Luo Nyanza MPs are the ones who again went there. I'm speaking of this. I'm from Game, and Game is one of the constituencies where the president went to launch some projects. So
yeah, so
that's
let me
just
talk
my
about
side of view, you know.
Kipchumba's Murkomen's response. You know, Kipchumba said that okay, this is my point. In Rift Valley, the president had started projects like the Aurora and Kimoret Dam. I was telling Kenyans. Now, if Rift Valley also wants the president to be in their area right now launching projects, and the president has begun mega project. By the way, I saw in the newspaper that project could have costed 63 billion. That was a major project and a game changer in the Rift Valley. But now, if you are one of the guys who have sabotaged such a project, so how do you expect the president to come to your area, launch nothing? Because the small project he has brought to your areas, you have sabotaged them.
Let me answer you on that. You know, like the president has all the machineries. He has the government. He has he has the courts and everything. If it was true that the UDA led by William Ruto, the Kipchumba Murkomens, they squandered the money that was meant for Aurora and Kimorer, they could have been accused they could have been vindicated in the court of law right now, but they have not been. They should have been contradicted. They should have been jailed. They should have been prosecuted. But there is no case going on with Aurora and Kimorer following those cases. So these people are just still innocent following that. I don't disagree that maybe the money was misquandered, but they haven't been contradicted in a court of law.
Yeah, but look here. We are playing defense and trying to abscond ourselves from the blame. But on the other side, the president said, Raila initiated things that even I had not asked him to do. And some of them, he never even asked for my money. So when the president, you know, some of these projects you see president launch, not everything that president began. Some of them are begun by leaders, but they honor the president to come and launch. So we cannot just be having money and dishing out in terms of wheelbarrows and the mkokotenis, but we are not carrying out major projects in our land and asking the president to come and either add value on it or improve it. You see, we need to be thinking about our own society and transforming. Ask yourself, what has Ruto done for his Rift Valley? He has been with Uhuru for 8 years. We cannot blame Raila for the 2 or 3 years he has been with Uhuru. If Raila managed to get some funds from Uhuru to build Nyanza, in 2 years he has been in a relationship, not in government, in just a close relationship with the president, then give credit to that guy. Because the other man has been in 8 years in government.
I agree you give credit to that guy, but what I was saying, we don't need to have somebody have a good relationship with the president for developments to be taken.
Yeah, but these are sound bites. The reality is different. These are sound bites. These are sound bites. Just the same way you are telling us that we don't need any constitution for any amendment to the law for us to have CDF funds to be raised or county government funds to be raised to 15%, 35%. These are good sound bites. but reality is different. And for Kenya, for Africans, the way we are wired, we rather raise that one and use the law to say we need 35% than we say we just need a good president who will not limit us. My friend, where are they? Where are
Moses,
those good presidents?
Moses.
Yes, sir.
I think we need to talk and we need to have a serious conversation
Let's
because,
do
like,
it.
we learn from the history, and history make us make us to make a decision for our future.
Very true. Absolutely.
And when you look at like, without taking sides, let's just talk as Kenyans who love Kenya, who love their country. When you look at 2013 to 2017, before even Raila started to be friends with the president, there was no major development that were taking place in Nyanza. That is
there
true.
was no major.
There
True.
was no major development. But when you look at
yes, there was no development because the president was not doing his job.
Oh yeah, what was happening? Maybe in Rift Valley, there were so many projects that were going on. Yeah. In Central, there are projects that were going on, right? And not only with the president, like, ever since the Nyanza region has been in opposition, so not so major project would happen in Nyanza, right? That is something as a fact, as a history. So this time when Raila shook hand with Uhuru and like he got that leeway, or he got that olive oil branch to bring this development, I don't think it's a time like we should complain. We should just appreciate and say thank you to the president, because we know there's a way in which even like MPs should lobby through the president if they want project to come to their constituency. And like most of the time, during the time when we have like ministers in the house, the previous constitution, you could talk through the ministry of, let's say, the ministry of water. You could go and talk to that minister and he can push that agenda for you if you have that project. So
I agree.
And so I don't think like by Raila proposing to president some of the projects that he wants to be done in Nyanza was a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree with you. And just maybe if you are misquoting my point, because I mean, I lauded the projects in Luo Nyanza. They are really good.
Yeah.
They are good for our community.
Yes.
But my point was, we don't need somebody to have a good relation. I mean, to have a good relationship with the president or to be friends with the president so that the president can take projects there. If president was doing his work in a fair way, all parts of Kenya deserve better.
It's not a friendship.
And not just president,
Moses.
president and deputy.
It's not a friendship.
Moses.
No,
Hello.
Moses.
Can I chip in? Can I chip in?
Let us give
Yeah, that's
Mulumbu so they can also say something.
Let Mr.
Mulumba,
President
somebody is not speaking. Mulumba wants to.
I want to speak, Mr. President.
Hold on, Mr. President. Hold on, Mr. President. Let's hear from Mulumbu, then move on. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for giving me this time and also contribute a little bit. But guys, this forum I think is for us all. Sometimes you give a forum for two, three people. You talk a lot of minutes, and some people are just waiting. Can you please, when somebody is talking, give me a time. When he finishes the minutes, then you will get your time to answer, so that everybody gets the time to talk. Okay, to me, as I see, we are you as a young generation, you are still lost. Most of you are still lost. Why do I say that? For example, now here arguing that, oh, President, why did he silence some 6 judges? Oh, why did he come Kisumu? Why is he come Kisumu to launch? Remember, that's why Uhuru said, when he talked about judges, he talked about Kenya. And he meant why they came together. So that they did handshake. That he looked at the face of Kenya. He looked how people died. He looked how people die every election. Some of you don't see. You just see what's in the table. but you don't look back and see. It seems nowadays inaonekana hii kitu kishafanyika, mtu akishakufa you forget. That's what is in Kenya. You don't value human beings' life. Kenya, we don't value somebody when he dies. Once amekufa, potelea mbali, ameshakufa, mambo tuendelee tu. That's why people are being killed. There's nothing's done. Uhuru aliona, ameangalia, kaona that's the only way wanaweza kana Raila wapeleke inji mbele mahali inafai kuwe, that everybody should be in the same basket. But here now we are here, instead you young talented guys ambao mmesoma, some of them na degree, some of them mnaenda for professor, instead of muangalie hizo vitu kiundani, tujua where are we taking our country, what can we do that these people have lost, what the good things are they doing and what are they doing now, so we can add in. Some of you mkumbuka hapo mnapinga, na ukiangalia kitu unapinga, you don't see what you have brought to the table that can help you. I don't see. For example, some of you say ati vile jaji walipewa angechagua wote namna hiyo. Sasa angechagua na wale corrupt, angechagua na corrupt, mngekuja hapo kumpiga tena. Why did he do so? Kwa nini hakuangalia ni kiongozi wa nchi? Kwa nini amechagua na hao wale weko corrupt ndani? Sasa amekaa kama president and advisor. And remember when walikuwa wanafanya interview ya Chief Justice, I don't know, it was huko, there's a question aliulizwa na akasema Kenya iko corrupt, watu wako, hata akasema hii commission pia iko corrupt. I fikiria mnaelewa hiyo. He said even this corrupt commission, there is a problem with this election. That's why alipopewa watu 40, yeye na advice, he has to look into it, because he can just not select everybody like that na wote wako corrupt ndani. So akishachagua akapata hao wengine si wazuri, mwanza kumpiga vita, anaua kisijizo. But you find so many lawyers wenye wanapinga, most of them are corrupt. Most of lawyers wanapinga hao, go back, wafuate nyuma yao, go to their background. They are so rich, where did they get that money? They are corrupt. Wao ndio wameiba Kenya yote. And then unakuja unapata Uhuru amesema, kwa sababu alisema ndani majaji ni kama hawaangalii face ya Kenya, they just look what is inside there, but don't reflect why did these people come together so that they can make Kenya can be a country of everybody. Hiyo watu hamwangalii, mnasahau yale imefanyika. You just look what on the table, but you don't know how the food was made. What did they use to come to sasa ikawa chakula hii tunakula imetengenezwa namna gani, imefanyishwa na viunganishi gani? Because I know the country of tomorrow is you guys, ni nyinyi ndio yafaa mtengeze country ya kesho. Sasa unafuata my friend from game anasema BBI haina nini kitu ndani, na haina kitu ndani, na Wajaluo ndio walichinjwa kwa wingi, wakaletwa hata wanajeshi kutoka Sudan ndio walikuwa wanakuja kuwaua. Raila akasema sasa there's no need nipiganie na my people are going to die, let me sit down, nitumie ujanja wangu na wa amani so that I can save my people, because those people are not going to relinquish. Ruto alikuwa amekataa katakata. Uhuru ndiye aliona hapana, huyu jamaa akiamua kushika beti hawezi acha, let me look the face of Kenya and save the people. That one you don't see. Then unaniambia kwamba ati Ruto amekuja Kisumu, ati watu wamemshangalia. Wajaluo ni wazuri zaidi, hata kama uliwagonga mawe jana aliwapiga, lakini wanaona there's something that can help them, they'll welcome you, because that's hiyo ndio roho ya ubinadamu, and that's how people should live. That's how we supposed to live. Sio watu wengine, kuna watu wengine wakikataa wanasema huyu hapana, they stand over there. That's when wanafanya nchi inakuwa stagnant. So you guys, when you are debating, can you please debate and find out how Kenya can be? Muangalie kiundani, muangalie who is Raila, what has How long has he been there? Na alifika hapo namna gani? Na who is Uhuru? Na who is Ruto? Go back. Angalia nyuma yake. What has he done for Kenyans? What has he done for Kenyans? Then the thing is unasikia unasema ati Uhuru amekuja kulonchi, ati wabunge wameenda huko sijui kumbegi ndio sasa hajafanya launch.
David
Guys,
Olo. Hey.
Pesa inaletwa saa hii, pesa inakuwa divided the whole country. Is you the MP of the region to program what you need in your area. Mkishamaliza kupanga, basi you can call the president to come and launch them. Pesa ndio ile inapelekwa nini Turkana, mamilioni. Jamaa anafanya projects, ikishamkamilisha wataita president kwenda ku launch. It's you the MP of the area, the region, to put your program ahead na vitu vifanyike. Pesa iko. You understand? So wacha niachie wengine.
Yeah, Mr. Mulumbu, you have
Thank you.
talked good, but
hold on,
I just
Moses.
wanted to
Hold on, Moses.
interject a little bit.
Goja, you
Let me,
can't interject
Bernard,
when the
before I forget
conversation is
what I
over.
wanted to say. Bernard, I will forget what I wanted to say.
What do you want to say? You have 1 minute.
To respond. Yeah, you know, I agree with you, Raila's fought for Kenya. And the reason why I disagree on most of the things that he represents today, there's a lot of things in BBI that will burden our country. And I expect somebody like you, and I expect someone like you whom I also know has read BBI, and you know what is good for Kenya and what is not good for our country. I agree Raila brought peace. He saw people were being killed, and he used his ujanja to go and I was supporting that. But once I was one of those people who are really praising BBI until the document came out and I read it 1-to-1. And as a citizen of Kenya who wants good for our country, I had to go against it because I don't think most of the things in BBI will address the challenges that is facing our country. And just to talk about William Ruto too, Ruto campaigned for Raila very badly in 2007. He campaigned for him. Even for Raila to become prime minister, it is William Ruto who pushed for that. He pushed for that until Raila got that position of the prime minister. But while prime minister,
Moses, your 1 minute is over. Answer my question. Question. What is the good you want for this country that is not in the BBI?
I want a country whereby whether you are a Kikuyu, you are a Luo, you are a Luya, you get developments bring to your area without any of the leaders having a relationship with the president because you pay taxes in the country. I want a country whereby you are free to get a job anywhere without you getting judged. I want a country where the life is affordable to a common mwananchi. I want a country where our leaders are held accountable to whichever resources they get. Because most of our leaders don't they are not being held accountable. For instance, my own governor is not doing his job and is one of those who should be impeached. I want a country where each and every citizen lives and love it and are able to afford life, are able to pay tuition for their kids in whichever school they go. And
Okay,
I want a lot of positive things.
How are we supposed to achieve that without the BBI?
Yeah, coming up with formidable legislations, having leaders that stand up and.
So you don't want the constitution to be touched, yet you want Kenya to be changed.
The constitution can be changed, but in a positive ways, not leaders
so
coming.
BBI is making amendments in the opposite way.
And what are 70 members of parliament going to do for the country?
Okay, thank you. Just point of information, he said Moses Ruto did not make Raila prime minister.
Another thing, let me respond to one.
Hold on, Moses.
David Olo. Just Moses. David Olo, very quick, Bernard. David Olo.
No,
David
don't
Olo.
respond to David Olo.
1 second.
No.
Okay, Bernard, I know that's your donor, your supporter. Okay.
Why can't we have order?
It's my My donor, don't worry.
No order.
You will respond to David when you have a chance.
No, I just wanted to use 1 second. Just 1 second.
No, Ngoja Moses, you have spoken. Point of information, according to the what is it called? The sharing of power in 2007, it was Ruto to become prime minister. When Raila becomes the president, and then there is change of constitution. So the campaign was meant to become prime minister, not to make Raila the prime minister. Well, Mr. President.
There was no slot for prime minister before the presidency. It came after the post-election firings. That's when they sorted that one out. So there was nowhere
pre-election plans, because the constitution was due to be changed in 100 days or so.
Guys,
it wasn't factored in the constitution, but it was in the ODM agreement on how to share power after they ascend to presidents. That's what I'm talking about.
Bernard, Karua and Luto, they made it difficult for the accord to be broke, the deal, until they were removed. So don't tell us that he made him the prime minister. They were one of the
Okay, fighter, you have 1 minute.
When we say Ruto made Raila prime minister, this is simply what we mean. And get me clear. Ruto campaigned for Raila in the Rift Valley until he got more than all the MPs from the Rift Valley to ODM, which made Raila. Wait a minute.
Hold on. That time Ruto was nothing. It is Raila who made the Ruto the principal of Rift Valley. Raila made the principal, Mutavati principal. He called these guys from the backyard and he brought them to the national scene. My friend.
Do you know? Listen, my friend. Do you know who Moi was campaigning for in 2007? I was a true support of ODM. Right? Moi was supporting Kibaki. And Uruto went against the boundaries and supported Raila, and Raila won out the seats. What are you saying? Wekesa, you don't have history of this country.
No. I know the history. I'm telling you how the principles came around.
That's okay. You are saying the same thing, only that using different words.
So let me finish what I was saying, please.
Wekesa is right, because when he says Ruto was the Rift Valley principal in the ODM arrangement of 2007, courtesy of the election in Kasarani, where they were all presidential candidates. Then Raila won. Then he said all the people that vied are captains. I mean, they are equal partners in the Nini. Then we had Joe Nyaga for Central, Ruto for Rift Valley, Balala for Nyanza, and then
South African coast.
Yes, things like that. So
how many MPs? Because he was from Central. How many MPs did he bring to ODM? Let me just put to rest my point. I just want to put to rest my point. Ruto made.
You need to hear from this Mr. Draft. Your name is Draft, or you did not change the name?
Who?
Hey, you are
okay,
not
fighter. You have 1 minute. Then we hear from.
Let me finish. What we say here. Even I have in record where Ruto tells Raila, if you are tired of soldiering on, step aside. Let us move on. And that's why Desmond Tutu was saying, Martha Karua and Ruto, they made it so hard for them to agree, because Ruto could stand for Raila to death, and Martha Karua could stand for Kibaki to death. So let me tell you, Ruto is the one who voted for Raila. We will never forget that. And I was part of the ODM in that time. Let me tell you, my parting with for that 1 minute, my parting with Raila is when he threw the best person who put him where he was out and tried to stick with some people who did not give him anything. And that's when I parted with Raila. But anyway, in one way or the other, let us not forget where we are coming from. Ruto has been so helpful. Even as you can see now, he helped Uhuru for 2 times, but he's out there. Let me tell you, 2022 is coming.
Fighter, on the flip side.
Thank you, Fighter. Thank you. Let's hear from Draft.
Where's Draft?
It's gone.
He has removed himself.
Those are
Vaida, I was
Sorry,
asking
sorry.
you a question before the draft comes.
There's
On the
somebody
flip
called
side.
Mercy.
Yes,
on the
Mercy.
flip side,
Wekesa, you are the one talking.
yes. On the flip side, it was Isaac Ruto who campaigned for Ruto. But after that, he was also thrown away. So it was also Raila who campaigned for Kibaki. In fact, Kibaki was on a wheelchair. Forget about Ruto, they were a team. Raila campaigned for Kibaki on a wheelchair. After that, he was thrown away. So don't tell us about that.
And how many
If it's betrayal, everybody has betrayed each
What
other.
Ruto said about that?
Wekesa, how many votes did Kibaki get from Rift Valley in 2002 when Raila campaigned for him? Because Ruto didn't support them in 2002.
It's not a referendum of Rift Valley we are here. We are saying...
Is that because one of you said Raila is the one who made Ruto? So we wanted to see if 2002 there was still that Ruto factor.
Moses.
Ruto was in that time. He was in Kanu.
Ruto, that is something that you cannot run away from, because Ruto had been Kanu all his life, walking away from Moi, and then joined Raila against all odds. Okay, that cannot be brushed off as if it was nothing.
Hey, Bernard.
So even the muscle that he has today. Yes.
Bernard, can this guy David Olo join the chat so that we can talk to him? If he's a man with 2 balls, let him join.
Moses.
Hey guys, can I say something?
David Olo is doing his part on the comments. You do your part.
You guys paid him to be a keyboard warrior. Okay, I get it.
Can I mention something?
Moses, thank you.
Can I mention something?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna talk for like a minute. I've watched your discussion; it's very good, and everything else. I'm surprised, me up even the Gioni, the Nigeria Gioni. But what I would like to say about the Ruto factor, and I heard the fighter saying it, when Ruto became the kingpin of Rift Valley, is during that time of the what do you call Yandizi? What do you call it? When it was about the Wako drop.
Chungwa
Nandizi. That was the time the man became the kingpin officially. Like he ran away with it. People waited to think maybe Gideon will take it or whatever. Ruto took it, and after that, it was done. So by the time 2007 coming in, he was the kingpin. And since then, Ruto is the kingpin.
So Orange has a role, eh? Orange has a role.
The Orange started with the 05, the work of drugs. If you remember, Uhuru Kenyatta was there. And actually, that one now, Uhuru maneuvered after that, akatoka, Polepole akamaneuver, akaenda akaingia PNU. If you remember what happened, and because of what had happened to the Kalenjins, when Kibaki came into office, Kabila alikuwa anafuta huyu ana replace na Mtikui anafuta nini. The animosity, Ruto fed into that. None of them amefeed kama mambo ya, he's very good at reading. Back then he fed into that. The Kalenjins wakafeel, hey, kila mtu yao anafuta whatever, and Moi was gone. So what happened? Ruto took it, and that was it, and that was the end of the story. And that's just like the way he's reading about the wheelbarrow now. You see how it becomes famous. He's very good at reading what's on the ground, and that's what it is. So when it comes to 2000, Ruto was chosen, was part of the deal with Raila because of the hold he had already had in the Rift Valley. And that even the PNU guys did not believe that Ruto would have such a hold. They thought maybe Moi. Fighter is right. Moi was campaigning for Kibaki. Of course, one thing you have to realize, Moi, Kibaki, the Kenyattas, the deep state, they will always, even Mudavadi, they will always be on the same side. The village one anacheza chini ya maji depending on vile ground iko. But these guys, they are one and the same. Uhuru Kenyatta and whatever, and them, they grew up together. Ni watu walisoma pamoja. They've known each other walikuwa miaka 5 growing up together. So when you come to think about the politics of Kenya, what is
Hapo
more
kwa
important
deep
sometimes.
state umetupoteza. Hapo kwa deep
No,
state
they're part of the deep state.
dynasty
No, that's
umetupoteza.
Wekesa.
Not
Hold on.
dynasty.
Let him make his point.
Yeah.
You have your chance. Thank you.
Yeah. Sitaki kusema hata mambo ya dynasty. Nasema the people on the Wanjigis, the Mungas, the people you've never had. That unasikia hiyo table yenye Mudavadi, those are the people who sit down and host these people. See, whatever they have, the Raila and them, but in Kenya to become a president, just like I'm here in the United States, kuna watu wako na interest, you have to sit down with them. Hao ndio wanaandika the big checks, sio shilingi tano. So these are the people who write 50, unaenda kuna plate wanafanya ile $50,000 a plate for the parties they have to fundraise. You have to appease those people, and that is everywhere in the world. Hata ukienda Russia kuna oligarchs, ukienda the UK, you cannot just run as a prime minister. Kwanza lazima the queen has to approve. That's what they're not saying. You can run different parties, but it has to be for the interest of the country. So hata in Kenya, mtu hawezi toka huko kuja tu run, and that's why you see even the fight against Ruto now, he's using the dynasty politics, but in a way he's saying the truth. You cannot come out from nowhere and just become president in Kenya. That one is a lie. You have to appease those people. Have to sit down with them. The candidate for 2013, to be honest, was supposed to be Mudavadi, but because Nani, they were served lemonade, which is called Hague. Hague was the lemon that was served to Ruto and Uhuru. Then they made lemonade after it. Wakaenda wakafanya rally, wakagather the support. So because Mudavadi was the one supposed, hao ndio walikuwa amekuwa chosen the people because they are comfortable with Mudavadi. Mudavadi was forced to go and form. And your ANC, other ANC was funded by the people in Jubilee. You know, even Maxto, if you remember during that time, Maxto and Moi were supporting Mudavadi in 2013. Ndio aende akate kura ya Waluya. So that akichukua kura kidogo ya Waluya, ndio akate the knee, shift into ODM. Those are the politics that's played in Kenya. So when you look at it even now, by whatever joining, what is scaring me most, and I'm going to finish now, what is scaring me most? So hivi naona sasa kama wale watu walikuwa ODM wameenda, so now they're joining together. Think about it this way. If next year comes and the people of Rift Valley, they will be mad that Uhuru aliwaruka. But then if you look at it this way, Uhuru akiruka Raila tena next year, you can see what the effects are going to be. So what's going to happen? That's what I'm so worried about. So, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wekesa, you had an issue?
No, Wekesa.
Wekesa kama apatikani. Jex, you are silent. Are you the one sending this? Are you the one highlighting David?
Hey, before you guys continue, I haven't even talked. David Olois on me back forth. God.
Moses, there is an issue you need to respond to. What case is Rotich, the former Minister for Finance, CS for Finance, answering in court right now?
That's Rotich, individually, yes. Not William Ruto, not Murko.
No, but is it not about the dams?
If it is about the dams, it's Rotich itself.
I'm asking the question, is it not about the dams?
If it
and
is
the
about
dams were in the Rift Valley.
It's not about Deputy Ruto.
We did not say deputy. You said about the money for the Korir and the other dam, which were meant to be Rift Valley.
He is still innocent until proven guilty.
But there is a case going on about the lost money.
The case can go on however long it can go, but he's still innocent until proven otherwise.
You are not answering the question. There is a case about lost money, about a dam or dams that were to be made in the Rift Valley, isn't it?
That's what I told you. The case can go on and on, but until proven guilty.
Mr. Bernard, please let me answer for Moses. Rotich is not because of the dams. He was fired because he is the close ally of William Ruto. Just like Janata, like Murkomen, Susan Kinsa, all those who have been fired from their positions simply because they are friends of Ruto. The issue here
according to you, Mr. Fighter, there is no money that got lost in the
Can I
Camoret
answer
and
David Olo? Can I answer David Olo, Bernard?
No, forget about David Olo, Kwanzaa. Don't deviate us. Mr. Fighter, there is no money that got lost on the dams.
What's happening is that the money was quoted to have gotten lost, and the case is in court. But that's not what Rotich to be fired.
What was the case? Have you listened to the proceedings of the case? Because it was open on TV.
But there's not been any proceedings according to my understanding.
Even last week, the proceedings it's accused of abuse of office for approving the payments of this Camarada and the other dam, and procedurally.
Bernard, what to debate someone the president has to, if 1 billion has to,
everybody mute your mic, please. If you're not speaking, mute your mic so that we don't have feedback from you. Thank you.
In as much as I understand, Bernard, if 1 billion has to be paid to an institution or somewhere from the the central or the central government, the president has to sign for it. I don't know whether you know.
Which president?
I understand that.
Bernard,
on which law?
Bernard.
There's no law that exists like that one.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Bernard, a few days ago, Bernard, you yourself, you said you cannot talk on a matter that is still in the court. So that's why we cannot also talk about this matter of Rotich, because it's still in the court. Let's wait for it, and then we will take it from there.
Moses, you are trying to defend the undefendable. You are not talking about the case that is before the court. You are the one that said the projects in the Rift Valley stalled because of what?
Yeah, you also asked a question sometimes back, and you said you cannot talk about the matter that is before the court.
Oh, you are fishing for something that is not there. I said the due process of the court has to take place. Let's not dismiss the BBI because of the ruling of the High Court. There is still the Court of Appeal, there is still a Supreme Court, and we are willing to go all the way until we get.
I will be so happy. I will be so happy to talk about this matter of Rotich once the decision has been made or contradiction has been made by the court. So
one last question to you, Moses. One last question to you, Moses.
Yes, sir.
The money can only be lost after somebody has been proven guilty, or
when there's sufficient evidence and
because the DP said only 7 billion got lost. But the record say 21 billion. And you are saying until somebody's proven guilty, there's no money that got lost.
Okay.
You people seem to be taking us for a ride.
The DP said 7 billion. They said 21 billion. We don't know who is who. So let's wait for the court to decide and tell us how much was lost.
I have one question for Moses.
Okay.
Moses, I have one question for you. One is that you guys, with your patron, when he came to the scene, he talked about the digital economy. Then he has transmogrified. Now he's talking about the economy of 16th century. And he's bringing the wheelbarrows and the mkokotenis and now, what happened? Is this the bottom-up approach?
Wekesa, let me tell you. One thing, Deputy President...
Mr. Fighter, mute your mic. Mr. Fighter, mute your mic.
Deputy President William Ruto is not the President of the Republic of Kenya. And when he said about, when he talks about bottoms up economy, there's different ways in which two different governments can come up and run an economy of the country, and bottoms up economy. Ruto, we cannot stop learning every single day. And Ruto too, as a deputy president, he learns every day. He relates with the people. He gets to know what does the people need. What language can I get to interact with the people? So, you know, when he talks about bottoms-up economy, he's speaking the language of which the boda, the mamambogas, the mkokotenis, the hustlers mwenyewe, the language they want to hear. What's going to support them? That's why, Mr. Wekesa, I ask you, let's give this man support in 2022. And
hold on from there before you go for the campaign.
Thank
Before
you,
you go for
thank you, thank
2022.
you. Moses,
Before you go for
please,
2022,
yeah.
just listen. If you are telling us he speaks what the people want to hear, that's not leadership, that is politics. A politician will speak what you want to hear, but at the end of the day, he will leave you charged, and that's why that's why we know 2017 he spoke about in 6 months. In 6 months, those 9 dams, they excited us. They are the things we wanted to hear. But after hearing, what happened?
You know, when he was talking about that, maybe he was the spokesperson, but the draft was drawn by them, including Uhuru Kenyatta was sitting on that boardroom. So we should not throw blame to
things
him.
were in his mind. Even people marvel. They wondered, what is this guy saying?
No, maybe these people, they wanted to kill DP politically. They came up with unrealistic things for him to say.
Moses, I don't know what you're getting from the DP, but what you're saying does not add up.
Let me finish.
Okay? You cannot go to a platform and begin to give promises when you don't have a plan on how you're going to execute them.
The promises was about the stadium.
10 years later, you now come up with a new program of taking us back to the 16th century. That is not going to work.
Bernard, DP Ruto is connecting with the people. He's speaking their language because he feels what the common man is going through. That's why I even give wheelbarrows, because I hear people bashing wheelbarrows. What will you give a graduate? Our country, Kenya, does not belong to only graduates. It belongs to everybody.
But wait a minute.
Not everyone gets an opportunity to go to college. Not everyone gets the opportunity to graduate high school. There are people who are very skilled. They can use that wheelbarrow to generate a lot of money, more than even you, Bernard, who is a learned friend, you know.
Now, Moses,
when he was in Nairobi
if we go back to the wheelbarrow economy, are we making progress or we are going backward?
Just wait until we take over the government.
No, I'm asking a question.
Bernard,
we make progress.
Mr. Bernard, go and study the wheelbarrow economy, what it means. It's not what you are talking about. The wheelbarrow economy, it simply means the people down there, the common mwananchi, the boda people. We don't talk about the wheelbarrow. You know, we are talking about small businesses. So when you look at the wheelbarrow economy,
it's okay, but the model he's using is handouts. So how is handout economy going to generate revenue for this country? In fact, that increases more inflation. How do
that the money can generate economy? People down here, we are paying taxes. Even the mwananchi bara who sells mboga pays the taxes. So what is wrong for him to be supported by the government?
Mr. Fighter,
why we have a problem?
Hold on, Wekesa, hold on, Mr. Fighter.
Yes, sir.
If we all abandoned vehicles, okay, we begin to use wheelbarrow as mode of transport from here to Kisumu. How long will it take for us to get there?
I want you to come out of that. No. I want you to come out of that reasoning, because we are
slowing down everything by going backward.
No, Mr. Bernard, don't mislead people. We are not talking about wheelbarrow. This wheelbarrow you can see. We are talking about the common people who are hustling out there. They are small business. Some of them have buses. Some of them have hammers. Some of them have houses. But they are hustlers. We are not talking about wheelbarrows. Literally wheelbarrows. That's where you go wrong.
So you're talking about wheelbarrow and you're not talking about wheelbarrow. What do you mean, Mr. Fighter?
That is a symbolic meaning of the people who started from nowhere, like him and me and you. We are not talking about wheelbarrows, literally a wheelbarrow which you are pushing on the streets. We are talking about, that is a symbol, but we are talking about the common person, the common man who is suffering down there, hustling for his life. And that's what DB is saying. In his government, he would put aside some money to give those people a loan. Those people down there, like CDF, that will enhance their business.
Vida, is it practical
What
to
is
say
wrong with
that
that?
you are? Is it practical to say that you are the leader of Hustler Nation and you are having a hustler function, and all the
Yes.
invited people are from Dynasty? Which
No, it
hustler
depends.
attended the wedding of
It depends
the
where
Karen?
you came from. Mr. Moses, Nani Wekesa, it depends where you are coming from. You can be a hustler. Why you have found your way out of the darkness. So you are reading some hustlers who are
So
struggling
you
there.
become a farmer. When your wife
It
goes
doesn't
away, you
mean
become
that when
farmer.
you say you are a hustler, you must remain to be
Become
poor. No,
farmer.
hustlers also manage. They make up life because they are hustling to make life.
Yes, that's what I told them. Kenya does
Now,
not only belong to graduates. Kenya belongs to everybody, and everyone needs empowerment,
so
not only through education.
between Raila, who was 9 years in prison, between the Raila who was 9 years hustling in prison, and somebody who came just from school and
Hustling for
got
what, my
a
friend? People have
job,
died. For
who
what
is
him
a
hustling
hustler?
and his life? People have died. So we appreciate
Hold
his
on.
hustling. We
Okay, hold
appreciate his
on. Let's have
hustling.
order, Mr. Fighter. Let's have order. Nobody is against the hustlers, but the narrative is questionable, because if it takes you 10 years to realize that we have people suffering down there when you've been enjoying up there, that places a lot of question marks on your person, on your integrity, and your sincerity. If there is anybody caring for the Mamambogas for no political gain, I will support him all the way.
Hey,
But
Bernard,
if the narrative
Bernard,
about the Mamamboga and the Boda Boda is for political gain,
Bernard,
it has no future whatsoever.
Bernard, when I was a student in Kenya in high school, we had a fundraising, and the guest of honor was the Secretary General of ODM when Raila was still the Prime Minister. Raila sent a contribution. You know how much? He sent 76,000 Kenya shillings. Whenever Ruto goes out to Arambe to support churches, Ruto donates millions of Kenya shillings. So you can see who is more charitable. And both of these people are billionaires. You can see the person who have people at heart.
Moses, we don't build the nation that way. Arambes
Moses.
were banned during Kibaki's time, and that's how we realized a lot of development. In fact, we need to go back there, where Harambes, especially by politicians, should be illegal.
So
that if money can be channeled through right means, not carried in the gunia and distributed anyhow.
Moses, ngojea tukuulize maswali kwanza ndio jibu. Moses, ngojea tukuulize maswali ndio jibu.
Let me say this. William Ruto has given out pikipikis, not only wheelbarrows. Why are you guys dwelling so much only on wheelbarrows?
I am coming to the hold.
He has also given out
Okay. Order.
Nikuulize swali.
Order, everybody. Order.
Yes,
now,
Wekesa.
Moses, listen to the question from Wekesa, and I think we need to call down the cut.
Now, Moses, on the issue of pikipikis.
Yeah.
And Ruto is using the model they used in the Moise era. The guy comes with 70 pikipikis. He goes with them to Nyamira. He dishes them out. And then he leaves them 11 there. He goes with the rest to the other place. It's just a show of that he's helping the community. But what remains on the ground is minimal. Even this fundraising,
Why,
big money.
Don't lie to the country, please. Don't make those allegations. My friend, please don't say those things. We have seen Ruto.
Order, Mr. Fighter, don't do that.
Those are not allegations. This is what is happening. It happened. Wakatoka huko wakaenda Kajiado. They put there at 50 motorbikes, but what remains on the ground is around 9. The rest are just for shows. These are the dramas that are going on. You think we
Do
don't
you
know?
have an evidence or it's just a
And the
propaganda?
evidence came on the bus. The evidence came on the buses, and that one everybody knew until he defended himself. That bus was donated till it was belonging to her. You guys, you don't follow people
Those are
blindly.
just propaganda, my friend. Those are just
My
Don't
propaganda.
follow people blindly.
Those are just propaganda and mere allegations.
Now let us move on. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we should make progress. Discussing personality is not helping this debate. We need to help this country. Jakes, you've been silent for too long.
David Olo, look for me. I will buy you a soda.
Mkutane na David Olo kando ya tent, mmalizane tafadhali. Kama una deni lake umlipe.
Okay, can I now talk? Unajua, I don't like kukatia mtu akinini. Anyway, I don't know how to start. A lot has been said, some meaningful, some propaganda, some hearsay, some nothing that can be proved. It's just what people think, feel, and maybe have read in the newspapers that and believe to be true. But anyway, let me come into the debate, and I think we are talking of hustler and all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the ladies are the ones joining us via comments and the likes. We cannot be here tonight only decampaigning someone because he has chosen a certain way to campaign and sell out his agenda. I wish we had a way of talking of what is Kalonzo doing, what is Musalia doing, what is even Baba doing, because at the end of the day, these are the things that they will come out in the near future and sell to us, and we are the voters who are going to pick someone based on policies and what they sold to us. If one time we were here saying that chungwa moja maisha bora, there is now another person saying wheelbarrow and wheelbarrownomics is what he is going to is what is going to sell him to the future. So basically, it is wrong to bastardize a simple person because of what he's selling. Ask yourself, what is your candidate selling? Before you point fingers, what is the other candidate doing? We are here shouting from the rooftops because it's what we know about Ruto. We don't know about
Jakes.
Musalia.
Thank you,
We,
Jakes.
we are not talking of Musalia because we have not heard of him. We have
They are
not.
unknowns. They are unknowns.
So basically,
Moses, stop interrupting. Order.
Sorry.
the reason as to why his name always comes up because he has made headways, he has made headlines, he has been on the topic because he has made things to be on top. He has brought out, even though if you're calling it the 16th century, I am right now I'm using a bulb in my house that was not invented yesterday. It is an invention of so many generations back. So we cannot bastardize what was invented in the past, and yet we're still using it. If it is useful now, it means the person who had the brain then to make it, and it is useful now. That doesn't
Moses
mean
and
that it
Vital,
is a
mute your
wrong thing.
lines. We are getting feedback.
Let's even go back to how did we end up with wheelbarrows and the likes. The wheelbarrows came because of COVID. He was giving donations to the needy, to those less fortunate, to those who didn't have anything to feed their families. So when you criticize someone for his generosity, ask yourself, what has your candidate been doing? Some of them run gas companies, some of them run factories. Why are we not bastardizing them and asking them, why don't you give some to the needy? Some of these people have their houses demolished. Why are we not seeing their MPs giving them a place to live? Why are we seeing not their MPs doing something? But we are here shouting because someone has decided to give probably a wheelbarrow, a bucket for someone to do something. Because some of these people have lost their works. Some of these people have lost something to do. They need something to clutch on. And there is a very famous saying that says, a drowning man will catch at a straw. We are here bastardizing the straw because this is what some have lived on as their helpline. So if a wheelbarrow can feed a family, let it be. By the end of the day, we don't have even enough jobs So let's not be here criticizing. I wish we can be talking of these are the policies that Msale is bringing on the table. These are the policies that Uhuru has brought on the table and have failed. Why are we not talking of the Big Four agenda? Are they not failed projects? Why are we not talking of the Uwezo Mtaani and the Kazi Mtaani and the likes? Why are we not pushing the government to create more opportunities? But the one person who maybe by the small resources he has only tried to show you how to fish. Why are we bastardizing his initiative? We should have more people like him doing more projects, doing more things. And let me talk about the bus issue that Wekesa is talking about. I love people who get their facts correct. The bus issue was sorted. There was an insurance issue, and the company that was making this bus had an issue with it, and it was sorted, and the bus was provided. So don't come with propaganda. Don't come with hearsay. Come with facts. That's what I love, and I love debates that are based on facts. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, and David Olo, thank you for your comment. As I told you, your ignorance, I thank God, is not contagious, so it will not affect any of us here. The bottoms up approach is an economic model. It is a model that he has chose to work with. It is a model that he has chose to sell to the people. We are used to the trickle down approach. Now this is a different model. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you: if you keep on doing the same thing the same way, you'll always get the same result. Why? And there's also this saying that says a change is as good as a rest. Why don't we try him? Why don't we try what he's saying? Because we can only judge him from the failures he inquires. We can only judge him from the successes that he also accrued. We are here judging Uhuru because of the successes. The handshake is one of the success, but we can equally judge him from the failures he has made. So let's not just be here always criticizing the people by the name Tangatangas and the likes because of maybe what they are doing. Why can't we even for a minute sit back and ask ourselves how many candidates are there seeking for this post, and each of them will find reasons to bastardize them, will find reasons to criticize them. I would wish to have a debate where we debate all of them equally, because at the end of the day, each and one of them is doing something that I don't like or I don't agree with. And that doesn't make that this other candidate becomes better or not. I'm not saying Rupe is the best, but by the end of the day, whatever he does, if it brings food to someone's plate, I'm okay with it. So I end my submissions like
Somebody's
this.
mic is on. Please mute your mic so that there's no feedback. Thank you. Conclude, Jax.
I end it like this. There was one time that Raila had a hammer, and we called him Nyundo. We called him many names. And Wekesa was asking, why didn't Ruto invite someone during his daughter's wedding? I will ask him also a similar question. How many people from Kibera were carried by the hammer that Baba owned? You know, we cannot be here bastardizing someone's event. That is someone's child. How many times have you seen Fidel, or when he was alive, helping someone in Kibera? How many times have you seen the junior son doing something? So by the end of the day, let's not bring family issues here. This was his daughter's
Can I
wedding.
respond to that?
Before you respond, because you brought it out as if it was personal. There is nowhere he said that now that I support the Mamamboga, the wheelbarrow guys, I'll be inviting them to my family issues. By the end of the
Can
day,
I
it is his
respond?
family, was his daughter, and he had the right to choose who he wants to come to his wedding. Just like you cannot, as much as you work for your boss, you don't invite him to your bedroom now that he owns you. Thank you, and I'm sorry for that submission.
Can I respond to that?
Wekesa, go on.
Yes, you know, he has been telling us that hii serikali itaundwa na mama mboka. You know, this is a simple test. Hii serikali itaundwa na mama mboka. On all the by-elections we have seen, most of the people featuring are not in that state ya mtu wa chini, mtu wa boda.
Are you sure?
Mtu wa mkokoteni.
Are you sure?
Na mtu wa, yes. We know them. They have money, these guys.
I told you I love people with facts. Do you know who is running in Kiamba?
Kiamba?
Yes, do you know? Do you know his
Sinamjua huyu
background?
kijana, niliona mmemvalisha kabuti kubwa ndio akae kama maskini, lakini huyo
Now,
kanaitwa kanani, sio maskini.
such ignorance.
Is an in-law to this guy anaitwa nani?
I hold
I
my
know,
peace now
I
that you
have the
don't have your
details.
facts. Now that you don't have
I
your
have the
facts.
details. He's an in-law to huyu MP anaitwa nani?
Let me bust
The
your
fact
bubble.
that he's an in-law or whatever doesn't prevent him from
He
running.
is already a dynasty.
He's a
We
Kenyan.
classify that.
He's a
Huyu
Kenyan.
mtu wa chini.
Even hata kama ni mtu wa chini wa juu, that does not disqualify him.
Let me tell you, in Nairobi, when you are choosing Mama Mboka, mkachukua Margaret Wanjiru akue the governor. Si ni ukweli? Huyo ndio Mama Mboka mlikuwa mmechakua.
Tulianza kusema hivyo. Did we start saying that earlier? Ama hii Mama Mboka?
Alisema serikali itaundwa na mtu wa chini na Mama Mboka ndiye ataunda hii serikali. When you go to your candidates, they are people of means. They have money. Angalia, who is the chairman of UDA? Is Mudama, the guy who owns the game. Kwa nini msichukue jamaa from nini? Hapa Kibera aenda akuwe nini chairman wa UDA. Ndio tujue hiyo ni chama ya hustlers. But the billionaires are the one controlling hustle nation. Musitudanganye nyinyi. Musitubebe.
Okay. Thank you, Wekesa. Thank you.
Yes. When people
Bernard,
talk about like that, it means talk.
Moses, you are breaking the rules. Moses, you are breaking the rules.
Bernard,
We'll mute you permanently.
Proud
Let's hear Moses. Don't talk without getting permission. Bro Benson, go on.
Bernard, there's something I know. You'll have to forgive me. I just want to read. I think it's Jeremiah 29, verse 27, verse 7. It says, "And seek the peace of the city whither I have caused you to be carried away captive, and pray unto Jehovah for it. In the peace there shall you have the peace." And I just want to interpret it on my own understanding, how I do understanding. And this was something that Jeremiah, the letter that was written to Jeremiah, and they were talking about the peace of the city. And it means that for us, people who are living in the city, for us to have peace, which means we have to make our city be very peaceful. And this is what I say. And I just want to bring it analogy like this. So if we want maybe to have like in a village whereby like you are the only person who at least is very rich and you are scared of your peace, the best thing you can do to that village, make sure that the people who are living around you, you give them something that will earn them a living for the rest of their life. Don't give them something for a period of short time, something for life, then your peace will be guaranteed. But if you give them small into bits, like today come, I give you, your peace will not be guaranteed. And I want us to forget about the people that we support. We have the politicians that we admire. People admire Ruto, the people admire Kalonzo, people admire Raila, people admire Uhuru. But let's put country first. There are some things that we need to ask ourselves. I don't disrespect William Ruto. He's my deputy president. I'm very proud of him. There are things that Deputy President Ruto has done. But like, if we want to support DP, especially like Jakes and Moses, let us have a narrative that is not going to be very divisive. I know wheelbarrow is a symbol, but the way that narrative is being put, the way the Hustler Nation is being put, is tempting, bring like social status, like classification, you know. So I think as young men who wants to solve our country, who wants the peace, for us to have peace, let us advise the people that we support or the president that we want. I say, okay, we are supporting you, but should we come with a statement that is not very scary? I think that one would be good. I'm not opposing the wheelbarrow sign, or I'm not opposing the hustler sign, but like, can you come with a very good statement that is not going to divide us, or that is not going to scare us? I think that one would be good. Then if you do that, then the peace will be in our country. If you don't create peace in the country, then even you yourself, you're not going to have peace. And that's what God was telling Jeremiah, that for you to get peace in your city and you to have that peace, first of all, don't fight for your peace. Fight for the peace of the country. Then your peace will be guaranteed. And that is what I'm asking you. Let us find a very good statement that will bring us peace. Let's bring that peace to the country. Then our peace will be guaranteed. We will not look for it. It will come automatically. That's what I'm asking of you.
Okay, thank you, Benson. From my little observation, it appears to me that our DP's model of politics, it has to be us versus them. If there is a truce where there is peace everywhere, I think he finds it hard to function as a politician.
I disagree with
And
you.
that is one of the reasons why he had to run away from the handshake, just to find a way to oppose the handshake, because his politics is built on opposing so that you remain relevant.
Point of information.
Even from his supporters, led by Moses, their comparisons can tell you everything. Okay, he says if he does not invite hustlers in his wedding, why didn't Raila also not invite people in the Hammer? So all this matter of us versus them is not necessary for national leader.
No.
Let us come together as Kenyans and build a Kenya where every Kenyan.
No,
can you let me make my point? Then you can oppose. Moses.
Okay, go ahead.
You are breaking the rules. We'll mute you now. Now I am saying, from my observation, I'm not saying that is what he is. From my observation, from the days of KANU. Na KANU ilikuwa nini? Jogo inafanya kazi namna gani? Jogo inatawala. Ikifika hapa, ukusikia zinalala chini, hiyo ndio inatawala. Now that dhana ya kuwa wewe ndio bingwa, wengine wote wa submit, haijamtoka ndani. Na hiyo ndio inaleta kizaazaa, kwa sababu wakati kila mtu anasema tuungane pamoja, yeye lazima atafute nafasi ya kufanya nini? Kuoppose. 2010 it was the same story. 2070, everything. Now there has to be a different approach which makes you a national leader. For the application of that verse of scripture Benson is talking about, if we seek the peace of Kenya, then we will all have peace. But if my politics depends on me opposing somebody, even on no valid reason, I just have to oppose because I find my relevance in opposing, we will keep digging ourselves in the same hole. So Moses, what is your problem?
Yeah, Bernard, first of all, William Ruto said Kenya we should do away with politics of us versus them. He never said like our politics is gonna be us versus them. Another thing, X used a very good logic. Because people were going around like, if you mean to fight for hustlers, why couldn't we have any hustlers come to your daughter's wedding? That was a family thing, and he had the right to invite whoever he wanted. Like in 2007, we used to sing Raila, Hama, Nyundo, something like that. Did you see any common mwananchi riding on that Hammer? No. It was just Baba's hammer riding around.
They touched it when it went to Kibra for campaign.
No, there was no common mwananchi in that hustler.
No, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, the point is one. The point is one. It is us versus them. I would say the contrast between Raila's politics and Ruto's politics is that at times Raila goes for handshake. At times Raila goes for agreement. Ruto has to oppose to remain in politics, which to me is wrong for Kenya. We need to come and outgrow that when there is agreement, let us all agree. Why should you walk away from your president to go and begin to oppose him?
Bernard, what did Ruto oppose?
The handshake.
Let me help.
Bernard, let me help you to answer. Bernard, let me help you in 1 minute.
And say it's supposed to handshake.
I am Moses. Let me answer.
When
you are carrying out the environmental conservation, he opposed the MAU. When we are doing the 2010 constitution, he opposed. When we are doing the handshake, he opposed. Now, what else do you want us to say?
Ruto didn't oppose handshake. Even BBI has not said he opposed it. He hasn't opposed the handshake.
My friend, we have, let me answer you. We have 1,000 motivational quotes for our team Tanga Tanga. They reject the BBI. At the end of the day, when they see that it's winning, they say, who said we have opposed it? But when they see, now the day the ruling was made, he quoted even the Bible, that God loves this country in an immeasurable way. He was celebrating. That is an opposer, my friend.
Wekesa, during the BBI launch, Ruto was there and he gave a speech. He was booed by the members of parliament. Ruto himself gave several proposals. He said he was ready to sit down and make some of these amendments. He made very important, substantial points. He never said that he's against BBI or anything.
That reminds me of a very good point.
Yes.
Ruto can only support what he's part of. If he's not consulted, he has to oppose it, especially if Raila supports it. Even if Raila will call press tomorrow morning and say that William Ruto should be president of Kenya and opposed, I will not be surprised if Ruto rejects that offer.
Bernard, Ruto is the deputy president of Kenya, and he deserves to be consulted as well. He was passed.
Consulted by who?
What?
Deputies are not consulted.
They follow instruction.
He was ready to sit
down.
Okay. What is Kizito saying? Kizito, change you and you want to know who is talking. Now Ben is exactly Ruto. And Moses opposed anything. Even a road named Atuoli. Why do we need to name a road after Atuoli? That's an insult to Kenyans.
Atuoli is a senior citizen. You should respect him as Moses.
What Atuoli has achieved, none of you have ever achieved.
Atuoli,
he has played that role. He has played it very well internationally.
No.
You just hate him because he said Ruto will not sit on the panel.
He should not
Thank you. Leave it there, Wekesa. Don't open up, please. We
not even be involved in politics.
Forget it, Moses. Forget it, Moses. Thank you. I think 1 minute of closing remarks to Ondoke hapa. Benson, you pray for us. It is 2:30 a.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Those of you who are not
in Arkansas.
Let me say something.
Let's start with Fighter. Fighter should give closing remark, then we go that way. We'll finish with Wekesa. The first shall be the last.
Yeah. What I'm going to say is this, my friends. let us not have that conversation of us versus them. For sure, to be very honest, we are true Kenyans. Even in the BBI, he is only saying that let it be multiple choices so that the people choose what they want and leave what they don't want. Number two, all that Ruto submitted in the when the BBI was being launched in the comments actually was revisited and it was rectified. A few of them were not tagged like if I can, if all of us we know what's happening there. So let us not say that Ruto is against this. Ruto has always been against anything that is wrong, and we that's why some of us like myself, I support him because what he says it makes sense in one way or the other. When he says he wants to make a government which will give this is what we call a constituency development fund to the people who are down there, which will spare some money for the people who are doing business down there and give them some loans. I know what it means. So I that's why I support him because I think if you can go that way, and I'm promising myself, if Ruto won the elections in 2022, from wherever I am, I'm very sure I'm going to go back home because Kenya will be the best place to live. Let me tell you, the reason as to why Ruto has all these opposers is because the devil doesn't want good for Kenya. But if you look around and all the prophets who are said in this world, who have spoken about the coming of Ruto to be the president, they cannot be lying all of them. But the fact is, when we look at the things that he tries to do by his own strength or energy or his own riches, he is trying to embrace everyone. Someone said he did not call some people in the wedding for his daughter. So those people who are there, were they not people from the village? Was he supposed to be Wakenya wote wangeenda pale ndio muone watu wameenda pale? Wajeni, let us stop being personal na hata vitu zingine ambazo sina maana. Waja tuangalie kile mtu anaweza kutufanyia kama Kenya. Hapa tuna ujumbe sana kwa sababu tunakuwa ill-treated because we are foreigners in a foreign land. We want to go home. We would want a president who will come and save us from the problems which we have in Kenya of poverty and lack of jobs so that we can go home and enjoy our rights. So whoever comes, if he can make Kenya better, it's okay. But in my own view and my own considered opinion, of all the people whom I see around there is no one whom I can support according to me. I'm not saying you must support the one I support. But I can see him from the smallest part of it which he is doing. He is trying to help the poor people down there. And he has helped so many of them. Tell me one of him, more than him, what they have done. So waja tuongee mambo mengi hata tusaidia, waja tuongoje, lakini Wakenya tukue sofa-minded tunapofanya uchaguzi unaokuja, tuchague mtu ambaye atatusaidia, sio tribe yetu, sio mtu wa pande yetu ama nini. I'm not rooting for it, but I support
it. Thank you. Your 1 minute is over, please. Okay, let's have Jakes.
Namwambia huyo Jakes, huyo roho ndio mjinga wa kuongea huko, akuja hapa kwa wanaume. Awache hiyo kutusitusi watu hapo. Yeye ndiye mjinga wa wote.
Fighter, don't do that.
You're insulting us. You should not insult us.
The chat, okay? The chat for comments is there. You can reply him.
You should not insult people. We do not insult anyone here.
Can we hear from Jakes?
It takes a patriot and the love of a nation to ask, what can I do for my country, not what the country can do for me. If the deputy president has decided to do something for the nation and for those who follow him, then so be it. I wish to see other leaders do the same. I wish to see what Kalonzo will do for the people who follow him. I wish to see what Musalia will do for the people who follow him. I wish to see what Moi will do for the people who follow him. We cannot be here just saying, "Oh, Ruto, 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 Ruto." There are other more candidates, and you see, by the end of the day, it is what they have done for us that will inform the reason we choose them or not choose them. We are here maybe saying so many things, but what is the bottom line? We have a topic because Ruto has made it topical. We have issues we are talking about him because he has made them so. So I wish we would be here saying, oh, how Kalonzo is making comics for a living, or how, by the end of the day, whatever he is doing, that is what is making the topic, and it is making the news and the newspapers to sell. So if he's doing something, so be it. He's doing something for the nation. He's not waiting for the nation to do something for him. I find him more patriotic than any other leader you'd want to bring on the table. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, as I end my submissions, I was as a follower of ODM. I believed in its ideologies, but by the end of the day, we 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 have come to a level that we cannot even question what is wrong. You see, we bought into the executive that even when it makes mistakes, we only sing its tune. And I thank God and I hope so that the judiciary will not fall in line so that we cannot have a system that is independent in all three arms of government. The the differences that needs to be there are not there because the legislature has fallen prey to the executive. We need to see a nation where if the president is wrong, he can be impeached. But at the moment, that cannot happen because no no amount of mistakes can warrant the legislature to punish the executive for the long doings because they have sunk in to follow the song of handshake, reggae, and the likes. So even when the laws are broken, even when the constitution is not being followed, no one can question the executive. Maana Simba akiguruma mcheza ni nani? He has told us time without number that he is a lion, and now that he is a lion, every prey cannot even question him. We cannot question why he does some things because the legislature that's supposed to impeach him cannot follow tune. And I hope and I pray that the judiciary shall not also fall prey. Finally, even when it comes to 2022, I hope that all votes will count. I hope that my right to vote will be protected. I hope the servers will work properly. I hope my candidate will win. And even if he does not win, I pray that he becomes man enough to accept results, not to refute and cause chaos and cause issues in the streets. Because by the end of the day, we
Results are
cannot,
not
let me
accepted.
finish.
Results are not accepted. Don't impose a law that doesn't exist.
As I've said, I hope. My hoping may be deferred or may be denied, but my hope is this that we'll have free, fair, and credible elections. My hope is this that the IBC will do the right thing, that the voters will be well informed. We will not just pick someone because there is a praise and worship going on. There are people singing his tune. We will not dance to a tune. We will select leaders. We'll put people in office who ought to be there. We'll elect leaders who will lead this nation to a greater future. Of course, I know no one can eradicate poverty. It takes people working together. It takes an effortry from everybody. So by the end of the day, I don't put all my eggs in one person and say this is the person who will change the future. I believe Uhuru will not do it. I believe Raila will not do it. My belief is this: Ruto will not even maybe come close to it. But this is what I know. If we all come and put our heads together, if we all do something for the nation, not what the nation will do for us, this nation will shine to greater heights. Thank you. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, Jex. That's a strong point. Everybody to do something for the nation. I will appoint Bro Benson to speak last as he prays for us. So let us hear from Moses, then Wekesa, and I will hand over to Bro Benson to give us his closing remarks as he prays, and we're out of here. Moses,
Yeah.
are you still?
I'm there, sir. Oh.
I give you a closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I always love this forum because sometimes we fight, we disagree, and we also learn from each other. You know, as more and more I fight for our Tanga Tanga or UDA or DP, and Bernard brings some point, I get to learn from Bernard. And sometimes when I make my points through, I'm sure Bernard or Benson also learns from me. When Jax makes a point, I'm sure Bernard learns something. And I learn something from Jax too. So here we are like a family, you know. And I'm proud and super proud of my brother David Olo, you know. As much as he accuses me and throws those big stones, that makes me stronger. And I urge you to keep doing that, Mr. Law. When I come to Kenya, I'll look for you so that probably we can have a glass of beer or something. But, you know, I'm sure all of us want the best for our country. That's why we are here, and we have different ideologies. And at some point, I'm sure we will come together. And, you know, we are the youths, and the future of our country depends on us. What does Wekes have to bring on the table? Or Bernard, or me, Moses, or Bro Benson, or Jakes? At the end of the day, we will find that we have the same interest that will, in the future, at least take our country to the next level. So, you know, whenever we disagree, we are not going to be so personal to one another. We are just trying to make some points that can really benefit or move our country to the next level. So I just encourage us to keep the same spirit. And yeah, my brother Kizito, man, I miss you. I miss seeing your face and talking to you in this live, because you are one of the outstanding members who, when you talk, everyone at least have a smile on their face. So you are a brother, and whenever you come after me, I love it, and I will come after you too. And at the end of the day, we will be one thing. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are my brothers, and anytime I come to Kenya, I'm sure I'll meet some of you, and we will talk, we will laugh, and we will bully each other too. That's all I can say as for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moses. Wekesa, go on.
Okay, guys, it was a wonderful moment. I think I've been on this show. This is my second time. The first time I was there shortly, but I love the panel, and I'm enjoying the discussion. One thing I normally tell my friends is it's never personal. This is politics, and they say, the good book says that like iron sharpens another one, so does man learn from each other. I hope there is an exchange of ideas. It's, by the way, it's people we perceive as our enemies that tell us the truth. But friends sometimes play the psychophancy, and they will not even tell you when your zip is open. So when we interact with our friends who are seeing things from the other side, from bottom, and us who are seeing from up, we will meet somewhere in the middle, and this nation will grow to a great nation. Now, in my parting shot, I will want to eliminate the name Ruto so that they don't see me as I came to this debate just against. Let me talk about Baba as I conclude. By the way, do we know why we call him Baba? It's not just because of age. Baba, I think in all books of history, when you take the fathers stand for something, they are founders of something. So Raila is among the founders of democracy in this nation, and he has fought to earn that name because of democracy. Now, one of the pertinent questions people ask, what has Raila done for this nation? And most people are so myopic because they look at quantitative. When we talk about quantitative, and that's why people like the things they can see. Give me a needle, and you see, you gave me a needle, you gave me a sugar, you gave me salt. But people who contributed development, there is development which we call qualitative. Qualitative are things you can't see, but they add value. Now, you cannot touch democracy, but we're enjoying it. Even our friends from the other side who are shouting that Raila has never done this, they have the democratic space to shout because somebody went to prison for it. Somebody fought and almost lost his life for it. Now, go around the country and look, there is no school written Raila Odinga, but when we know in our hearts, the space of democracy was built by these guys. These are what Kina Kwame Nkrumah are remembered for. This is what Kina Mandelas are remembered for. They are not remembered because Mandela built the biggest school in South Africa. No. So let's look at development in terms of qualitative and also quantitative, such that somebody who gives me tangible things, I will appreciate him more than somebody who creates for me environment for me to thrive in terms of business, in terms of education, in terms of social life. I should treasure that person. My final thing is that Mandela moment is coming. And let's not be confused with these other things. We want to crown our own Mandela and give him space, even if he can lead this nation for just one term and transform this nation. God bless Kenya. God bless the Mandela moment that is coming.
Thank you, Prophet Wekesa. Thank you, Prophet Wekesa. No, before Bro Benson closes, mine is simple. Let us work towards one Kenya, one nation, one people, not in terms of seeking uniformity, but our unity in diversity. We cannot be the same, see everything from the same perspective, but we should appreciate the other person's opinion as valid, just like we value ours. For one, we are all Kenyans, and we can't even wash it away from us. And the only thing that makes us Kenyans is Kenya. And so we should fight tooth and nail to keep this nation as one. And our responsibility is to see to it that every Kenyan makes it to the topmost top. So let us begin not to pull everybody in their direction, but wonder, begin to ask what is going on in Lamu, what's going on in Turkana, what's going on in Western that is helping this nation move forward. If we begin to move away from this, my region, my MP, my county, we will begin to have that sense of nationhood, which will really push us into appreciating one another and therefore building one another, opening opportunities one for another. Because if every Kenyan is earning, we'll not have any poor Kenyan. If everybody's having food, we'll not have any food insecurity. And so the Kenyan people must appreciate that one Kenya, one nation, one people is a necessity now than ever. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Brother Bernard. As I might say my closing remark, one thing that I would say is I would just want to bring you today. I'm so much on the verse, I don't know why. About Psalms, I think it's 51. Talking about David, prayer for restoration, and this was David was praying after committing adultery. Now he was praying to God and create in me a clean heart, And I think despite all that, we do have our politics and people that we say as politicians that we feel like their views in terms of helping the country are like, I think this is the best view. I know people who are for Ruto, people who are for Raila, people who are for Kakalonzo. But despite all that, let us just come back and ask for that restoration. To restore means to bring it back to the original status. We were in the politics, but can we kind of like to restore the Kenya that we are told, the story of that Kenya, restore our mind, And even as we are in these political parties, people we serve, we need to take a responsibility by starting to correct some of the few mistakes that they make, because we know at some point they will give us the leadership. So if we start to correct this, by the time we will be in those leadership, we will talk of the Kenya that we are talking about now. And that is something that is very important. Yeah, we cannot go without politics. That's what makes the country. And that's where we live in. But like, let us make a very healthy politics, hygiene politics, that will give us what we want. And I hope Moses will do that, Jakes will do that, Wekesa and Mr. Bernard, and we will be at a good place. To me, I love everybody here. I don't like, even though sometimes I disagree with them on the views, but I still love them most, and I like them because what unites us is Kenya. I'm a proud Kenyan. For that, let's pray. Let's close our eyes. Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the session we are having, Father. Father, we've contributed to the views that we think can help us make our country better, Father. Father, how we pray that each and every time you give us wisdom so that we can speak words that unite us, Father, so that we can speak words that will always make us united even more each and every time, Father. Father, I pray for each and everyone here, Father. You know their desires of their heart. You know what they want in life, Father. May you guide them. May you shower them with your mercies, Father. Father, pray for the leadership of Kenya. Every leader in Kenya, Father, may you give them life. May you give them wisdom so that they can be to lead us very nicely, Father. For I pray this short prayer, believing and trusting in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
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 Yes.
Amen. Thank you guys for spending time with us.
Oh, is there?
Mtembe is here. How are you?
I'm good.
Sasa hivi ndo ameachiliwa na bibi.
Umeachiliwa sasa hivi.
Unajua kuna bibi wa 10.
That's the head of deep state.
Benson, you have started.
That's the
Kuna
I'm happy. Kulingana na maoni yenu nimeona tu Raila ndiye anakuwa president. I'm so happy guys. Thank you so much.
wewe endelea tu kuota, naona hujaamka. Sasa naona leo nisikia verses. Kuna verse inasema aje? Ngoja, John 4:18 inaongeleanga ule madamu mwenye alikuwa na wazee watano Sasa Yesu alimkotia hiyo verse akamwambia uko na wazee wengi, lakini hata ule mwenye mko naye sahii si wako. Tafakari ya babu, tafakari ya
Next year, mimi napendanga the wisdom of King Solomon.
Sawa, tunangoja siku yenye utatuintroduce kwa Queen Sheba.
Sawa, nitawa introduce very soon. Otherwise, good night guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Mutembe.
Yeah.
That's the head of deep state.
Bro, utashangaa bro.